Volume 2, Chapter 75. As Turon set down the unconscious Mesa, he clicked his tongue at how feeble her resistance had been. Considering that the most significant factor in a wizard's physical abilities was the amount of magic power they possessed, it was alarming that despite having noble-class magic power, her strength was this weak. It meant her body was in complete disarray. Well, she barely weighs a quarter of what I do. He guessed that if they were to fight using only their fists, it would be a fairly even match with his younger self back when he used to herd sheep on the Hisaril Hill. In this condition, not only was she unable to utilize her full strength, but even her lifespan couldn't be guaranteed. Determined to restore her health somehow, Turon pried open Mesa's mouth and inserted the prepared tube. There was no need to worry about its hard and rough surface causing scratches on her throat or internal organs. After all, Noble's skin was impervious even to needles, so her internal organs were unlikely to be any different. In fact, the tube which he had inserted forcefully was squeezed by the sphincter inside her esophagus, requiring him to infuse it with magic to reinforce its strength. Is this enough? No, a little deeper there. Blowing air into the tube to check the flow, Turon confirmed that the tip had reached her stomach. Then, using fluid manipulation magic, he funneled in the nutrient porridge. The amount was roughly 2 ladles of soup. He had intentionally reduced the portion, recalling how, back in Calamarf, he had seen starving people die after consuming food too quickly. Even if a noble's body was sturdier than a commoner's, it was best to avoid any unnecessary risks. Once he had finished administering the food, Turon removed the tube and gathered moisture from the air to form a water droplet. Rather than tapping or shaking her, splashing this on her would be more effective. Just then, with a faint groan, Mesa's eyes fluttered open. As Turon dispersed the water droplet resting on his palm, she struggled to sit up. Is it over? Yes. She only held her head in dizziness for a moment before she swirled her tongue inside her mouth to wash away the lingering metallic taste. Fortunately, she didn't feel the nausea that usually accompanied eating. Perhaps it was because she hadn't even registered the act of eating itself. I didn't expect it to be this simple. If we do this a few more times, your recovery will be quicker. But you can't rely on this forever, you'll need to overcome it on your own in the long run. I'll try. She wasn't confident she could succeed, but Mesa responded nonetheless and put back on the magic equipment she had removed earlier. After that, they erased all traces left in the bakery and parted ways, each returning to their respective dwellings. Upon returning to her usual empty mansion, Mesa collapsed onto her dust-covered bed. My body feels hot. For the first time, she could feel a strange vitality coursing through her body, which had always been languid. A feverish heat spread across her form. It was a reaction triggered by her body, which had been starved for 10 years, greedily breaking down the nutrients and converting them into strength. The next day, waking up earlier than usual, Mesa immediately left her mansion and flew towards the main gate of her family estate. The guards stationed there, as usual, were stunned into a rigid stance at the sudden appearance of the heir. My lady, what brings you here? I wanted to get some fresh air." Although the powerful figures of Arabian disregarded and oppressed Mesa, she was still the family's sole heir in an official capacity. No one dared to demand something like a transit pass from her, so she passed through the checkpoint without an escort of nobles or knights and soared into the vast sky. Perhaps because she was in better condition than usual, even her flying speed felt faster than before. After a few hours of flying around freely and returning, she found the family estate in an uproar, as expected. "What on earth were you thinking, Mesa? An heir behaving so recklessly. Do you even realize how many people dropped what they were doing because of you?" The senior members of the family, including Cadram, all rushed out and surrounded Mesa, bombarding her with questions. For an ordinary person, the overwhelming atmosphere would have been enough to make them wet themselves, but Mesa stood firm without even batting an eye. "I was just feeling stifled, so I went for a walk. Does my uncle or anyone else need permission when they go out? You need to be aware of your position. What if you were attacked by Zahar's assassins? Do you think their head would go all the way to the Tacking Plains just to target me? If not, then there's no problem. Besides, wasn't it you, uncle, who told me before that I was being overly paranoid? That was when you were a child. Anyway, I'll be going out whenever I feel like it and coming back on my own, so don't bother worrying about it." After firing off her words, Mesa didn't even wait for a response and turned back toward the mansion. The middle-aged nobles, including Cadram, whispered among themselves with displeased expressions but couldn't reprimand her any further. No matter how much they outranked her in age and authority, Mesa was still the heir. Upon returning to the mansion, she found that the elderly maids, seemingly already scolded on her behalf, rushed over to complain about something. However, Mesa waved them away lightly and went straight to her bedroom to sleep. Several hours passed, and by the time dawn approached, she quietly checked her surroundings before slipping out of the mansion. She entered the bakery she had visited before and snapped her fingers lightly, yet nothing happened. "Is Rito nearby?" Last night, Turon had promised that he would only reveal himself if he was certain that Rito wasn't around. His absence now meant one of two things. Either he had failed to bypass Rito's concealment ability, or Rito was nearby, lurking and watching. Mesa wandered around a few more places but ultimately returned to her mansion without success and went back to sleep. Perhaps because her digestive system had been reactivated after consuming food for the first time in ages, an intense hunger gnawed at her throughout the night. On the second day, as Mesa headed toward the checkpoint as she had the day before, she was met by a few relatively low-ranking Arabian nobles. If they couldn't stop her from going out, it seemed they had at least decided to keep her under surveillance. Since they insisted on accompanying her on her walk, Mesa didn't bother shaking them off. Instead, she simply flew at a faster speed, exhausting them out of amusement. After returning, she slept, then slipped out of her bedroom at dawn once more, wandering through deserted areas, but again she was unable to meet Turon. 2 more days passed, and just as impatience began to creep in, she was loitering near the knight's training grounds, where the musty scent of sweat lingered in the air, when Turon finally appeared before her. Turon, Rito has been tailing you non-stop for 3 days. Were you able to detect her? Yes, fortunately. Turon nodded, fiddling with his mimic relic. Over the past few days, he had foregone sleep, hiding inside Mesa's mansion to observe its interior. As a result, he had witnessed Rito sneaking into Mesa's room under the cover of invisibility, meticulously searching every corner, and even stealthily trailing her when she left in the middle of the night. As an added discovery, Turon realized that his mimic relic was capable of seeing through Zahar's concealment techniques. After 3 days of observing the observer, he had only revealed himself once Rito stopped her pursuit, having concluded that Mesa's outings were aimless. I didn't sense anything at all. That's only natural, so do you think there won't be any issues with your outings? Yes, it seems like they're just letting me go for the sake of giving me a change of pace. While Mesa could maintain the facade of an heir in public, the true absolute ruler she had to obey without question was the head of the family, Battle. If he ordered her not to leave, she would have no choice but to comply. However, he hadn't taken any direct action regarding her sudden outings. Only the senior members of the family, what Turon called the middle-aged faction, were making a fuss on their own. This outcome wasn't too surprising. Through her research in various archives, Mesa had confirmed that for the past several decades, the family head had delegated nearly all responsibilities to his relatives while remaining secluded in his residence. The only recent occasions when he had left his residence were during the war with Zahar and when he saw off the Dark Elf subjugation force. I had considered searching his quarters if he personally came out, but that seems unlikely now. One of the plans had been to take advantage of the family head's presence outside to rummage through his residence, but that idea now had to be abandoned. After wrapping up their brief discussion, Turon knocked Mesa unconscious, just as he had 3 days prior, and administered her food. Thus, the same routine continued for several more days: walks, sleep, and food intake. On the 4th night, as Mesa regained consciousness after fainting, Turon spoke. "We escape tomorrow. Already. If we wait any longer, people will start getting suspicious. You're gaining weight faster than I expected." Over the past few days, Mesa's body had undergone such drastic changes that calling it a transformation wouldn't have been an exaggeration. The hollows around her eyes had filled out, her once wrinkled skin had smoothed, and her twig-like frame had thickened. Though the changes were still subtle enough to be dismissed, a few more days would make them undeniably apparent to anyone who saw her. "We'll meet at the western side of Morgan City at noon tomorrow. If an hour passes and I haven't shown up, return home, it means something went wrong." One of the advantages of his tracking ability was that they didn't need to designate an exact meeting spot. On the morning of the escape, Turon woke at dawn and immediately put his plan into motion. The first step was infiltrating the residences of Kadram and the other middle-aged nobles to secure their corruption-related documents. For this, rather than using invisibility, he fully utilized the disguising abilities of his mask. Having entered and exited several times over the past few days, he was already familiar with the internal layouts. "Beck, didn't you leave earlier? The master gave me another task." Turon casually moved through the estates disguised as various household servants, slipping in and out of libraries without drawing suspicion. The entire process of securing all the documents took 2 hours. Had he not needed to walk between the estates like an ordinary commoner, it would have taken even less than half that time. Once he had gathered documents from a total of 15 individuals, Turon retrieved the preserved strand of hair and activated his tracking magic. His target was the Zahar noble, Rito. "Let's see. Perfect, she's outside her quarters. That saves me some trouble." As a personal maid directly serving the family head, she usually resided within his quarters. However, she would occasionally leave a few times a day to run errands or handle various tasks. In truth, kidnapping her was the most unpredictable part of the plan. If she happened to stay inside the family head's residence all day, there would be no way to act. In that case, he would have had to return the documents and postpone the escape until the next day. Disguised as an ordinary gardener, Turon relied on his tracking magic as he navigated through the main estate and arrived at a particular mansion. This place. Next to the mansion's gate, large letters spelled out Cyril Arabian. The son of the Najin house's woman and Mesa's half-brother, Rito seemed to be inside his mansion, engaged in conversation with someone. This guy didn't have anything noteworthy when I investigated him before. The documents in his study were all ordinary, and while he had a familial connection with the middle-aged faction, he wasn't actively involved with them. But Mesa utterly despised him. That was because Cyril's mother was the family head's consort, Anietta Najin. After Mesa's mother and younger brother died, that woman mocked her, didn't she? It was that very incident that led Mesa to send a letter to her half-brother, Renaud, calling him a murderer. Even if the full details were unclear, it had practically exposed the Najin family's involvement. One of the lingering mysteries was the connection between the middle-aged faction and the Najin family. If the family head was truly one of the gods, then a mere consort shouldn't have held any real significance. It might have simply been an excuse to torment Mesa, but Turon suspected that there was a deeper issue within the Najin family as well. Or, on the contrary, it could be that they were using this situation to exert influence over the Najin family. Lost in thought, Turon suddenly noticed Rito exiting the mansion after finishing her conversation. Having already completed his disguise, he immediately approached her and called out, "Rito!" Rito's eyes widened in surprise at Turon's voice, but she quickly smiled and bowed her head. "Yes, Lord Cadram. What brings you here? Follow me. I have something for you to do." Turon wasn't entirely certain if he had perfectly mimicked Cadram's appearance and voice. Mesa had assured him that it was identical, but he hadn't been able to verify it by directly comparing himself to Cadram. However, Rito showed no suspicion and obediently followed him. Turon had prepared a response in case she asked what the task was, but like a well-trained assassin, she didn't even question it. As they entered Cadram's mansion, an elderly butler looked at them with slight confusion and spoke, "My lord, you should be attending the daily meeting at this time. I forgot something." At Turon's response, the butler's face briefly showed doubt. Was his disguise too crude to fool someone who had known Cadram for a long time? However, the butler seemed to dismiss his own suspicions as mere overthinking, and simply gave a respectful nod without further questioning. Suppressing a sigh of relief, Turon led Rito to the mansion's basement. Lord Cadram, why are we going down here?" Since she had never been led to the basement before, a strange unease finally surfaced on Rito's face. Did she think Cadram was after her body? Instead of answering, Turon silently continued walking. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately chose obedience and followed. The basement was dark, its lights left unlit. As a well-trained maid, Rito instinctively closed the door behind her, triggering the pre-installed barrier. Before coming to capture her, Turon had used up a portion of the magic stored in the mimic relic, specifically the power from the bloodline of Barrier Master. The barrier he had set up was designed to slow down the target's movements, effectively restraining them. Startled, Rito struggled to pull out a few concealed throwing weapons from her clothes, but her movements were sluggish to an extreme degree. Turon leisurely grabbed her hands, stripping her of the weapons, and then bound her tightly with the magic-suppressing chains he had once used on Salif. As her body began draining of magic, Rito shouted in panic, Lord Cadram. What in the world?" Instead of answering, Turon drove his fist straight into her face. Chapter 76. Cadram's old butler inspected the cleanliness of the mansion while recalling his master's behavior from earlier. Somehow today his demeanor felt utterly unfamiliar. There was certainly supposed to be a family meeting this morning, yet his sudden return was unusual. Moreover, his attitude seemed as if he was hiding something. On top of that, just a moment ago, he had brought in one of the household's direct servants, someone the butler had seen only a few times before, and gave strict orders that no one was to enter the basement. This was something that had never happened in the decades he had served his master. Could it be? Just as his thoughts started drifting toward strange possibilities, the maid who had gone down to the basement with Cadram earlier came back up, carrying a burlap sack. It was fairly large, but judging by how easily she lifted it, it didn't seem to contain anything particularly heavy. Seeing her, the butler realized that his suspicions were correct. Unlike her previously immaculate appearance, her attire now seemed hastily put on, as if she had dressed in a rush. Even worse, some parts of her clothing were torn, as if they had been forcibly removed. Noticing the butler's gaze, the maid subtly adjusted her outfit with one hand while still holding the sack. He said no one should come down to the basement for a while. I understand. Cadram and his wife had always prided themselves on their strong marital bond, uncommon among nobles, and had never taken on concubines. But it seemed that ended today. Lamenting the collapse of the household's peace, the butler quickly averted his gaze from the maid. Because of this, he failed to notice that the burlap sack was roughly the size of a crouched person and that the maid appeared slightly taller than she had been earlier. "You've worked hard, here's my pass." That smell, just go through quickly," a cart reeking of food waste. The checkpoint officer, recoiling from the unbearable stench he could never get used to, waved his hand in disgust. Disguised as a cleaner, Turon bowed slightly and pulled the cart past the checkpoint. Phew! How many days had it been since he had been trapped inside the demon realm, surrounded by walls and barriers? He let out a relieved sigh as the oppressive atmosphere of the enclosed space lifted from his shoulders. Entering a nearby alley, he opened the lid at the front of the cart and pulled out Rito, who was stuffed inside the burlap sack. She was tightly bound in chains, beaten to unconsciousness, and now looked no different from an ordinary person. That was easier than I expected. His plan had worked smoothly, disguising himself as Kadram to lure and capture Rito, then transforming into Rito to leave the mansion, finally stuffing her into a garbage cart and passing through the checkpoint unnoticed. Thinking back on the past few days, practicing transformations, secretly acquiring a cart, stealing clothes, and forging an entry pass, Turon almost felt a sense of anticlimax. He had even absorbed a small amount of magic power from the illusionist bloodline, in case an overzealous checkpoint officer decided to inspect the cart. Regardless, since everything had gone smoothly, that was all that mattered. After changing into the white robes commonly worn by House Aravian's nobles, Turon slung Rito over his shoulder and took off into the sky. It was not unusual for wizards to be seen flying in this area, so no one paid him any attention. After flying west for about 20 minutes, Turon reached the outskirts of Morgan City and pulled out a strand of red hair to cast tracking magic, determining his direction. Before long, he spotted Mesa leisurely flying over a sparsely populated hill, accompanied by 3 nobles from House Aravian. Using wind magic, Turon sent his voice to them. Everything went as planned, Mesa. Of course, there was no way the nobles of House Aravian, adept at reading wind currents, would fail to notice this. What was that? Did that guy just send a message through the wind? Do we know him? I've never seen him before. He does look a bit like Dex. Even though House Aravian was a great noble house with a considerable number of members, their total count was only around 100 or so. And since they lived far longer than ordinary people, they could usually recognize all of their kin. The only ones whose faces were relatively unknown were the elders who rarely engaged in external affairs. The reason they did not immediately suspect him was that his face resembled that of the young knight he had previously disguised as, only aged up. Since his features were a blend of several House Aravian nobles, they found him oddly familiar and assumed he must be an unknown relative. Just as their vague suspicion was about to turn into full-fledged doubt, an enormous surge of electricity erupted from behind them. Caught off guard by Mesa's sudden assault, the 3 nobles of House Aravian were incinerated into charred corpses before they could even scream. Looking down at the dead bodies, Mesa muttered as if making an excuse. They were all his underlings. Well done, let's move immediately. If they had been nobles from the younger faction, they might have only incapacitated them or tried persuading them to misdirect the pursuit. But since they belonged to the older faction, killing them outright was the cleanest option. Having eliminated any traces of pursuit, the 2 immediately flew south at full speed. The flying speed of nobles at the heir-apparent level of a great house was several times faster than an ordinary noble's running speed. As a result, they reached Zavalin City, the territory of House Burke, within just a couple of hours. Instead of entering the city directly, Turon and Mesa landed in a secluded valley nearby. Focusing his consciousness on the soul bond, it was not long before a golden eagle descended. Bige, perhaps it was the joy of reuniting with his soul-bound companion after so long, Bige chirped loudly, untied the rope binding the swing between its legs, and flew straight into Turon's arms. The bird rubbed itself affectionately against him before landing on the ground, where it began writing a lengthy message expressing how much she had missed him and scolding him for taking so long to return, practically composing an epic poem. Feeling guilty for leaving her alone for so long, Turon simply nodded along, responding with gentle affirmations. Watching this, Mesa chuckled softly from behind. Just then, a man stepped down from the swing Bige had carried and approached Turon. "You sure took your sweet time, man." The man, speaking in a grumbling tone, had gray hair tied in a ponytail and wore the typical attire of a traveler. From a distance, one could easily mistake him for Turon. However, up close, it was evident they were not the same. He was shorter, had a more robust build, and his face bore no real resemblance to Turon's. The man Salif tossed his gray wig aside and spoke. "Do you know how many days I've been flying around here on this thing? I figured you'd enjoy it, considering how much you always wanted to ride it. That was fun for the first day or 2. During the past several days when Turan had infiltrated the Aravian main house, Salif had been flying around Zavalin city in disguise, wearing a wig and similar clothes to Turan. This was to prepare for the possibility that Turan would be suspected as the one who had helped Mesa escape. Within the Burke household, he had avoided contact with others thanks to Ash's cooperation, while publicly showing himself outside to maintain the illusion that he had never left the Burke territory. Well anyway, this must be the Aravian lady. I'm Salif, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Mesa. Mesa had reached out to shake Salif's hand, but the moment their hands met, his wrist detached and fell off, causing her to scream in shock. Salif burst into laughter at the success of his prosthetic hand prank. Gotcha, don't tell me you've been putting off fixing that just to pull this prank. Do you think I'm an idiot? The healing process has been slow since I started treatment a while ago, but look, I've regrown everything up to my wrist. As he said, Salif's right arm, which had once been severed above the elbow, had now regenerated down to the wrist. It seemed the healer girl Ashes had brought in was diligently doing her job. Ignoring Mesa's bewildered gaze, Turan lowered Rito, whom he had been carrying over his shoulder, onto the ground. Well then, let's unwrap our gift. Soon, Mesa would have to ride Bige and fly far away beyond the reach of House Aravian. Before that, they needed to interrogate Rito, extract any useful information, and dispose of her. As Rito crawled out of the burlap sack, her once neat appearance was now barely recognizable. Having been repeatedly punched during her capture, her nose and cheekbones were broken, both eyes and lips were swollen, and several of her teeth were missing. When a bucket of water was thrown over her, she regained consciousness and quickly rolled her eyes around to assess her surroundings. Spotting the only familiar face, she desperately bowed her head toward Mesa. Lady, please spare me. I don't know what I did wrong, but please, I beg for your forgiveness. Her pitiful whimpering, muffled by her broken nose, was enough to make even other species reconsider eating her out of sheer sympathy. However, Mesa only looked down at Rito with cold, sharpened hatred in her eyes. Did you enjoy it? What? Killing my family? Did you have fun? At those words, Rito, who had been trembling, suddenly froze. As if her previous demeanor had been an act, she lifted her head, clicked her tongue, and let out a deep sigh. So you found out? I figured a day like this would come eventually. Before she could finish, Mesa struck her with a bolt of electricity. The power of the attack wasn't enough to kill even an ordinary person, but after being chained up for so long, Rito was no different from an ordinary person now. Keep talking. I'm not sure what you want me to say. Maybe how much blood your mother and little brother coughed up back then. Even after being electrocuted, she still had the gall to mock them. If nothing else, her courage was commendable. Seeing Mesa about to lash out with electricity again, Turan quickly intervened. Wait, you're too worked up. Take a deep breath and calm yourself. I'll handle the interrogation for now. At his words, Mesa finally realized she had nearly lost control and killed Rito in a blind rage. That couldn't happen. This woman needed to suffer several times more than her family had before she died. As Mesa stepped back and closed her eyes to steady herself, Turan briefly explained the situation to Salif, who was watching in confusion. That this woman was a noble of the Zahar bloodline who had assassinated Mesa's parents and had been working for House Aravian. A Zahar assassin working for Aravian? Why the hell would she do that? We're about to find out. Do you know anything about torture? Wouldn't say I'm an expert. What about you? I've never done it before, but I could if necessary. Hearing their exchange, Rito suddenly let out a chuckle. You two sound like clueless kids. Listen up, brats. I don't know what that girl promised you, but you'd better let me go now. Otherwise, you're going to regret ever being born. Do you really think you can run from Aravian forever? Even in complete captivity, Rito's face was filled with venomous defiance. However, Turan could smell the thick stench of fear and despair emanating from her. Her bravado was nothing more than a thin shell, one that would crumble with the slightest push. Rather than that, why don't you tell me something? How did you get Kadram on your side? I never expected an ambush in that place. If you tell me, I'll give you some information in return. How about it? I'm the one asking the questions. You just admitted you don't know how to torture someone. Beating, burning, and cutting aren't the only ways to inflict pain. Torture won't work, so you might as well. Perhaps her outburst was an attempt to ignore her own inner panic, but Rito, who had been passionately taunting them, suddenly stopped speaking. Turan, sensing something was off, looked up to see her swollen eyes wide open, staring at his face in shock. Karim, who's that? At Turan's question, Rito gasped and quickly shut her mouth. However, he had already caught the scent of her rising confusion and distress. Of course, unlike him, Rito wouldn't be able to smell anything from Turan. Her broken nose was likely filled with the overwhelming stench of blood. Answer me. Who is Karim? Who are your parents? No, which noble bloodline do you belong to? From her counter-question, Turan realized that she had once again seen traces of someone else in his face. After a brief moment of thought, he spontaneously came up with a lie. Talai Zahar. What? You must have heard of him. Back in the port city of Komid in the Emerald Desert, the city's lord had remarked that Turan bore a resemblance to Talais, the second-in-command of House Zahar. If Rateau had been raised solely as a wizard under House Aravian, she might not recognize Talais' face, but if that wasn't the case, now that you mention it, you do look a lot like him, even your eye color is the same. There's no way he got married again, so, are you an illegitimate child? Had she seen him using a transformation mask, she would have assumed that even this face was fabricated. But her only memory was of being suddenly beaten by Cadram before waking up here. Who could possibly imagine the existence of a relic that allowed someone to change their face at will? Moreover, in the midst of all this, Rateau had unconsciously revealed an important piece of information. She wasn't born and raised under House Aravian. She was a noble from House Zahar. Without revealing his realization, Turan continued questioning her. As I said, I'm the one asking the questions. Who is Karim? At his words, Rateau gave him a confused look and answered, he's Lord Talai's son, isn't he? If what you're saying is true, that would make him your half-brother, though well, I suppose you wouldn't know since he died in the war. The moment he heard those words, the scattered pieces of information in Turan's mind connected into a single picture. From what he had learned in Kalamaf, the man presumed to be his father was a young noble. Talais, the second-in-command of a great house and the direct younger brother of its head, wouldn't have been considered young. If both Talais and his son bore a resemblance to Turan, then logically Talais was likely his grandfather and Karim was most probably his father. More importantly, he's dead. Hearing that the man he assumed to be his father had already died, Turan felt a mix of disappointment and relief. The disappointment came from knowing he would never be able to meet the man who had brought him into this world. The relief came from the implication that, at least circumstantially, his father hadn't betrayed his mother. Why yeah, that's right, but listen, if you really are Lord Talai's son, then hurry up and untie me. I was only here because of orders from higher up. You must know how terrifying your father is, don't you? Was it because she had found a glimmer of hope in what had seemed like a completely hopeless situation? Rateau, who had been maintaining her arrogance just moments ago, now displayed an urgent and pitiful desperation. Meanwhile, Turan's expression hardened at her words. She had come here under the orders of the higher-ups. That meant that despite the war between their factions and their ongoing hostility, the upper ranks of the two great houses had been secretly working together behind the scenes. Chapter 77. Turan thought of Kjorn, that old knight who had lost his entire family and friends to war. When he learned that the house he had taken immense pride in had betrayed him in such a horrific manner, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. No, if one were to examine it closely, the thousands and tens of thousands of people who had died directly or indirectly due to the war between the two houses were all victims. While the shepherd dogs and young shepherds fought and bit each other without understanding the full picture, the old shepherd stood behind them, shaking hands and whispering in secret. In his heart, he wanted to wipe out the entire upper echelons of both houses, but that was impossible. No matter how powerful a wizard Turan was now, if the heads of the great houses were human, he was no more than a wildcat in comparison. Even so, compared to the past, when he had been nothing more than an insect or something even lesser, this was an immense improvement. Suppressing the rage boiling within him, Turan spoke softly to Rateau, who was sitting on the ground. All right, if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you meet Talai's Nim. Who gave you orders and in what manner? Whose instructions did you follow in House Aravian? At Turan's words, Rateau looked at him in shock. No, wait a moment. Did you not understand? I'm telling you this is the will of those above. Do you dare to interrogate me? Answer the question. Seeing that Turan ignored her warning, Rateau gritted her teeth and glanced around. The same venomous glare as before flickered in her eyes. Talai's Nim, let me see Talai's Nim. In front of him I can say everything. Turan reached out and covered Rateau's mouth, pinching her forearm lightly with his other hand. A piece of flesh was torn away and a horrifying scream erupted from behind his obstructing hand. I'll ask again. In House Zahar, you crazy son of a bitch. Instead of reacting to the insult, Turan covered her mouth once more and tore another piece of flesh from her arm. At the sight, not only Salif but even Mesa, who had been glaring with hatred just moments ago, turned deathly pale. Both of them, as successors of great houses, had experienced battle and taken lives before. However, it was their first time witnessing someone so thoroughly torment a defenseless person. Unlike the two, Turan did not feel even the slightest emotional disturbance despite torturing someone for the first time in his life. To him, Rateau was nothing more than a henchwoman of those old shepherds, an evildoer who had manipulated innocent lives. The moment he labeled his target as an enemy, a wolf beyond the fence, there was no hesitation in his actions. Of course, unless you were a wizard, Rateau, now no different from an ordinary human, could not endure such brutal torture for long. Before long, she was on the verge of passing out from pain and blood loss, but Turan would not allow even that escape. the healing magic artifact of Varaha. It was inefficient for a high-ranking noble's body, but when three top-class nobles poured their magic power into it, they could compensate for the inefficiency. Despite her desperate resistance, Turon forcibly fed the medicine into Rito's mouth, healed her, and then broke her again. How many times had he repeated this process? Unable to bear the sight any longer, Salif was the first to excuse himself, saying he would stand watch outside. Even someone who had slaughtered hundreds of pirates without flinching found the scene too revolting to endure. As the background noise of Bige hopping around on the dirt ground continued, Turon steadily refined his torture skills on Rito. With his keen sense of smell and ability to learn, he analyzed the scent of pain emanating from his victim, determining which areas to stimulate and how for maximum agony. At last, even Mesa, who had merely watched from behind, looked utterly drained. Then, with hollow eyes, Rito muttered, "I'll talk. No, I'll talk. Please, please stop. Just kill me instead." Compared to the dramatic sobbing and pleading she had done when she first came to her senses, her voice was eerily quiet. Turon brought his nose close to her neck and took a deep breath. Amid the thick scent of blood, he could smell fear, despair, and resignation. According to the confession of the half-broken Rito, the one who had directly dispatched her to House Aravian was Raman, one of House Zahar's successor candidates and the cousin of the head of the house. The order was to faithfully carry out the directives given by 6 high-ranking figures in House Aravian, including Kadram Aravian. Since it was a secret mission, no one in House Zahar knew about it except for Raman, and on the Aravian side, only those 6 individuals and their direct subordinates were aware of Rito's true identity. Surprisingly, the head of House Aravian was not among those 6, and Rito herself did not know whether he was aware of this internal collusion. Even those 6 who knew her identity treated her strictly as a mere maid in the presence of the head, and the head himself showed no particular regard for her. Have you ever searched the head's residence? With your concealment abilities, it wouldn't have been difficult. I never bothered. I figured knowing unnecessary things would only put me in danger. Rito admitted that she had simply carried out the missions assigned to her like a machine, without ever trying to investigate those giving her orders in any depth. To Turon, this level of passivity was absurd, but in reality, the world was full of such people. After confirming that she wasn't lying about only performing her assigned duties in the head's residence, he shifted the topic back to the head himself. What kind of person was he? He just seemed like an old man, so exhausted that he had no interest in the affairs of the world. Hearing this, Mesa unconsciously nodded beside him. It seemed she had perceived a similar impression from her own father. Had the head been secretly pulling all the strings while pretending not to know anything, or was he truly just an indifferent absolute ruler? Given Mesa's background, the former was more likely, but the latter couldn't be completely ruled out. As he ran through various hypotheses in his mind, Turon next asked how Rito had managed to operate as a spy for so many years without being exposed. After all, if a maid never aged, it would naturally raise suspicions that she was a wizard. However, the solution to this issue was so absurdly simple that it was almost laughable. When she first infiltrated 15 years ago, she pretended to be 20 years old. After that, she gradually changed her makeup techniques to make herself appear older. And they actually believed that. Yes, Turon splashed water onto Rito's face, which was a mess of tears and blood, to wash away her makeup. Sure enough, whereas she had previously looked to be in her early to mid-30s, her bare face now appeared to be in her mid-20s. To be able to alter her face without a magic artifact, one could only call it a magical technique in itself. Momentarily impressed by this revelation, Turon quickly returned to questioning her about the crimes she had carried out. Though these were already implied in the documents of the middle-aged noble faction, hearing the details directly from the perpetrator was an entirely different matter. As he pointed out various passages from the documents and had her annotate them one by one, the topic shifted to Mesa's family. "Those 2 know, to be precise, those 3, I poisoned them. When they went on an outing near the city, I secretly laced their food." Poison? Turon frowned at the unexpected revelation. It was common knowledge that poison was ineffective against wizards, especially nobles. For a knight, it might be possible to die if they consumed enough poison to kill hundreds of ordinary people, but for nobles, even drinking poison until their stomach burst would only result in mild diarrhea at most. Unless, of course, one possessed the bloodline ability of those long-extinct knight hunters who were known to wield poisons. Yes, I don't know where it came from, but it was incredibly potent. Even though she was weak, she was still a noblewoman, yet it was strong enough to kill her, and it even put Mesa, who had already accumulated considerable strength, in danger. Turon furrowed his brows at the revelation that Mesa had also been poisoned. It seemed highly likely that this was the direct cause of her eating disorder. What he couldn't understand was how they had dared to administer poison to her, someone who should have possessed the body of a divine being. No matter how weak she had been, this was a deadly poison strong enough to kill Mesa's noble mother. They must have either known for certain that it wouldn't be fatal or simply not cared whether she died or was severely injured. You're sure you don't know where the poison came from? Yes. Turan persistently repeated the question, watching for any signs of hesitation, but he didn't get the impression that she was lying. After verifying a few more details about her crimes, he finally ran out of things to ask. Then, it looks like we've extracted everything we can. Mesa, if you want revenge, I'll step aside for you. No, that's enough. Surprisingly, Mesa's face showed little hatred toward Rito as she responded. She already looks like nothing more than an empty shell, and I don't think I could inflict pain as effectively as you did. Had watching Turan's torture already satisfied her desire for vengeance? Mesa raised her hand, gathered a small amount of electricity, and struck Rito down, ending her life. A moment later, with Salif now returned, the three of them and the Golden Eagle absorbed the magic power from her corpse and sent her soul into oblivion. After erasing all remaining traces, an awkward silence lingered before Salif spoke up. That torture, it didn't bother you? Not really, it was something that had to be done, Turan replied. Salif opened his mouth as if to say something, then simply shook his head. They say desert nobles are ruthless. I guess that wasn't a lie. Well, whatever, being cruel to enemies is a necessary trait. As long as you're good to your own people, that's what matters. The way he muttered it sounded less like he was speaking to someone else and more like he was trying to convince himself. Truthfully, Turan was well aware that his personality wasn't exactly normal. Ordinary people couldn't become this emotionally detached just by labeling someone as an enemy. It was the same reason why, when Kjorn had once praised him as a good person, he had internally thought otherwise. After roughly finishing up, Turan turned to Mesa, who still had a slightly dazed expression. Looks like it's time for us to part ways. It seems so. Unlike Mesa, who was fleeing far away, Turan and Salif planned to return to the Burke estate. They needed to distribute the documents they had obtained to various vassal houses, stirring public outrage and preventing those in power from exerting undue pressure. And in the worst-case scenario, if things went completely south, they had to at least ensure the Burke family could escape. Before you leave, we should arrange a food supply. It'll be a while before we meet again. Hearing Turan's words, Mesa looked slightly embarrassed as she glanced at Salif. Food supply? As I mentioned before, Mesa has difficulty consuming food properly, so we need to help her. How? Instead of answering immediately, Turan cast a brief look at Mesa. He considered that the process, knocking her out, inserting a tube into her throat and feeding her directly, might be humiliating for her. Can I explain, Mesa? If I'm not around later, you might have to ask him for help. Mesa let out a small groan before nodding. After explaining the process of sedating her and inserting a tube to directly feed her stomach, Salif gaped in shock. I take back what I said earlier, you're a fucking lunatic. After ensuring her last meal supply, Mesa flew south, riding a sling attached to Baige's body. Her destination was the hot spring region of the Suraf wetland. If she could establish a friendly relationship with the great monkey king Akul under Baige's mediation, there would be no one in the area who would dare touch her. Besides, Rita, who frequented the region, wasn't particularly aggressive, so there was little risk of conflict. After secretly returning to the Burke estate, Turan reported everything that had happened to Ashes. Ashes, as if struggling to withstand the pressure, sank deep into his chair and shook his head vigorously. You actually went through with it, so now it's just a battle of nerve and resolve, huh? That's right. In a matter of days at the shortest, or a few weeks at most, House Aravian would come to learn that an unknown benefactor had helped Mesa escape. Turan was certain that, among the potential suspects for this act, he would rank somewhere around third or fourth. The first to third suspects would likely be Rito or other Zahar nobles. What he needed to do now was to ensure that he was not identified as the benefactor while also protecting House Burke from facing unjust pressure. In other words, it was a kind of show of force. With the power Turan currently possessed, this was more than achievable, but considering the necessity of maintaining the illusion that he was of the barrier master bloodline, it wouldn't be an entirely easy task. Can we withstand this? It's entirely possible. He had already ensured that the corruption of Aravian nobles was anonymously leaked to various vassal houses through couriers. If all of them were in a state of fury, would House Aravian dare to impose excessive penalties on House Burke or attempt to destroy them? Unless the head of House Aravian personally led an invasion, such an attempt would be utterly impossible. And considering they lacked definitive proof that Turan was the perpetrator, it would be a reckless move to take action against him. Several days passed, yet surprisingly, the nobles of House Aravian did not make a move, not even by the time Salif's hand had completely healed. Meanwhile, through Baige, who had returned, they confirmed that Mesa had safely arrived at the hot spring region. During this period, Turan also became acquainted with Ryua, the woman of the healer bloodline who had been treating Salif. After learning that Turon was the financial backer covering Salif's medical expenses, Rua proposed several plans to support the lives of commoners, to which Turon readily provided funding. Not only was he pleased to see a shepherd tending to the flock well, but this was also a way to keep Salif's treatment under wraps. About a week later, the effects of the corruption documents he had secretly sent to each house began to surface. Several vassal houses, enraged, sent a proposal to gather and march together to Morgan City in protest. Naturally, House Burke was included, as Turon had also sent an anonymous letter to Medela, the head of the house. When the head heard that both Turon and Salif would be joining, she was visibly pleased. In a situation where a show of force was necessary, having Turon along with Salif, the wandering noble, even just as additional numbers held significance. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, only Haram and Ash's father remained at the house, while the rest of the Burke family, accompanied by dozens of knights, set out for Morgan City. By the time they arrived, more than a dozen noble houses had already gathered. The number of nobles alone was in the dozens, while the number of knights reached the hundreds in overwhelming force. The sight of them brought to mind the past dark elf subjugation force. The head of House Burke is here as well. Of course, I still cannot believe Mesa was forced to live in such a state. Just what were they thinking? Medela, the head of House Burke and Mesa's grandaunt, was seething with anger, just the right presence to set the atmosphere ablaze. As everyone awaited an official response from House Aravian, dozens of Aravian nobles approached via the main street of Morgan City. Turon's expression hardened as he sensed a familiar presence among them, prompting Salif to whisper beside him, "What is it?" "He's here," Battle Aravian, the head of House Aravian. Upon hearing this, Salif clicked his tongue. "If that bastard targets us here, we're all dead, aren't we?" "No way." Trying to abduct and interrogate Turon without a shred of evidence. That would be equivalent to House Aravian throwing away the entire power structure it had maintained until now. Regardless of what the head, the upper echelons, or even the gods were thinking, as long as they intended to preserve the existing order, such an action was impossible. However, if the head of House Aravian disregarded all of that and attacked him, at least once I should be able to hold him off and escape. If he were to face the head of the house one-on-one, there was a high likelihood that he would be killed instantly. However, here there were dozens of nobles gathered, starting with Salif. No matter how transcendently powerful one might be, when faced with such numbers, some level of resistance was inevitable. If he could withstand the initial attack and blend in with those fleeing, then escape on Bige. Not even the head of House Aravian would be able to pursue him. Bige's speed was far beyond what any human using wind magic for flight could ever hope to match. Even with that assurance, Turon felt a cold sweat trickling down his back from the sheer tension. No matter how certain he was of his ability to escape, it was natural to feel anxious and afraid when a predator capable of tearing him apart was right before him. At that moment, Battle Aravian opened his aged lips and began to speak. "My brothers, I regret that we have gathered under such unfortunate circumstances." Just as before, his voice carried clearly across hundreds of meters, amplified by wind magic. As the gathered heads of houses listened, Turon subtly inched closer from behind, heightening his sensitivity to the sacred relic as much as possible, attempting to glimpse the head's emblem. The closer he got, the more the initially faint symbol began to take clearer shape. A cloud infused with lightning, a symbol unique to House Aravian, and beneath it a tightly clenched fist. 3 symbols shone brightly. Chapter 78. The Plains, which had been noisy due to the words of battle, the head of House Aravian fell silent in an instant. No matter how angry they were, it was difficult to raise their voices recklessly in front of that powerful wizard. "Regarding this matter, I will entrust all authority to Lyn Aravian, my dear cousin and the hero who led the Battle of Dakin to victory in the past. Please consider his words as my own." After saying that, Battle closed his eyes and took a few steps back, like an old man whose strength had been drained. Even though he had personally come forward in such an important situation, no one among his vassals dared to protest against his decision to appoint a proxy. If the head of the house stepped forward directly, they would only be intimidated during the conversation. This way, it was more advantageous. More than anything, Battle's face, as he stepped back, looked genuinely exhausted. A moment later, Lyn, the elder of House Aravian whom Battle had just introduced, stepped forward to take his place. "Now everyone listen, the document in question this time is..." To their utter dismay, it was claimed that a noble from House Zahar had infiltrated the main residence not long ago, stolen several confidential documents, and even forged them. Except for the fact that the noble in question did not actually belong to House Zahar, the claim was fairly close to the truth. However, such a story was not convincing to the vassal houses. Since when has the stronghold of House Aravian been so lax? What about the Wall of Light? Doesn't the information in the documents match exactly with my younger brother's death? We have already captured and interrogated someone who witnessed the magical beast on our side. Forgery? What nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Unlike the head of the house, the elder seemed easier to challenge, and so the heads of the vassal houses raised their voices in succession, refuting the claims. Taking advantage of the commotion, Turon called Ashes, who was standing beside him. Ashes, what is it? That person over there, do you know what bloodline they belong to? Turon pointed toward a robust middle-aged woman standing among the young nobles of the Frost bloodline. The reason he singled her out was because the emblem within her body was the same clenched fist shape he had just seen from battle. She's probably someone who married into that house like Uncle Haram. I think she's specialized in close combat. Can you find out for sure? Is it important? Very. Wait just a moment. Without asking further, Ashes immediately approached them and started a conversation. The nobles of the Frost bloodline, who had been in the middle of a serious discussion, showed signs of annoyance at the unexpected interruption. However, it did not take long before they were swayed by Ash's sociability, their expressions softening into smiles. It took less than 3 minutes for him to return with an answer. She's from the fighter bloodline, but why does that matter all of a sudden? Turon was about to answer but then glanced at Battle, who was standing a little distance away, and closed his mouth. The bloodline ability of House Aravian was merely reading the flow of the wind, not enhanced hearing. However, somehow he had an uneasy feeling that a person of Battle's caliber might be able to control all the wind around them and listen in on conversations. This place is too open, I'll tell you later. When we get back. Yeah, soothing Ashes, Turon recalled the bloodline of Battle, the head of House Aravian that he had just seen. A storm cloud mixed with lightning and a clenched fist, symbols representing the storm bloodline. In other words, he possessed not just one but 3 bloodline abilities: wind, lightning, and strength. But Battle's parents were nobles from House Aravian and House Carmine. Of course, the genealogy he had seen in the library did not specify the bloodlines of Battle's grandparents. It was possible that a latent trait had surfaced after several generations. However, Turon instinctively suspected that this fighter bloodline was the result of some artificial manipulation. After all, both Salif and Mesa had only possessed 2 bloodlines. Perhaps the mental processing work they did was a necessary condition for granting new bloodline abilities. As Turon remained deep in thought for a long while, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind. It was Medela, the head of House Burke. I have no desire to speak further, Lady Mesa. Those who tormented my niece must be appropriately punished. Just how cruelly did you treat her for the heir of a great house to flee from her own family? At her outburst, Salif, who was standing nearby, flinched, while others immediately chimed in with a resounding indeed. The documents detailing the corruption of the Aravian nobles were filled with records of the vassal houses gathered here, specifically those that had not aligned with them being subjected to various disadvantages. However, the most substantial portion of the documents concerned the harassment of Mesa. It was customary for matters within a house to be handled internally, but wasn't this going too far? Moreover, a significant number of the people here were distant relatives of Medela, meaning they were also related to Mesa by blood. From the beginning, ensuring the safety of the next head of a great house was a matter of great importance to the vassal houses. At this, the elder hesitated for a moment before bringing up something unexpected. The document states that Mesa, that is, Lady Mesa, fled on her own. However, that is not the truth. Lady Mesa was kidnapped while taking a walk outside the city by those damned Zahars. What did you just say? What nonsense is this now? Are you saying that House Aravian is full of idiots who failed to notice dozens of Zahar nobles invading? Or what, are you claiming that the head of House Zahar personally set foot in the Taking Plains? At the last remark, the gathered nobles instinctively turned their gazes toward Battle Aravian. If the Zahars, those murderers from the Emerald Desert, had truly come, then they would need the power of a mighty head of house to stand against them. However, instead of speaking, Battle simply closed his wrinkled eyes in silence. Sensing the growing tension, the elder cleared his throat with a loud hum to draw attention before speaking. We are currently investigating who was responsible for the abduction. But if all of you continue to distrust us and remain divided like this, the matter cannot be properly resolved. Please cooperate. If House Aravian stands united, how could those filthy desert hounds dare to target the descendants of the Thunder Lord? It seemed that the main House of Aravian had decided to shift the blame for this incident onto the nobles of House Zahar. After all, there was no better way to mend internal fractures than by emphasizing an external enemy. Besides, given that there were already connections between some within Aravian and House Zahar, even in the worst-case scenario, they could simply stage a controlled conflict to make it seem credible. Could this really all be a scheme of the Zahars? If it is, isn't that an even bigger problem? That would mean House Aravian was completely unable to respond to their schemes. Now that you mention it, that's true. However, there was something the elder had not anticipated. The vassal houses were interpreting his claim as proof of Aravian's loss of leadership. Ordinarily, no one would dare say such things in front of a powerful head of house. But now, with him aged and feeble, the situation was different. As murmurs of discontent spread, a flicker of realization crossed the elder's face. Now, wait a moment, step back for a moment, Lin. The elder, who had been about to speak further, quickly withdrew at the command of a low, aged voice. Battle, who had until now remained still with his eyes closed, had stepped forward. As the old head of house took the lead once more, the members of the vassal houses ceased their protests and turned to face him. As I stated earlier, it appears that the nobles of House Zahar were involved in this incident. However, some of the disadvantages suffered by the vassals are undoubtedly the responsibility of our own kin. Thus, I will form an investigative group that will include some among you to look into this matter. Even without using wind magic as he had before, Battle's voice carried much more strength and clarity than before, reaching even those standing at a considerable distance. And that was not the only change. As the once clear sky gathered, clouds and thunder rumbled in the distance, a display of power unfolded, one reminiscent of the time when the dark elf subjugation force had been dispatched. The vassals, witnessing a mere fragment of that overwhelming power, hesitated before nodding in agreement. If the head of the house is willing to concede that much, that would be acceptable. Had he simply wielded his power to threaten them outright, their pride would not have allowed them to yield. However, Battle, while demonstrating his strength, had also extended his proposal in a way that respected them, leaving them an avenue to retreat. As a result, though the vassals still looked somewhat reluctant, they could not openly oppose him any further. "Hey, is this really okay? The atmosphere feels off," Salif murmured to Turon, stealing a glance at him, but Turon could not answer. That was because he had perceived the changes occurring within Battle, changes that differed from his previous weary demeanor. That is, the moment Battle stepped forward and wielded his magic, something new emerged between the scattered storm clouds and the clenched fist. A hammer and an anvil, the very symbol of the enchanter bloodline, the same one associated with House Burke. The clenched fist lifted the hammer high and then brought it crashing down onto the anvil. As it struck, the lightning and wind that erupted from the impact swirled violently within Battle. Turon immediately grasped the significance of this. The Thunder Lord, a wielder of a great hammer who commanded the storm and lightning. What was occurring within Battle's body at that moment was a manifestation of the very figure that House Aravian revered as their progenitor, the mighty pre-god known as the Thunder Lord. After showcasing his power once, Battle once again withdrew, resuming the appearance of a frail old man. The vassal assembly then continued discussions with the elders for several more hours before finally reaching a compromise. As originally promised, Kadram and the other middle-aged nobles would be temporarily stripped of their power, and a thorough investigation would be conducted, including members from the vassal houses. Furthermore, they secured an agreement that no one would suffer any repercussions under the pretext of the recent gathering and display of force. To Turon, this was likely the most realistic outcome. House Aravian was not about to be completely overturned, but at the very least, with the middle-aged faction partially weakened and the vassals' demands met, House Burke no longer faced an immediate threat. However, the faces of the Burke nobles upon their return to Zavalin were far from bright. After all, their relative and the next heir of House Aravian, Mesa, was missing, whether she had run away or been abducted. On top of that, they had directly confronted their ruling house. Even if an agreement had been reached to overlook the matter, it was still an unpleasant situation to have fallen out of favor with their superiors. Upon returning to House Burke, Turon did not discuss the Thunder Lord with Salif and Ashes. Having witnessed someone truly wielding divine power, he was reluctant to speak of it so openly, even in a relatively safe location. Fortunately, both of them understood when he promised to explain once they were in a more secure setting. A few days later, just as expected, House Aravian's investigative team came looking for Turon. "You are Turon, the wandering noble of the Barrier Master bloodline, correct?" "Yes," one of Mesa's few external friends, a person who had coincidentally been near the area just weeks before the incident and had even sent her a letter. On top of that, someone highly skilled in magic and possessing considerable magical power. Looking at these facts alone, he was undeniably a suspicious individual. Officially, the matter had been attributed to a scheme by House Zahar, so the extent of their suspicion was merely whether he had been a collaborator. Of course, their investigation soon hit an unexpected roadblock. He was flying through the sky on a swing pulled by a golden eagle. Yes, I saw it myself. And just a week ago, too. That's right. The city's residents had testified about Salif's actions while he was pretending to be Turon, and even the household servants of the Burke family consistently claimed they had seen Turon every day. This was thanks to Ashes spreading the story in advance. Of course, if they had resorted to torture, a few people might have broken and confessed, but House Aravian was hardly in a position to attempt such a thing. The investigation team had even assessed how strong and fast Turan's golden eagle Bige was. However, the clever Bige deliberately acted weak, displaying less than a tenth of her usual strength in front of them. Bige faster. Fly as fast as you can. Even as Turan, seated on the swing, sharply reprimanded her, Bige let out strained noises and struggled to fly, barely managing to stay aloft. Seeing this, the investigation team had no choice but to conclude that the golden eagle was not particularly useful for escaping. No matter how intelligent a magical beast might be compared to ordinary animals, it was difficult for them to imagine that Bige was deliberately ignoring commands as part of a prearranged deception with his master. Only after Turan also verified his identity as a noble of the Barrier Master bloodline did the investigation team finally acknowledge his innocence and withdraw. Through this process, he realized one more thing. As expected, their connection with the Zahars isn't as strong as I thought. If the middle-aged faction of House Aravian had truly maintained deep ties with House Zahar, at least one of them should have recognized Turan's face or been reminded of his father or grandfather upon seeing his portrait. The fact that they hadn't meant that they either lacked access to the faces of Zahar nobles, or even if they had met them, it wasn't frequent enough for them to recognize them. Ideally, Turan would have liked to infiltrate their main estate again to conduct further reconnaissance, but doing so a second time would be difficult. Given his last stunt, they would now be aware of the existence of magic artifacts capable of forging false faces and voices. After staying for another month, Turan finally informed Medela of his intention to leave House Burke. Considering that he had initially used meeting Mesa as an excuse to stay, his departure was actually overdue. Medela, however, expressed her gratitude. She knew that Turan had remained to increase the family's numbers, helping them endure House Aravian's pressure. Well then, shall we go? I swear I never want to ride this damned swing again. With Salif grumbling about how sick he was of the swing after riding it nonstop for days, Turan departed from House Burke in the dead of night, seated on it. By now, Bige could fly at such an altitude that they would appear as mere specks from the ground, ensuring that their movements could not be tracked. Passing over the tacking plains, they traveled through the reforested lands being rebuilt by pioneers, then crossed the wasteland, eventually reaching the Suruf wetlands. Even though the swing had been reinforced and was now heavier than before, they managed to reach the hot spring region in just 3 or 4 days of flight. Turan, it's been a while, Mesa. After 2 months apart, Mesa was now looking after a baby monkey. However, her face and body had not gained much weight, suggesting that she had struggled to feed herself properly. Considering how quickly she had regained weight when food was directly pushed into her stomach, there was no way she would be in this state if she had been eating even a little properly. Has life here been all right? Yes, Akil has been treating me well. Akil, the monkey king who ruled over the hot spring region, let out a loud HMMPH through his nostrils at her words. Unlike his rough demeanor toward Turan in the past, he was surprisingly gentle with Mesa. It almost made Turan suspect that Akil simply had a preference for women. What are you glaring at, you bastard? Yet judging by the way Akil showed clear displeasure toward Salif, that suspicion only grew stronger. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Mesa's expression turned slightly anxious as she asked, "How is House Burke?" And my aunt, she had likely spent the past month here worrying most about their safety. Turan and Salif, as high-ranking nobles, had no trouble taking care of themselves. However, Mesa and her family were relatively weaker and had many things to protect. The reason she had never complained about the harassment she endured was out of fear that House Burke would be crushed under the power of House Aravian. Understanding this, Turan carefully explained to Mesa everything that had happened in the Tacking Plains after she left. So, for the time being, things should be safe, at least as long as the external tension with House Zahar remains. That's a relief. Hearing his explanation, a bright smile spread across Mesa's face. She had likely been deeply anxious during her time here, practically confined to the hot spring region with no news from the outside. Just as Turan nodded in agreement, she suddenly pulled him into a hug. Although she had gained some weight since before, her frame was still so thin that he could barely feel any weight. I was so overwhelmed last time, but after coming here, I realized I never got the chance to say this. Truly, truly thank you for pulling me out of that hell. Turan hesitated, unsure of how to respond, before simply patting her back a few times. Chapter 79. After releasing their embrace, the three maintained an awkward silence for a moment before deciding to first relieve the fatigue of their long journey. While Mesa took care of Bige, Turan soaked in the hot spring with Salif. Oh, this is amazing. It would be even better if it were just a little hotter. The place they were in was the hottest spring in this area, the same one he had entered with Rita in the past, but even that did not seem to satisfy Salif. Well, after all, one of the two bloodlines latent in his body granted him the power to handle fire. Just as Turan was born with exceptional senses of smell and agility, Salif had the ability to perceive various types of light and possessed resistance to heat. Though as seen from how the nobles of House Varaha were injured in the explosion, it was not at an absolute level. As Turan quietly closed his eyes and enjoyed the heat, Salif beside him spoke in a low voice. Hey Turan, what? That girl is completely into you, isn't she? What are you talking about all of a sudden? You could tell just from her behavior earlier. Honestly, if I were a woman, I'd have fallen for a man who overturned an entire noble house to save me too. That's not the case. Based on his past experiences, when people felt what was commonly called love, their bodies emitted a scent similar to that of a beast in heat. However, Turan had never once caught such a scent from Mesa. Even during their embrace earlier, all he had sensed was a mix of joy and sorrow, a rather complex set of emotions. Oblivious to this, Salif smirked knowingly and said, "Come on, don't be so stiff. You took a risk for her because you're interested in her, didn't you? When I saved you, I also risked getting on House Varaha's bad side. Don't tell me you think I did that because I was interested in you. No, that's not the same thing." Hearing Turan's response, Salif clicked his tongue in disbelief and soon changed the subject. "At the very least, speak more casually. The three of us have similar statuses, skills, and even ages, yet you two keep using honorifics with each other. It makes me the only one who feels awkward. If nothing else, saying our ages are similar is a bit shameless." Turan was 19, Mesa was 22, whereas Salif was 58, nearly 3 times their age. Of course, considering that high-ranking nobles lived close to 300 or 400 years, the difference was not so great that they could not be considered the same generation. Hearing Turan's reasonable argument, Salif immediately burst out in frustration. "If you're going to treat me like an old man, at least show me some respect as an elder." After finishing their bath, the two dried themselves, got dressed, and parted ways to take care of their respective tasks. As Salif was about to leave, Turan gave him one last warning. "I already told you, but don't ever hunt the monkeys here. They're all Akul's family." I got it. "If I see any monkeys in danger, I'll even rescue them, so don't worry." Salif waved his hand confidently and walked off, and Turan, after activating his senses, set off to find Mesa. While Salif went off to hunt for an impressive game for their meal, Turan planned to administer the nourishment in advance. After all, it seemed like Mesa felt embarrassed showing the process to others. Before long, Turan arrived at Mesa's location and unexpectedly came across an unusual sight, making him stop in his tracks. She was sitting with Bige on her lap, carefully massaging the base of her wings. "How about here? Does this feel good?" Bige chirped and stretched out one leg, writing something on the ground. It appeared to be words like "feels good" and a little more to the right. Since Bige's facial muscles were not as developed as a human's, she could not make rich expressions, but her half-lidded eyes were enough to tell just how much she was enjoying it. After massaging for a few more minutes, Mesa lightly patted Bige's wings and stood up. "All right, that's enough, do more. I'll do it later, or ask Akil to do it. He's too dumb to do it. He's too strong and his fingers are too thick." Bige stomped her feet as if urging Mesa to read the words she had written on the ground. She usually did not act this petulantly unless Turan was not around, which meant she had grown even closer to Mesa. Well, just like Turan, Mesa was also someone who matched with Bige. Judging by the goodwill Bige had shown Turan when they first met, it was clear that there was a special bond between magical beasts and the humans connected to them by bloodline. Turan watched their close interaction with satisfaction, but soon a thought crossed his mind. If Mesa were to inherit my soul contract, would she be able to use wind magic? Of course, he had absolutely no intention of abandoning Bige, but there was no guarantee that such a situation would never arise. For example, if he found a magical beast that matched with the Zahar bloodline, but his soul lacked the capacity to accommodate both, or if he were to die unexpectedly. Lost in these hypothetical thoughts for a moment, Turan snapped back to reality as he saw Mesa successfully pacify the whining Bige and send her off to Akil. "You're done with your bath, I see," Mesa greeted him. "Ah yes." After answering, Turan suddenly recalled his conversation with Salif earlier and spoke up. "Let's start speaking casually with each other from now on. We're comrades." I already speak informally with Salif anyway. When he had begun speaking casually with Ashes, it had not felt this awkward, but suggesting the same to Mesa somehow did. Okay. Turan, Mesa seemed to feel the same, as she responded with a strangely hesitant expression. Ignoring the awkwardness, Turan moved straight to the main topic. "Salif will be preparing dinner soon, but I think it'd be best to administer the nourishment beforehand. You haven't eaten anything since we left, have you?" "Yeah, I tried, but it still doesn't work well." Turan could see the self-reproach on Mesa's face as she spoke. He could guess that it was likely anger at her own weakness for not being able to overcome the trauma. Instead of immediately telling her to begin the nourishment process, Turan placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke calmly. I don't know how you feel, I've never experienced the suffering of being unable to eat. But Rateau is dead, and as long as I'm here, no noble from House Zahar can sneak up on you. From the interrogation of Rateau last time, Turon had been able to roughly deduce the reason behind Mesa's eating disorder. It must have been the lingering memory of suffering from poison, having ingested it along with her mother and younger brother when they were assassinated. Turon wanted to reassure her that the one who had poisoned them was already dead, and that even if someone tried something similar again, he would be there to stop it. However, instead of expressing gratitude, Mesa let out a faint groan and shook her head. It's not because I'm afraid of being poisoned. Then what is it? Turon asked instinctively, though he half expected her not to answer. Mesa had always been reluctant to talk about that day. But perhaps because the shift to casual speech had slightly closed the emotional distance between them, she hesitated for a moment before blurting out, I feel so cowardly. Turon did not ask why she thought of herself that way. Instead, he remained silent, instinctively sensing that she would explain on her own. As expected, Mesa soon began to recount what had happened in the past. 10 years ago, 3 people had gone on a picnic to a scenic hill near Morgan City. However, while they were eating their packed meal, a sudden stomachache struck, and her younger brother, who had not yet awakened his magic power, was the first to deteriorate. What saved him was Mesa's magic artifact for healing, which she possessed despite her young age and the fact that she was already considered an heir. Though it did not have the ability to remove poison, making it as futile as pouring water into a bottomless jar, it could at least keep him from dying immediately, even as blood poured from his body. The problem was that, in the meantime, both her mother, who had magical power at the level of a low-ranking noble, and Mesa herself were also succumbing to the poison. As her mother and younger brother begged her in agony to save them, all Mesa could do was shed tears of blood and alternate the use of the healing artifact to temporarily delay their deaths. To make matters worse, the knights who were supposed to be stationed nearby for their protection had all disappeared, leaving Mesa unable to call for help. Her mother and brother continued crying out for their lives while shedding tears of blood. The unbearable pain of poisoning burned through her entire body. Her magic power was gradually drying up. In the end, I used the little remaining magic power to heal myself. I was scared. I was afraid that if I kept treating them, I would die too. If I had just pushed myself a little harder, I might have been able to save them all. Mesa lowered her head as if she were a sinner, her reddish-brown hair falling over her face. Hearing her full story, Turon realized that he had completely misunderstood the cause of her eating disorder. The wound embedded in her heart was not fear of death, it was the guilt of having survived after abandoning her family. What was the right thing to say here? Turon ran through various responses in his head, but in the end, he simply spoke his honest thoughts without calculation. I don't know if my words will comfort you, but you didn't do anything wrong. No one can demand a 12-year-old child to sacrifice herself to save her family. No one has the right to blame you, not even the family members who were lost. After all, it was also at the age of 12 that Turon had lost his mother and fought a war with his village. When he thought about how young and easily frightened he had been at that time, he could never bring himself to call her actions cowardly. Hearing this, Mesa buried her face deeper into her hair and began to sob. After a brief moment of comfort, Mesa gathered her courage and tried eating a piece of bread, only to vomit it back up. As before, she eventually passed out and had the nourishment administered while unconscious. Later, after a meal of roasted rabbit prepared by Salif, Turon gathered his comrades and proposed they analyze the current situation and discuss their next course of action. The first topic that came up was the 4 symbols embedded in the body of battle, the head of House Aravian, which they had seen in Morgan City. 4 bloodline abilities. It's probably wind, lightning, physical strength, and enchantment magic. Then, does that mean the Thunder Lord resides within the body of the head of House Aravian? Wait, hold on, Salif glanced at Mesa as he spoke. I don't know much about that god, but wasn't the Thunder Lord a man? That's right, yeah, he was. She had agreed to speak casually with Salif as well, but it seemed she was still not quite used to it. Then that means he was planning to switch to a female body later. Just imagining myself as a woman is horrifying, but damn, that's impressive, in more ways than one. Well, after living for so long, maybe that kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. It's not like House Aravian has never had a female head before, or maybe, it's not actually the Thunder Lord himself. Turon's hypothesis made both of them widen their eyes. What do you mean not himself? I mean, the body he's inhabiting is of Aravian blood, so he can use the Thunder Lord's abilities to some extent, but the soul itself might belong to a different god entirely. The ancestor of the Enchanter bloodline is actually a more famous deity after all. The Lame Goddess, the name of the god who created Orm's library, the old Empire roads, and various other relics came from Mesa's lips. It's also suspicious that the fourth bloodline, which was added just as he started making his move, turned out to be the enchanter bloodline. Maybe the head of the family's consciousness is usually in control, but whenever he uses his power, the god's consciousness takes over. The way he felt when he was in the background and when he stepped forward was completely different. Well, yeah, he did seem like a completely different person. Wait, hold on. So that means a woman was inhabiting a man's body, that's something else. Salif, who had been nodding in agreement, suddenly fixated on an odd point and began mumbling to himself, wondering whether it was stranger for the god inside the head of House Aravian to be male or female. Turan knocked lightly on a rock to draw attention back to the discussion and concluded, at least there's one fortunate thing, he can't wield his power freely. If he could, he wouldn't have needed to send a proxy in the first place. This meant that even if the three of them could not reach battle's level of strength, as long as they could hold their ground adequately, they had a chance of winning. At that moment, Mesa turned to Salif and asked, the ancestor of House Varaha was the Silver Sun, right? Yeah, so what four bloodlines do you think they have? We might be able to guess based on scriptures and legends. At Mesa's suggestion, Salif hummed in thought before recalling something. For this side as well, one of the four is probably a bloodline related to close combat. There are plenty of stories about warriors wielding swords of light to massacre goblins. Goblins were an Eastern race known for their sharp, shark-like teeth and infamous for their fondness for eating children. Of course, in modern times, like many other non-human species, they had been pushed to the wilderness by humans and were now nothing more than a dwindling tribe in remote areas. I wish I could go back and ask about it, or at least dig through the family's archives. Of course, if Salif were to truly return to House Varaha as he suggested, it would immediately turn into a war. Turan, struck by a sudden thought, looked at Mesa and spoke. Maybe you also have the enchanter bloodline latent within you. Me, I originally only had two as well. It was possible that Mesa's potential was even greater than Turan's, and that when she reached her limits, a third bloodline could awaken. If that happened, she might be able to stand against battle. Turan also considered the possibility that Salif might have similar latent qualities. When he mentioned this, Mesa and Salif each looked at themselves and then at each other before tilting their heads in uncertainty. A third bloodline ability, do we really have something like that? Is there any way to find out? There is one, we could go to Orum's library. At Turan's words, Salif, having heard about the place before, nodded slightly. Oh, the one in the west. It's not too far from here either. Even if the two of them could not communicate with the librarian directly, Turan could act as a mediator, which should at least allow them to determine their bloodlines. Of course, whether the librarian would agree to help was something they would have to find out upon arrival. And so, the group set their first goal, verifying Mesa and Salif's bloodlines at Orum's library. However, they did not leave immediately, deciding it was best to wait until Mesa's health had improved further. With each day of proper nourishment, her body visibly regained its former state, and in time she would become unrecognizable from before. Eventually, even if she walked the world openly, House Aravian would struggle to recognize her. They were looking for a skeletal, emaciated woman, and once Mesa had fully recovered, no one would associate her with her former self. In the following days, they spent time exchanging various magical techniques passed down in their respective houses. Starting with the thought acceleration magic that Mesa had taught Turan, Salif also shared several visions of House Varaha. However, since Turan had already mastered most of them through their joint training sessions, there was little left for him to learn. If anything, he might end up taking on the role of instructor whenever the other two were too busy to teach. So you do it like this, damn it, it's not working. One thing he did discover in the process was that, unfortunately, Salif's aptitude for magic was slightly inferior to that of Turan or Mesa. Of course, even that was only in comparison to them. By the standards of ordinary wizards, he was still a prodigy. While Salif grew frustrated at failing to immediately succeed with the magic Mesa had taught, Turan calmly demonstrated it again in front of him. I'll show you again, so try to follow, like this. As he was demonstrating the spell, Turan suddenly froze, sensing two presences coming from the base of the mountain. One of them, judging by her body shape and the amount of magic power she possessed, was undoubtedly Rita, a noble of House Lavitas. Given that this place was a frequent hot spring retreat for her, her arrival was not all that surprising. In fact, he had found it more unusual that she had not visited for the past few months. From what she had casually mentioned in their past conversations, she usually stopped by at least once every few months. What truly startled Turan was the noble accompanying her. Someone with magic power 2 to 2.5 times that of Mesa, a monster possessing an immense amount of magic, though still not quite on the level of battle, the head of House Aravian. Seeing the tension visibly stiffen Turan's expression, Salif looked at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong? It looks like we have an important guest." There was only one person who could wield such overwhelming magic and be visiting alongside Rita. The head of the prestigious House Lavitas was coming to this place. Chapter 80. Upon hearing that the head of House Lavitas was coming, the two of them also looked down the mountain with tense expressions, just as Turon had earlier. It was Mesa who spoke first. If it's the head of a great noble house, could it be? I don't know, I don't think so, but the only answer Turon could give to the suspicion that some god might have possessed the person was that. Considering that Rita had been actively searching for the whereabouts of the White Elves, it seemed that their house did not have the ability to manipulate souls. However, the possibility that they had used other methods had to be taken into account. Upon hearing this, Salif muttered with a hint of dread, "Should we run? We haven't done anything wrong, so why would we? Running away would only make us look more suspicious." If the wizard presumed to be the head of House Lavitas were overwhelmingly powerful like the head of House Aravian, they would have fled for safety. Fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. Even if the three of them couldn't win in a fight, they could certainly escape if they worked together. Besides, wasn't the bloodline ability of Lavitas more suited for survival rather than combat? It seemed wiser to take some risks here and try to gather information. While the three of them recovered the magic power they had expended during their practice, the two nobles climbing up the mountain met with Akul and exchanged some words. Judging by the way Akul pointed in their direction, he was likely informing them that there were visitors on the mountain. A short while later, when Rita arrived at their location, Turon was startled by the appearance of the person beside her. The individual possessing such immense magic power was a boy who appeared to be at most 16 years old with a delicate and refined appearance. Similarly, Rita, who had noticed their presence, waved at Turon and called out, "Well, if it isn't Turon. It has been a while reading him." "What do you mean a while? It's only been 3 or 4 months at most. For someone like me, that's as close as last night." Rita still spoke like an old woman despite having a youthful face and voice which was not easy to get used to. At that moment, the boy beside her gave a small cough as if to remind her not to forget about him. "Ahem. Now that I think about it, this is your first meeting. This here is Turon, let's see. Where was it again? I'm from Kalamaf." "Ah, that's right, my memory isn't what it used to be now that I'm old. This is Turon from the northeastern city of Kalamaf, whom a wandering noble, wasn't it? And this here is Osul Lavitas, my cousin. Turon." As Turon greeted him nonchalantly, pretending not to know his identity, Osul, who was maintaining a dignified expression, frowned slightly and gave a small nod when Rita nudged his side. It seemed they were also trying to hide the fact that the boy was the head of House Lavitas. As the distance between them closed, Turon immediately heightened his sensitivity to sacred relics and confirmed the emblems residing within their bodies. A pair of clasped silver hands and a staff entwined with 2 white serpents, the symbols of the Purifier bloodline and the Healer bloodline, respectively. The head of House Lavitas doesn't have a third bloodline. Seeing this, Turon was able to relax his shoulders somewhat. This meant that the boy in front of him was not possessed by some god, but was simply an exceptionally powerful wizard. How he had accumulated such immense magic power despite that was still a mystery, though. At that moment, Rita glanced at the 2 people standing behind Turon and asked, "Now that I look, you've gained more friends. Would you introduce them?" "These 2 go by Saul and Misha. They're in similar circumstances to me, and since our goals align, we've been traveling together." Saul and Misha, those were the aliases the 2 had decided to use from now on. Considering the purpose of using an alias, it would have been better to choose names entirely different from their real ones. However, since that often led to delayed responses when being called, they had opted for somewhat similar yet still common names. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You must be reading him. We've heard a lot about you from Turon. You are truly beautiful." Unlike Mesa, who simply bowed her head in greeting, Salif shamelessly flattered Rita, acting as if they were already close. Perhaps finding his smooth talk amusing, Rita laughed heartily and waved a hand dismissively. "There's nothing to gain from flattering this old woman, but from what I heard from Akul, you've been staying here for a few weeks. Did you come to enjoy the hot springs?" "Yes, if our presence here is causing any inconvenience, we'll leave immediately." "That's not it. Since it's a gift from nature, whoever uses it owns it." However, for some reason, Rita looked at them with a slightly worried expression. "Do you have a purification magic artifact?" "No, we don't. If you plan to keep using the hot springs, you should each get one. As you know, the hot springs here are often used by monkeys, and those creatures have a nasty habit of relieving themselves while soaking in the water. We don't get sick from it, but still, it's unsettling, isn't it?" Turon and his group froze like ice when Rita casually added that she always used purification magic before entering the hot springs. After shocking them all with this unsettling truth, Rita glanced at Mesa's face and suddenly seemed to realize something. "Come to think of it, you were looking for sulfur because you needed an antidote, weren't you? That young lady certainly doesn't look very healthy, but didn't you say she was a noble?" Over the past few days, Mesa had been steadily fed meals and her weight had increased by nearly half. However, by normal standards, she was still terrifyingly underweight. Of course, the fact that she had progressed from looking like a walking corpse to merely appearing as a sickly young lady was already a significant improvement. Since it would be troublesome if they insisted on treating her, Turon cleared his throat lightly and changed the subject. The sulfur isn't for me, Misha, she's just a bit thin. More importantly, did you and your younger brother come here to enjoy the hot springs? That's right, I've been ridiculously busy these past few months, so I was in desperate need of a break. Besides, my brother grew up practically confined to the main house since childhood and rarely had a chance to go out. I thought this would be a good opportunity to introduce him to Akul as well. Speaking of which, how old is your brother? He looks quite young on the outside. At Turon's words, the boy presumed to be the head of the house, Osul, briefly showed a look of displeasure. It seemed he didn't like being told he looked young. At that moment, Rita grabbed both of Osul's cheeks and stretched them. Oh, don't frown like that. If you keep scowling, you'll get wrinkles. I wish I would, sister. My face already lacks any dignity as it is. Osul mumbled with his cheeks still being pulled. The scene was so much like that of an older sister teasing her much younger brother that it was hard to imagine he was possessed by some god. After a moment, Osul rubbed his cheeks where they had been pinched and then spoke to Turon's group in an arrogant tone. I turned 132 this year. I may look like this, but to everyone here I'm old enough to be your father, so speak to me comfortably. 132 years old. That was thrice the age of Salif, the eldest among them, yet compared to Rita he was still incredibly young. Perhaps the claim of being cousins was a lie, or maybe there had been a significant age gap in their parents' generation. After revealing his age, Osul seemed to lose interest and began conversing with Akul. Thanks to that, Turon was finally able to ask Rita the question he had been contemplating. By the way, has anything unusual happened near xperrif wetland recently? I heard the South Sea was quite noisy not long ago. What Turon wanted to know was how House Varaha was searching for Salif. Considering that Salif had last been seen in the South Sea, it was reasonable to suspect that House Lavitas might also be on their list of potential hiding places. Well, was there anything unusual? Come to think of it, someone from House Varaha in the east did visit recently. To Turon's surprise, Rita mentioned exactly the information he had been hoping for, as if she had been waiting for him to ask. Seeing Salif visibly flinch, Mesa discreetly nudged his side to calm him down. What business did they have coming from such a distant place? It seems that the heir of the great noble house betrayed their family and fled. Since there's a high chance they're hiding somewhere in the South Sea archipelago, a bounty has been issued to all noble houses bordering those waters. However, they must not be killed. Capturing them alive is essential so their magic power can be absorbed. Not just killing, but capturing alive. That's an impossible task for most noble houses. Even the nobles from House Varaha who had come after Salif possessed enough power to easily wipe out several lesser noble houses. At the very least, it would take more than a dozen houses working together just to kill him. Even then, they would most likely be picked off one by one. In exchange, anyone who simply reports the location will be rewarded with an advanced magic artifact. And if they successfully capture and deliver him, they will receive nothing less than a sacred relic as a reward. It seems they're even targeting the great noble houses. Are you not interested? Not particularly. Do they have a portrait or anything like that? I did receive one, but I haven't looked at it. If you need it, I can get it for you. No, I was just curious. As Turon responded, he glanced at Salif. He had assumed that House Varaha would pursue him discreetly, contacting only a few select great noble houses in secret. However, it seemed they had issued an outright public bounty. With things like this, it would be difficult for Salif to show his real face in any region near the South Sea. Should I let him use the mask for the time being? This would prevent people from reading his bloodline, but that was a problem that could be managed by briefly removing the mask when necessary. As he was considering this, a thought suddenly crossed Turon's mind, prompting him to ask another question. By any chance, is there any mention of me? Did you do something? Well, I did wipe out a pirate crew in the South Sea. Considering that the pirate crew had actually been a disguised faction of House Varaha, there was a significant chance that they had figured out Turon was the one who had rescued Salif. However, upon hearing this, Rita chuckled in disbelief and shook her head. There are so many pirates in the South Sea, that kind of rumor wouldn't even reach us. That's something for the lower ranks to deal with. I see. In other words, House Varaha had only put a bounty on Salif, not Turon. Did they just dismiss me as an insignificant bystander unrelated to Salif? If so, that works in my favor. After all, the only person who truly knew how powerful Turon was would be Tassin of the Red Whale Pirates. As long as he kept quiet, House Varaha would likely assume that Turon was just another wandering noble, and that the capture squad's failure to apprehend Salif was merely an unfortunate coincidence. Of course, the full details could only be uncovered by investigating House Varaha's main estate. However, just knowing that he wasn't on their wanted list was already a significant gain. Speaking of which, I should visit the Red Whale Pirates later. I need to check whether the people on that island have been properly sent back. The route would be a bit inconvenient, but it might be a good idea to visit after stopping by the library. After conversing a little longer, Turan informed Rita and Osel that they would be taking their leave. Since the two of them planned to stay near the hot springs for the time being, it would be troublesome if they happened to come across a wanted poster with Salif's face on it. Rita seemed somewhat displeased, as if she felt they were chasing Turan's group away, but Osel looked quite pleased to see the uninvited guests leaving. Regardless, this meeting had led to an important realization. It was highly likely that House Lavitas was not under the influence of a divine being. Instead of immediately flying on Bige, Turan's group moved northwest on foot through the Suraf wetland, dedicating themselves once again to magic training and health recovery. Once Turan judged that Mesa had gained enough weight, he moved on to the second phase of her recovery plan. "Come on, push harder." At Turan's command, Mesa let out a scream, her face flushing red as she struggled to push with her legs. What she was doing was none other than the physical training method that Turan himself had once endured under Haram. It was a regimen that incorporated elements of the techniques Salif had learned from House Varaha, and for this training, Turan and Salif played the role of training equipment. One of them supported her back while the other firmly pressed down on her legs to provide resistance. As the exhausted Mesa gasped for breath, Turan gave a stern order just as Haram had once done to him. "It's not time to rest yet. One more time, I'm really exhausted. It's when you're truly exhausted that one more rep makes a difference. Now hurry." Just as it had been for Turan in the past, this kind of physical training was absolutely grueling, but its effectiveness was undeniable. Due to the natural tendency of noble physiques to strive for an ideal form under the influence of magic power, the moment flesh began to build on her previously skeletal frame, it quickly converted into muscle, strengthening her body. Of course, since her skeletal structure wasn't particularly thick to begin with, she wouldn't be able to develop a robust build like Haram or Salif. However, even reaching the physique of an average adult woman would allow her to utilize her considerable magic power to achieve a respectable level of physical ability. For about 3 to 4 weeks, they continued northward, focusing on Mesa's rehabilitation. Eventually, they emerged from the wetland and entered the vast wilderness. As they took in the sight of the western wilderness, which he hadn't seen in quite some time, Turan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. "Let's cross this area in one go. I don't feel too comfortable here. Right, you did mention fighting an army here once." "I did. I left no traces behind, but just in case." By now, House Baltaz's side had likely won the war, but the only way to be certain was to check Orem. Turan's group boarded the swing harness pulled by Bige and soared over the area, looking down at the ground below. The whole area looks pretty empty, but considering the number of people traveling around, the war must be over. Since Bige still remembered the way from their last visit to the library, they were able to reach Orem without getting lost. "Hey you there, clean yourself up before coming in." "Oh come on, it's not that bad. If you don't want a beating, get lost." Watching a merchant bickering with a city guard, Turan let out a small sigh of relief. The atmosphere in Orem City remained unchanged. "This place is the same as ever." "Really? Yeah, looks like they won the war. It's always better when the ruler doesn't change." After passing through the city gates without any issues, the three of them headed straight for the palace where the lord resided. Previously, when it was just Turan alone, he had sneaked in, but that wasn't an option this time. Unless they planned on breaking in by force, they needed permission to enter. "That's the library. Yeah, it's incredibly tall." It seemed this was Mesa's first time seeing Orem's library, and she let out a breath of admiration. Before long, they arrived at the lord's estate, and upon spotting the knight guarding the entrance, Turan waved his hand. "Hey, it's been a while. Your name was—" "Oh, my lord, welcome back." Since the knight guarding the entrance was the same one Turan had first encountered at the library, there was no need to reveal any magic power. Following his guidance, Turan's group was led inside the lord's manor, where they soon met the new lord of Orem. "A pleasure to meet you. Let's see, Turan was it? I've heard about you from Marvin." The new ruler of Orem, Gillen Baltaz, was the nephew of the previous lord, Lug, and the older brother of Marvin, with whom Turan had once gone hunting. He explained that Lug had lost his life near the end of the recent war leading to his succession. "My condolences on the passing of the previous lord." "Thank you, your words bring me some comfort." Of course, despite his words, there was not even a hint of sorrow on his face. Turan didn't bother asking about what had become of Isla, the former lord's daughter. Whether she was dead or alive, even showing interest in her could risk displeasing the man before him. Unlike the former lord, who had granted Turan access to the library with little hesitation under the excuse of hunting monkey-type magical beasts, This one demanded payment in exchange for its use. It was likely due to the fief's impoverished state following the war. Since Turon had more than enough gold and silver, he readily handed over a bundle of gold coins to secure access before heading to the library with the others. "Welcome, honored guests. Here's the permit. Confirmed, please enter." Receiving the knight's polite greeting, Turon stepped inside. The moment the doors closed behind him, he raised his voice and called out to the librarian. From experience, he knew that sound did not carry outside from within, so there was no need to hold back. "I'm here, elder. It seems I can't see it." "Same here, damn, what a shame. To meet an ancient spirit and not be able to see or hear it." As expected, Salif, with his deep interest in ancient stories, seemed particularly disappointed. Turon shook his head in response to their expectant looks, urging him to make introductions. "No, I can't see him either right now. He must have gone upstairs for a moment." The librarian was always on the first floor, so perhaps he had found something to research. Turon's group waited on the first floor of the library for a few minutes, but the librarian did not appear. "Elder," Turon's voice echoed emptily through the vast library. Chapter 81. After flipping through a few books on the first floor and waiting for another 10 minutes, Turon asked the two to step outside the library for a moment. He wondered if the reason the librarian had not appeared was because of them. However, even after sending them out, the librarian did not show up. Turon began to wonder if even he had become unable to see the librarian. Just in case, he requested that if the librarian was present, they should lightly move one or two books, but there was no response. In other words, the librarian had either disappeared from this library or was at least in a state where they could no longer exert influence or communicate. The three of them each took a seat on the first floor of the library and pondered the reason. "Why do you think this happened?" "Well, if we're talking about recent major events in the area, the only thing that comes to mind is the war, but I don't think that would be a reason." The library in Orem had stood for thousands of years, and wars had occurred around it several times, with its owners changing countless times. If such things could affect the existence of a spirit, then it should have disappeared long ago. Could it be because of something we said about the gods, like blasphemy or something? Well, it was created by a god, so maybe. But there was no talk of it disappearing when I last left. Since he had rushed out in a hurry after realizing Bige had been kidnapped, he was not entirely sure, but he recalled that when he said he would return, the librarian had simply accepted it. If so, then the librarian's sudden disappearance must have been due to an unforeseen event, even for them. What if someone made them disappear or captured them? If that's the case, just being here would already be dangerous. If someone was capable of interacting with the librarian, it would mean they had at least 3, maybe even 4, bloodline abilities as a wizard. Even the former case would mean they were a wizard with potential comparable to the head of a great noble house. If it were the latter, then there was a high chance that it was something possessed by a divine entity. Either way, they were not an opponent Turon's group could confront head-on. But if someone had that much power, we'd usually be able to sense them beforehand, so there's no need to worry. By now, he had become so accustomed to the senses granted by the mimic relic that he ignored the presence of ordinary humans coming and going. However, when it came to powerful wizards, their movements could still be sensed with heightened sensitivity. In other words, even without concentrating, he could detect the approach of a wizard at the level of a great noble head within a radius of several hundred meters. As Turon reassured Mesa, he suddenly heard the sound of pages turning and turned to look at Salif, who had been silent for a while. Salif was now seriously reading a book he had taken from a nearby shelf. "What are you reading?" "This seems like a philosophy book from about 1,000 years ago. It deals with Pri's faith and human dignity. Have you read it before?" "No, I'm not really interested in philosophy." The books Turon sought out in this library were all ones with practical use. For example, guides, history books of various noble houses, or travelogues. Not to mention the information on natural laws that had now vanished and was only known to the librarian. In contrast, Salif had a strong interest in ancient history and mythology, so it seemed he had come across this book while searching for related topics. It says here that humans have inherent rights. The right to survive, prosper, and be happy. These were not granted by the gods but were innate simply because they were human, and under that principle, ordinary people and wizards should be regarded as equals. That's completely heretical. I'm surprised it hasn't been burned. The belief of Pri's faith held that wizards, as descendants of the gods, protected and ruled over humans based on their bloodline and power. This book directly contradicted that doctrine. Scholars would surely burn it on sight. It might even be the last surviving copy in the world. After reading a bit more, Salif seemed to lose interest and returned the book to its original place on the shelf. "I don't usually enjoy reading, but this place is pretty nice. It would have been great if there were a place like this in the East." "There aren't any places like this in the East. There are some ruins from the old empire, but no libraries like this." The only thing I can recall is an arena where you could fight, and even if you died, you'd come back to life once a day. As they continued their casual conversation, Turan realized that the discussion had drifted off topic. He turned back to Mesa, intending to resume deducing the whereabouts of the librarian. However, like Salif earlier, she had also picked up a book and was engrossed in reading. Mesa. Huh. Oh, I just grabbed it because it caught my eye for a moment. At Turan's call, Mesa hastily closed the book, looking somewhat embarrassed for some reason. The title engraved on the cover read The Noble of the Knight and the Mistress, suggesting it was likely a romance novel. It seemed she, too, had grown tired of discussing endless hypotheses with no clear answer. Well, it's not like we'll figure anything out just by talking amongst ourselves. Let's ask later if anyone else has used the library before us. With that conclusion, Turan also opened a magical beast guide and pulled Bige, who had been curled up and dozing on the desk, closer to read together. After dedicating themselves to reading until early evening, the three of them, along with a golden eagle, returned to the House Baltaz's estate. A banquet was planned for the evening to commemorate their visit, and Turan intended to use the drinks and atmosphere to subtly ask the Lord if anyone had recently used the library. As he was being attended to in the bathhouse, Turan recalled how, in the past, the maids had burst into tears when he refused their service. Back then, being waited on by others had felt strange and awkward. But at some point, he had grown comfortable with acting like a noble. After combing his hair for the first time in a while and donning clothes embroidered with golden thread, Turan left Bige to rest in their quarters and headed for the banquet hall. Before long, he encountered Salif, who had also dressed up. His short silver hair was slicked back with oil, and as he looked at Turan, he smirked with a pleased expression. See, when you put in the effort, you're quite handsome, not as much as me, of course, but still, have some confidence, my friend. If you say so. As always, Turan found Salif's self-adoration bizarre. Was this also a result of the personality shaping of the House Varaha, or was he simply born that way? While they were seated in a corner of the banquet hall, engaged in light conversation, Turan's relic-sensing ability informed him that Mesa was approaching from behind. Turning his head, Turan widened his eyes at the sight of her. A moment later, Salif also turned and seeing her displayed a similarly surprised expression. Noticing their stares, Mesa flinched slightly, awkwardly running a hand through her hair as she asked, "Why? Do I look strange?" "No, not at all, you look beautiful." Over the past few weeks since leaving the hot spring region, Mesa had been steadily nourished and trained, filling out her once skeletal frame with muscle and healthy flesh. It was only natural that her once gaunt face had also changed. During their travels, she had mostly washed herself with water in a hasty manner, leaving her appearance disheveled and unkempt. But now, thanks to the careful grooming by the maids, her beauty was finally shining through. Her sleek reddish-brown long hair and large blue eyes framed an oval-shaped face with delicate, well-proportioned features. On top of that, instead of her usual protective outerwear, she now wore an elegant silver-gray dress embroidered with gold, which accentuated her slender and graceful figure. Looking at her now, it was almost impossible to recall the skeleton witch of the past. If she wanted to fully disguise herself, changing her hair color would help, but Turan figured they could look into whether there was a suitable magic artifact for that later. As Mesa stiffened at Turan's words, a young man approached from behind and spoke to him. "Excuse me, but are you Turan? You really came back. It's been a while. Do you remember me?" Turan hesitated for a moment, trying to recall who the man was. Then he quickly realized it was Marvin, the young man he had hunted the monkey-type magical beast with, a nephew of the former head of the family and the younger brother of the current head. "It has been a while, Marvin." "Yes. But more importantly, who are these people with you?" "They're my traveling companions. You can call them Saul and Misha." "Ah, I see." Marvin casually scanned Salif and Mesa, but his gaze lingered on Mesa for a long moment before he suddenly projected his magic power. Of course, his magic power had already reached its limit long ago and remained at the level of a lower noble, much like Turan in the past. The two exchanged a quick glance before responding in kind, projecting their own magic power. Startled by the overwhelming pressure, Marvin let out a gasp and instinctively stepped back. Then, seemingly embarrassed by his own reaction, he flushed red and hurriedly excused himself. My apologies. I think my brother is calling for me, so I'll take my leave." Watching Marvin retreat with a flimsy excuse, Turan turned to the two and asked, "How much did you show?" "A little above mid-level, mid-high maybe. I went all the way to high level." "That's too much." No wonder he was so freaked out. That level of power stands out, so tone it down next time. As Salif pointed out, they had only revealed a fraction of their actual magic power rather than displaying their full strength. This was one of the secret techniques of House Varaha that Salif had taught them. The principle was simple: imagine multiple mirrors inside the body reflecting magic power, so that by the time it was projected outward, it had been reflected multiple times. reducing its apparent strength. Naturally, this technique could not make one appear stronger than they truly were. Without it, projecting their magic to verify their status would have been quite troublesome in many places. While the local nobles of this remote region might not recognize that they were air-level wizards of great noble houses, rumors would undoubtedly spread about the sudden appearance of several immensely powerful nobles. Soon after, the head of House Baltas, Gillen, took his seat at the main table, signaling the start of the banquet. "Come now, eat and drink to your heart's content. We appreciate your hospitality." Speaking on behalf of the group, Turon expressed his gratitude before indulging in the unique cuisine of the Western Wastelands, which he could consider his homeland. Though not as extreme as the Grey Zone, this region also had a strong tradition of raising sheep, so there were plenty of lamb chops and sheep's milk cheese. Naturally, Mesa, sensing the situation, stuck to drinking water, while Salif, seemingly not fond of lamb, took only a few bites before shifting his focus to marinated pork ribs. "So how was your visit to the library after so long?" "It was great, still full of interesting things to see." Turon sipped a strong distilled liquor he had tasted before and engaged in casual conversation with the family head. The main topic was the recent war involving the Hasu Hadit and Hasu Coral in this land. "I actually heard from afar that House Hadit was in danger, but when I arrived, I was surprised to hear they had won instead." House Baltas supported Hadit, correct? "That's right. Thanks to that, we gained control of another city, but now we're troubled by the lack of ruling bloodlines to govern it. If it's a secret, you don't have to answer, but did you have some kind of secret weapon? Turning the tide after being pushed back isn't easy." What Turon truly wanted to know was whether anyone had discovered that he was responsible for the annihilation of House Coral's army. At the time, he had erased all evidence perfectly, but there was always the possibility of an unexpected loose end. Gillen responded with a somewhat sour expression. "There was an incident where the elite forces of House Coral suddenly disappeared while on the move. Some believe that a magical beast so powerful that even nobles could not handle it might have appeared, which led to a ceasefire. That's quite an incident. In the end, it remains an unexplained disappearance. But be cautious when traveling. You never know where such a monster might appear. On the bright side, there's a bounty if you can find any trace of them. Of course, any magic artifacts must be retrieved. I'll keep that in mind." It seemed that whatever had happened was being attributed to the existence of a stealthy and highly dangerous magical beast that left no traces behind. Well, considering how diverse magical beasts were, it was not impossible for such a creature to exist. In fact, Turon had recently come across records of similar entities in the Magical Beast Guide. For example, a bat-like creature that transformed into mist, spreading over a vast area and devouring all living beings within it. Or a serpent so massive that it could swallow entire villages whole with its gaping maw. As the conversation about the war continued and more drinks were passed around, Gillen, his face slightly flushed, muttered under his breath. Being a noble, he did not get completely drunk even from strong liquor, but it did have the effect of elevating his mood. "Ah, war, it was truly horrific. I myself nearly died several times, and starting with my uncle, our family suffered many casualties. Isla also lost her life back then. Come to think of it, my uncle wanted to pair you and Isla together, didn't he?" Cough. The moment Gillen finished speaking, Salif, who had been biting into a pork rib, suddenly let out a loud cough. For some reason, Turon could feel Mesa, sitting beside him, staring intently at Salif. "Yes, that did happen, but I already refused. If you had accepted, you might be sitting here in my place instead. Since we're on the topic, would you consider taking my daughter?" Unfortunately, she only inherited a knight-level amount of magic power, but even as a concubine, strengthening the ties between our houses wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, for us nobles, settling down and enjoying prosperity suits us far better than wandering aimlessly. Hearing a proposal similar to the one Lord Lug had made before, Turon let out a wry smile and shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but I still prefer my freedom for now." "That's unfortunate. And you, the other two guests, Saul and Misha, was it? The offer applies to you as well, so I hope you give it some thought." As both Salif and Mesa each refused in their own way, the atmosphere in the banquet hall dampened slightly. As Turon had noticed before, this family had a knack for making troublesome proposals that put people in awkward situations. Marvin had likely already reported on Salif and Mesa's power, and judging by Gillen's offer, it seemed the family was in such desperate need of nobles that they were even willing to risk losing control over their own house. After all, if Turon recalled correctly, House Baltas had around 7 or 8 nobles, and at least 2 of them had died in the war. After some more conversation on casual topics, Turon finally brought up the question he had been meaning to ask. "By the way, has anyone used the library before us? It felt a bit different from before." As far as I know, the facility usually takes care of minor damages, and any misplaced books get sorted out on their own." "Were there damaged books?" "No, nothing like that. It's just a feeling like the atmosphere has changed a little. Since he could not openly mention the librarian's disappearance, he had no choice but to speak in a roundabout way which frustrated him. Gillen hesitated, stroking his beard thoughtfully before slowly speaking. Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you now since it's in the past. There was another guest about a month ago. Back then, since we were in the middle of a war, we were not allowing anyone in, but this person was quite an important figure, so we had no choice. An important figure. Do you mean they were from a great noble house? At Turan's question, Gillen widened his eyes slightly as if surprised by his accuracy. Exactly, it was a noble from the northern house Najin. If I recall correctly, his name was Renaud. At Gillen's words, Turan immediately turned to Mesa. Renaud Najin, he was none other than the son of the lord of House Aravian and Mesa's half-brother, who had been adopted into House Najin. The very same Renaud whom Mesa, in her younger years, had once been so furious with that she wrote him a letter calling him a murderer. As if to confirm that Turan's memory was correct, Mesa's blue eyes grew cold, filled with a chilling intent to kill at the mention of that name. Chapter 82. When Mesa lost consciousness after being poisoned and then regained it. Anietta Najin, the legitimate wife of the family head who had come to see her, threatened Mesa with a mocking tone. This incident happened entirely because your mother got cocky in front of me just because she gave birth to a strong daughter. So, be careful from now on. If you speak carelessly anywhere, you and your maternal relatives will suffer a similar fate. You understand what I mean, right? Afterward, as she witnessed the deaths of both individuals being dismissed as mere accidents, Mesa harbored a growing hostility toward the women of the House Najin and the upper echelon of her own household. Of course, the only thing she could do was vent her resentment through letters and words to her two half-brothers. After hearing this story, Turan had been contemplating which side truly defined the identity of the House Najin. Was it merely an excuse used by the middle faction of Aravian to torment Mesa, or was there some deeper bond between the two? But at this very moment, the sudden disappearance of the librarian and the presence of Renaud Najin were becoming entangled. Suppressing the tremor in his voice with a light cough, Turan asked again, "Did he by any chance mention where he was going? He is close to someone I know, so if he hasn't gone far, I'd like to at least bid him farewell." "Oh, is that so?" The expression on the man's face openly revealed his thoughts. How could a mere wandering noble claim connections with a wizard from a great family? Yes, Renaud Najin was originally the son of the House Aravian head, but since the bloodline of his maternal House Najin manifested in him, he was adopted into that side. I am acquainted with his half-sister, Lady Mesa. Oh, you mean that skeleton princess? Ah, the heir of Aravian, I have heard of her name. To think you have ties with such an impressive person. Perhaps revealing his knowledge of the internal affairs of great houses had worked, as the head Gillen no longer displayed any signs of suspicion unlike before. It was possible he had heard something similar from Renaud when he visited previously. More surprising, however, was the fact that Mesa's appearance was famous enough to be recognized even in this distant place. Well, she was known even in the Emerald Desert, so it was not that surprising. At that moment, Marvin Baltas, who had been quietly eating, suddenly interjected, "Is she really that skinny? I heard she's such an ugly hag that you'd see her in your nightmares after one glance." "Shut your mouth, Marvin, she is not someone you can speak about so carelessly." Marvin, who had been speaking recklessly, flinched at the bellowing of the Gillen and bowed his head. He had just revealed that he was acquainted with Mesa, and yet he dared to insult her here. What if those words reached her through Turan? Even with the laws governing nobles, unnecessarily making an enemy of someone powerful was sheer stupidity. Of course, despite this reprimand, Mesa was struggling to maintain a neutral expression after hearing herself called an ugly hag to her face. Naturally, none of them suspected that she was the skeleton princess herself. I apologize, but let's pretend those words were never spoken. Of course, I have no reason to pass along bad words to my friend, so regarding my earlier question, in any case, thanks to Marvin's careless remark, Turan was able to seize more control over the conversation. "Ah, you asked where he was going, didn't you? He said he was returning to his main household. He might have already arrived by now." "I see." Clicking his tongue lightly in feigned disappointment, Turan then proceeded to ask about how many attendants Renaud Najin had brought, how extensively he had used the library, how long he had stayed in Orem, and other details. Perhaps in an attempt to make up for his earlier slip of the tongue, Gillen answered diligently, allowing Turan to gather a considerable amount of information. After the banquet ended, Turan called Mesa and Salif to his quarters and dismissed all the maids. The topic of discussion was, of course, the connection between Renaud Najin and the disappearance of the librarian. For the past few months, no one except Renaud has visited the library because of the war. So the most likely suspect is him, unless there was someone else who infiltrated secretly like I did. Just from what I heard, his actions were completely irrational. He barged in with 3 nobles, 40 knights, and even a magical beast, demanded to use the library, then left after just a few minutes. He made some excuse about it being improper to stay long in a city at war, but if that was the case, he shouldn't have come in the first place. Salif muttered with an incredulous expression. As he said, if Renaud had any real business in the library, it would have been normal to stay for at least an hour or two. Even just skimming the covers to check if the books he was looking for were there should have taken at least several dozen minutes. Mesa, was he originally someone who liked books? I don't really know. That bastard was adopted into the house Najin when I was 9, and I haven't seen him since, but I don't remember ever seeing him read a book. Hearing Mesa's words, Turon nodded lightly. If someone who did not particularly like books had come to the library with even nobles in tow, it must have been an event planned at the family level. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that Renaud had something to do with the librarian's disappearance. The problem was figuring out how he had identified the librarian's presence, how he had either eliminated or captured him, and why he had suddenly done so now. If Renaud was able to do something to the Elder, then he must have at least 3 bloodline abilities. Otherwise, the wizards from the great houses who had previously visited the library would have been able to see the librarian. Or maybe he used some kind of tool. Like, for example, entering the library and opening a flask that instantly sucks in and traps the spirit or something like that. Do magic artifacts like that exist? There are stories about such sacred relics in the East. I don't know if they actually exist, though. As Salif answered Mesa's surprised question with a serious tone, Turon tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. The Najin house's bloodline abilities were Ruler and Tamer, right? I've heard of Tamer, but Ruler is new to me. Is it only found in the West? It's almost impossible to find even here. In fact, there might not be anyone outside the House Najin who possesses that bloodline. Mesa calmly answered Salif's question. The ruler bloodline, as its name suggested, granted the power to control living beings. However, despite its grand title, it was not particularly useful. As Turon had learned firsthand in the past, magic that controlled living creatures was nearly ineffective against magical beings. Of course, its ability to control living beings was so exceptional that a powerful noble could theoretically command tens of thousands of people with a mere gesture. But in the end, what use was that? Any noble powerful enough to wield such an ability would likely have other bloodline powers that could wipe out tens of thousands of people effortlessly. After all, there was always a reason why certain bloodlines did not spread widely. Either they were too powerful and thus strictly controlled and eradicated, or they were simply too useless to be widespread. After hearing this explanation, Salif spoke with a puzzled expression. But do spirits even have magic power? Undead spirits obviously do, but what about them? Well, of course, they don't. Turon realized that when he had met the librarian previously, he had not sensed any flow of magic power from him. In other words, even if the spirit had emerged from a magically constructed building, the librarian himself was not a magical being. Then it's possible that the ruler bloodline was used to control or attempt to control the spirit. If he erased him, that would be one thing, but if he was captured, that's a problem. I've spoken too much to the librarian. If they kidnapped and interrogated him, then they'd know almost everything about you, right? Exactly. Turon let out a small groan, realizing he had just walked into a troublesome situation. The librarian possessed countless secret pieces of information, from what Turon had learned about the night hunters in the underground labyrinth to even details about his own bloodline. I suppose I'll have to check for myself. I'm also curious why they suddenly stormed into the library at this particular time. Even if the House Najin had some divine being who found the librarian's existence bothersome, it was strange for them to ignore it for thousands of years and then suddenly take action now. The only significant event in recent times had been Turon's meeting with the librarian, but no matter how he thought about it, that alone did not seem like a reason to eliminate him. Perhaps they had only just now become aware of the librarian's existence. If there was a trigger, it might have been when Turon had casually mentioned the librarian's existence to the Balta's nobles. No matter how he thought about it, it was too strange that this information had somehow made its way to the House Najin. Although they were only separated by one region, the western wastelands here and the snowy plains ruled by the Najins were practically different cultural spheres altogether. At Turon's words, Salif gave him a skeptical look. You're not seriously planning to go head-to-head with Najin, are you? Well, they're a backwater great house, so they can't compare to Aravian or Zahar. But something about you makes me feel like you'd actually do it if you said you would. Great houses were revered by ordinary wizard houses, but even among them there was a clear hierarchy. The most esteemed were the ancient houses founded by the direct descendants of the pre-god tribe, whose power had not fully waned after the fall of the Old Empire. Aravian and Zahar belonged to this category, with histories spanning at least 2,000 to 3,000 years. Below them were the great houses that had emerged through bloodline fusion, gaining new ancestors of significance. Varaha, Lavidas, and Carmine fell into this group, typically boasting histories between 1 and 2,000 years. The House Najin was an even newer addition, a recently established great house with a history of less than 500 years. From the perspective of ordinary humans, that was an unimaginably long time, but for nobles who measured generations and centuries, it was the equivalent of an upstart who had just risen to prominence. That was why, despite being a great house, they had settled in the barren, snowy plains. Even so, a great house was still a great house, and there was even a significant possibility that a divine being backed them. A direct confrontation would not only be risky but outright reckless. Attacking them head-on would be insane. For now, we should focus on tracking Renaud first. If we're lucky, we might catch him before he returns to the House Najin. If not, I'll have to infiltrate like before. A month, right? By now he should have already made it back to his house. That would be true if a noble were traveling alone, but he brought along dozens of knights. We don't notice it because we ride Bige, but the world is actually vast and difficult to traverse. The more people in a group, the slower they move. Now that you mention it. It did take me a few months to get from Varaha to the South Sea, even though I was traveling alone. Even though nobles and knights moved faster than ordinary people, if they were not on proper roads, they would have to navigate around terrain, take breaks for meals and sleep, meaning they could not travel at the speed of flight. Moreover, the northwestern snowy plains where the House Najin resided and the western wastelands here were not even connected by the old empire's roads, so they would have to take a roundabout route. As she quietly listened to the conversation, Mesa asked in a low voice, "Then, are you leaving tomorrow? The local lord won't be too happy about that. We need to leave immediately." "I'm sorry, but we don't have time to worry about his pride." Being honest about their sudden departure would have only led to pointless arguments and delays, so Turon simply left behind a single note and departed from Orem City with his companions. The three of them, riding on the swing pulled by Bige, flew northward without rest. Since they had to move as quickly as possible, he even fed Bige recovery potions, flying relentlessly for a day and a half without stopping. A journey that would have taken Turon over 15 days on foot was narrowed in an instant. The problem, however, was that none of them had traveled this route before. They did not even know the exact location of the House Najin's main city, let alone Renaud's precise travel route. This meant they had no choice but to track him down the hard way. "Did you find anything?" "Yeah, they passed through here 3 days ago, heading northwest. At least we managed to track them down." "All right, let's get moving again." This is exhausting. Whenever they spotted a village or town in the distance, they would land stealthily nearby to inquire whether the House Najin's wizards had passed through. Once they confirmed the direction of travel, they took off again to follow. Of course, throughout this process, Turon never forgot to use his transformation mask to alter his appearance. If any conflict occurred, the enemy would undoubtedly investigate who had been pursuing them. After another full day of investigation, Turon and his group finally caught up with Renaud. "There they are. Are you sure?" "Yeah. 3 nobles, 38 knights. 2 are missing, probably dead or left behind for some reason, and they have 3 magical beasts. They're probably bonded with the nobles. I overheard earlier that it takes about 4 days to reach Najin's capital from here. That means they'll arrive tomorrow or the day after. We got lucky." On the dark night, Turon used the sensory power of his sacred relic to observe the Najin wizard's camp from hundreds of meters away as if he were looking at the palm of his hand. Since Renaud had been mentioned as the representative of the Najin nobles, it was likely that he was the strongest wizard among them. Indeed, among the 3 nobles, one possessed magical power at the level of a high-ranking noble. "Renaud isn't considered an heir to the House Najin, right?" "That's right, he's just seen as highly skilled. Judging by what I can see, that assessment seems accurate." Turon left Mesa, Salif, and Bige waiting at a distance, then activated concealment magic and slipped into the Najin camp. The area was surrounded by a barrier, likely set up by a barrier master among the nobles, but with his ability to perceive through barriers and his flight capabilities, breaking through was not particularly difficult. "Phew, it's getting chilly. Feels like I'm really back home now. It was nice and warm in the south since it's summer there." "Warm? It was so hot I thought I'd die." "Stop whining, you're a knight." Turon ignored the idle chatter of the knights as he carefully avoided the bright campfires and approached Renaud. Along the way, he noticed a massive beast passing nearby with a low growl. A wolf? No, is it a dog? Even standing on all fours, the dog's head was level with a human's. It wandered the area, glancing in Turon's direction. Alongside it were an even larger bear and an elk. It was certainly a fitting lineup for a great house known for the tamer bloodline. Soon, Turon reached the entrance of the largest tent where Renaud was staying. Before entering, he heightened his sensory connection with the sacred relic, revealing the symbols inside. A beast resembling a dog with an outstretched hand, likely the tamer. A humanoid figure manipulating strings from above, surely the ruler. Fortunately, there were no other symbols present. So he has two bloodline abilities. Still, just in case, Turon activated all his defensive magic artifacts, tense as he lifted the tent's entrance and stepped inside. If Renaud manifested the power of a pre-god tribe possession, Turon planned to detonate the spirit of fire immediately, signaling Mesa and Salif to charge in. However, all that caution seemed unnecessary. Renaud sat slouched in a chair, looking utterly bored, showing no reaction whatsoever. After nearly a full minute of silence, Turon let out a quiet sigh of relief. What the hell? So it wasn't Renaud after all. Turon had suspected Renaud because he had the potential ability to harm the librarian. However, unexpectedly, Renaud possessed only two bloodline abilities and had not even noticed Turon's approach. Of course, without special means, even a high-ranking noble would normally fail to detect a Zahar noble's concealment. Or, as with Battle Aravian previously, it was possible that a third bloodline ability would not manifest unless he activated his magic power. Turon calmly analyzed each of the magical artifacts that Renaud possessed, as well as those placed inside the tent. If he had indeed subdued the spirit, he would have undoubtedly sealed it within some kind of magically infused object. It's probably not the cloak. The staff seems suspicious. Should I take it? No, I'll hold off for now. The ring is on his finger, so I can't steal it unnoticed. And this Turon's gaze finally settled on a chest tucked away in the corner of the tent, or more precisely, the jewelry box inside it. It was only slightly larger than his palm. Not only did it emanate a noticeably stronger magical energy than the other artifacts, but something grayish flickered within it. Could this be it? Its appearance, along with the unique traits Turon perceived through the sacred relic's senses, all pointed to the same conclusion. This had to be the artifact used to seal the spirit. After sneaking a glance at Renaud to ensure he remained unaware, Turon discreetly tucked the jewelry box into his robes and exited the tent, making his way back to Mesa and Salif. Naturally, none of the Najin wizards noticed a thing during this process. As soon as he dispelled his concealment, Turon let out a deep sigh. Phew, did you find it? Was it Renaud? Were you spotted? Mesa and Salif, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately bombarded him with questions. It seemed both of them had been feeling the pressure of possibly having to fight a divine being. I wasn't caught and I found this. I'm not entirely sure, but I think what we're looking for is inside. A magic artifact. None of us are enchanters, so we can't check it right away. Are you sure we can just open it like this? We don't have time to find ashes. If this isn't it, we'll have to attack those bastards, subdue them, and force the information out of them. Bige, keep the swing ready in case we need to escape immediately. Got it. Bige wrote confidently, as if telling them to trust her completely. Turon smiled slightly at the sight before cautiously opening the jewelry box. Since there was a possibility of a trap, he activated his defensive magic artifacts and stood a little apart from the others. With a sharp hissing sound, thick smoke poured out, followed by a muttering voice from within. Where am I now? It's been a while, Elder. Recognizing the familiar voice of the librarian, Turon grinned and greeted him. Chapter 83. The librarian, who had walked out of the jewelry box, stretched as if he had been trapped in a narrow space for a long time and twisted his body from side to side. Could spirits also experience muscle pain? Turon gave him a moment to relax before speaking. Are you feeling all right? Perhaps. For some reason, I can't seem to muster any strength. Is this place far from the library? As he looked down at his hands and body while speaking, the librarian suddenly stared intently at Turon and asked, more importantly, why is it that the moment I step out, you are the first thing I see? Don't tell me you were the one who ordered my abduction. Of course not. In fact, I was the one who rescued you, sir. After saying that, Turon looked at Mesa and Salif. Just by seeing their blank expressions, it was as if he had already received his answer. They can't see you, can they? Yeah, it just looks like you're talking to yourself. Back when he had only manifested two bloodlines, he had still been able to see the librarian, so the condition must have been the number of latent bloodlines. Could it be that his assumption, that both of his companions still had unawakened bloodlines, was incorrect? As he sorted out his thoughts in his mind, Turon turned his gaze back to the librarian. Do you remember how you were captured? While I was going about my usual routine, some dumb-looking guy showed up. I was going to mess with him a bit, but then he suddenly started talking to me. He seemed to recognize me. Could you tell me exactly how the conversation went? Well, roughly like this. As expected of someone with a perfect memory, the librarian recited the conversation from that time word for word. Oh. So there really was a spirit left. Come on, if you're going to erase traces, why not get rid of it entirely instead of half-assing it? A spirit? Surely you're not talking about me. Do you really not know? Hey, artificial intelligence. Have you heard or spoken to anyone recently about something strange, like a biologist or perhaps about reincarnation magic? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're not here to read a book, get lost. Disturbances are forbidden in the library. Talking to you is useless. Well, we can discuss the details after we return. There's someone there who can loosen your tongue. When he said that, I asked him what kind of nonsense he was spouting, and then he pulled out that jewelry box and opened it. The next thing I knew, my consciousness was sucked inside, and when I came to, I was here. Was that dumb-looking guy by any chance someone who looked like this? Turon used earth manipulation magic to draw Renaud's face on the ground. Upon seeing it, the librarian nodded. That's him. Hearing this, Turon felt a chill run down his spine. That meant Renaud had directly perceived the librarian and even spoken to him. Yet when he had checked earlier, Renaud had seemed like nothing more than an ordinary noble from a prestigious house with just 2 bloodlines. Moreover, the content of their conversation was disturbingly significant. Turon did not know what artificial intelligence referred to, but he could at least make a rough guess about the biologist. The god he had encountered in the library, the one who manipulated dwarves at will, had wielded power over life itself. A biologist must undoubtedly be a bloodline that originated from that god. And reincarnation magic, as its name suggested, was likely a technique that allowed possession of another person's body. In other words, Renaud or the faction backing him had realized that Turon had engaged in some suspicious conversation with the librarian in the library and had come looking for him. There was even the possibility that the god, the progenitor of the biologist bloodline, was directly inhabiting Renaud's body. At the very least, it seemed fortunate that they were unaware of the specific details of the conversation or Turon's identity. The librarian had refused to speak about Turon, had been sealed away afterward, and had only just been freed now. Thank you for keeping my secret. Turon had not actually expected the librarian to go out of his way to protect his identity. Personally, Turon regarded the librarian as a teacher because he had taught him various things. However, to the librarian, Turon was simply one of the few people he could converse with by chance. Hearing Turon's gratitude, the librarian chuckled and replied, "It's not because I like you, so there's no need to thank me. That bastard was just incredibly rude." It seemed he had only done so because he had been offended by the dismissive way he had been questioned. Indeed, maintaining proper etiquette was always more beneficial than disregarding it. As they were conversing, someone tapped Turon on the shoulder from behind. Mesa, looking somewhat displeased, gazed at him and said, "Hey, could you maybe tell us what's going on?" Oh, from Salif and Mesa's perspective, it must have seemed like Turon was talking to himself while drawing Renaud's face on the ground. After carefully explaining everything he had just heard, their expressions also turned serious. That definitely sounds suspicious. Isn't it certain that something is inside that Renaud guy? That's what it looks like. It was likely a case similar to battle in the past, where a new bloodline settled in the moment power was exerted. Whether Renaud's original personality was still intact was unknown. While the two exchanged opinions on the matter, Turon quietly asked the librarian, "So what will you do now, sir?" If you return to the library as things are, Renaud or whoever is behind him will come to abduct you again. But it doesn't seem like you can do much to resist them." Hearing this, the librarian looked at him with an exasperated expression and said, "Stop beating around the bush, you rascal. You're telling me that if I want to stay alive, I should stick with you, aren't you?" That was indeed what I was getting at. I guess there's no choice. At this rate, I'm not a spirit of the library but a spirit of a jewelry box instead. But well, this should be enough as a medium for me to stay. Fortunately, the librarian was more straightforward than expected in agreeing to accompany them. If he had insisted on fulfilling his duty and demanded to be taken back to the library, it would have been quite troublesome. Now that they had successfully rescued the librarian and persuaded him to join them, only one issue remained. Should they retreat after safely sending the others back to the House Najin's stronghold, or should they attack and capture Renaud to extract information? "Let's attack. How about retreating for now?" Mesa and Salif, presenting opposite opinions, stared at each other. After a brief silence, by implicit agreement, Mesa spoke first. "Unless they're complete fools, they'll realize that the jewelry box was stolen. If we retreat now, it'll become clear that the thief was a Zahar noble and that their goal was to rescue the librarian. Naturally, they'll send people back to Orem City where the library was, and they'll eventually conclude that we're the culprits. But if we wipe them all out, we can silence them." After saying that, Mesa paused for a moment before adding in a slightly colder tone, "Besides, the House Najin is our enemy anyway, right? Reducing their forces even a little is a gain for us, and if we capture Renaud and interrogate him, we could uncover a great deal about our enemies." Turon could sense the malice in Mesa's words. It was clear that her hatred for Renaud, or rather, for the Najin noblewoman who had mocked her in the past, was embedded in her reasoning. However, aside from that, her argument was quite reasonable and aligned with Turon's way of thinking, making it a valid suggestion. At that moment, Salif raised his newly regenerated hand and shared his thoughts. "Well, first of all, even if we wipe them out, they'll still figure out we were the culprits. Their mission was to retrieve the spirit, meaning the librarian, so if their group is annihilated, that will be the first thing they investigate. And to prevent that, we'd have to kill everyone in Orem City who saw us. But we're not going to do that, are we? Salif asked with a slightly uncertain expression, and Turan nodded firmly, making it clear that such a thing would never happen. Whether it was because he had taken on beast hunting requests or received payment, the fact remained that the lords of House Baltas had always shown him favor by allowing him access to the library. So whether we wipe them out here or not, it's impossible to completely conceal our involvement. And one more thing, if what the librarian says is true, then it's practically confirmed that some god or similar being is inside that Renaud guy, right? What if he ends up using some hidden power when he's in danger? If things go wrong, we might have to prepare for total annihilation. Do we really need to take that risk? Hearing Salif's words, Mesa simply bit her lip hard, unable to refute him. The librarian, who had been silently listening to the conversation, turned to Turan and said, "You used to wander around completely alone, yet in such a short time you've made friends. Enough to discuss things like this? Yes, treasure them. Friends with whom you can share your thoughts are more valuable than 1,000 gold coins. Well, not that I know from personal experience, it's just something I read in a book. I will keep that in mind." When Turan relayed the librarian's words to the other two, they both gave awkward smiles. After using that brief exchange to ease the tension, Turan informed them of his decision. "For now, let's attack." "On what basis?" "First of all, the magic power inside Renaud's body is at most at the level of a high-ranking noble. Even if he suddenly gains 2 bloodline abilities, the likelihood of him becoming strong enough to instantly defeat all 3 of us is low. If he could do that, why wouldn't he just openly act as a god instead of sneaking around like this? I suppose that makes sense. More importantly, this is an opportunity worth taking the risk for. The chances of a god's possessed body being this defenselessly exposed twice are slim." "That's true." Even Salif, who had initially opposed the attack, nodded in agreement. Turan then glanced at Mesa and added, "However, I don't intend to wipe them all out. In fact, it's better to let some escape. Their main house is nearby, after all." "Why?" "Because we can use this attack to make it look like someone else rescued the librarian instead of us." Turan activated the mimic relic and took out 2 masses of magic power from within. These were the magic remnants of the Zahar nobles who had died in the underground labyrinth, because the ones who attacked the House Najin's nobles and stole the jewelry box were the nobles of Zahar. A raid. "It's Zahar, quick, report to the others. Spare me." On the dark night, the moment the barrier rang out in warning, throwing weapons flew from all directions, striking down the knights. Having grown complacent over the past 2 months of relaxed travel, they failed to react swiftly. Light, one knight who was at least quick-witted, urgently conjured a sphere of light above his hand, only for something pitch black to consume it before it could illuminate the surroundings. The next instant, his head was severed. With their comrades' light snuffed out and the unseen enemy striking from the shadows, the knights of House Najin abandoned their attempts to reveal their foes and instead fled in disarray. "Stop, stop. Don't run, you cowardly bastards, I'm here." At that moment, a noble of the barrier master bloodline who had accompanied Renaud as a retainer burst out of his tent. While generating a massive sphere of light, he hastily erected a defensive barrier around himself. He had no idea why Zahar's nobles were attacking, but if he wanted to survive, he needed to regroup the troops as quickly as possible. "Logi, come to me, protect me." Just as he summoned his soul-bound hound to strengthen his defenses, a storm of throwing weapons rained down on him, piercing his entire body. His open mouth, his throat, his chest, each strike landed with deadly precision. Though the attackers lacked the finesse of true assassins, each projectile carried the magic power of a top-ranking noble, more than enough to tear through a mediocre barrier. The barrier master has fallen. Everyone run, call for reinforcements from the main house or elsewhere." A single cry became the catalyst, and nearly half of the surviving knights scattered around the campsite, fleeing in all directions. The 3 trained magical beasts attempted to resist, but without the ability to create light, they had no way to counter their enemies' concealment abilities. As the beasts were slaughtered, vital points torn and impaled before they could even put up a proper fight, Renaud and the noble accompanying him emerged from their tent a moment too late, illuminating the area with bright light. The remaining knights quickly surrounded the 2 nobles, using their own bodies as shields to protect them from the assailants. Moments later, as the concealment magic dissipated, human figures materialized in the midst of the chaotic campsite. One of the knights, face pale with fear, pointed at them. "There, it's them." Under the bright light, the attackers' 3 Zahar nobles were revealed. Each of them was completely cloaked in large mantles and wore masks, making them indistinguishable except for their differing physiques. Naturally, these so-called Zahar nobles were none other than Turan, Salif, and Mesa. It was only recently that Turan discovered that he could transfer the magic power stored in the mimic relic to another person. The realization had come during their time training in the hot spring region, when Salif had casually remarked, It would be convenient if I could extract my son bloodline magic power and transfer it to you. Although the relic currently contained a significant amount of Varaha bloodline magic, it was a consumable resource that would eventually run out. Moreover, Mesa's storm bloodline possessed lightning, a power that Turon lacked, making it potentially useful if he could receive it. However, instead of focusing on absorbing magic, Turon had a different thought. What if he could transfer the relic's stored magic to others? In truth, he had considered this possibility before but never had the opportunity to test it while keeping the relic's existence a secret. It was only recently that he had gained allies he could trust enough to share the relic's existence with. And judging by the fact that Salif and Mesa were now successfully using Zahar's concealment, the experiment had been a success. As Turon and his companions revealed themselves, Renaud's secretary shouted in desperation, "Why are you attacking us? House Najin may have formed a marriage alliance with Aravian, but we are not at war with you. This is a senseless act of murder. Are you trying to let Zahar's infamy spread across the world once again? Suit yourself." Turon responded in a distorted voice, conjuring a fireball in his palm before hurling it toward the Najin forces. The other two joined in, one unleashing arrows of light while the other called down lightning upon their enemies. House Najin's wizards, upon experiencing the first clash, immediately realized the overwhelming difference in power, their faces turning pale. What the hell? Turon's group crushed their resistance with terrifying ease. Though they were not yet fully accustomed to this style of attack, the fundamental gap in combat ability was simply too vast. Even as some knights managed to endure an attack or two, many were swiftly cut down. The two noble escorts fought bravely, holding their ground longer than the rest, but even they were struggling against the overwhelming force. It was not long before the secretary too was struck down, his throat pierced by a throwing weapon. With that, the only one left standing was Renaud Najin. A knight barely clinging to life as he lay sprawled on the ground murmured weakly, "Monsters." If they were to deal with these enemies, they would need reinforcements from the Najin main house, which was about 2 days away. Or perhaps even the head of the house himself would have to come. However, no matter how powerful a wizard might be, it was impossible for them to detect a battle from such a distance and rush to intervene in time. Yet amid the despair gripping his allies, Renaud Najin did not show fear. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Zahar nobles who had surrounded him, as if he suspected something. Then after a brief silence, he clicked his tongue and raised both hands toward the sky. "Damn it, I guess I have no choice." The moment Renaud muttered those words, Turon, who had been observing from behind his mask, finally sensed the transformation of the symbol residing within his opponent. Depending on the level of strength Renaud displayed here, they would decide whether to flee or attempt to subdue him. If he turned out to be an opponent beyond their capability, their plan was to immediately conceal themselves, split into 3 directions, and escape, after which Turon would retrieve the other 2 while riding Bige. Just like it had been with battle in the past, the change in symbols happened in an instant. Originally, Renaud had possessed only 2 symbols, Ruler and Tamer, but now 2 additional ones surfaced. They were a crossed axe and a raging snowstorm. Turon immediately recognized that the snowstorm was the symbol of the Frost bloodline, which had once belonged to one of House Aravian's vassal families. An axe, Frost, Ruler, and Tamer. What kind of combination is that? As if to answer his doubts, the symbols inside Renaud began to intertwine. However, unlike with battle, only 2 of them merged into one. The snowstorm wrapped around the crossed axe, while the Ruler and Tamer bloodlines remained proudly in place, as if declaring their irrelevance to the fusion. At the same time, in reality, Renaud was gathering an immense amount of moisture in his hands, freezing it to form a battle axe. Renaud Nim, before we fight, let me ask just one thing. Do any of you even understand what the pact means? No, are you even really from House Zahar in the first place? Ignoring the knight who was staring at him in disbelief, Renaud turned his gaze toward Turon and his group, questioning them directly. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face, and given the power now radiating from him, his confidence wasn't entirely baseless. Just moments ago, Renaud's magic power had been at the level of a high-ranking noble, but now it had skyrocketed to the absolute upper tier, placing him on par with Mesa and Salif. Had his opponents been anyone less than 3 top-tier nobles of equal or greater strength, he might have been able to overcome this crisis. Chapter 84. One of his bloodlines is Frost. Be careful. What about the other one? I don't know, but it seems to be related to melee combat. His magic power level is top tier, about midway between you two. Before the fight, Turon used wind magic to discreetly spread his voice and communicate with his comrades. Of course, the only one among them who was not proficient in handling wind magic, Salif, had no choice but to just listen. In that fleeting moment created during their conversation, Renaud took advantage of it and swiftly swung his ice axe, sending a crescent-shaped streak of chilling light from its blade. The target was Turon, who was standing in the middle of the 3. Turan immediately attempted to defend by creating an earthen wall, but to his surprise, the streak of light effortlessly sliced through the magically reinforced stone barrier and surged toward him. At that moment, a green shield sprang forth from his body, blocking the attack and freezing over. It was a self-defense magic artifact he had taken from a noble of House Varaha. That was dangerous. Turan narrowed his eyes at the force transmitted through the shield. Not only was the attack excessively powerful compared to the amount of magic power behind it, but it was also difficult to comprehend its magical principle. Could it have something to do with the fusion of two bloodlines? Hup! At that moment, Salif let out a shout and overturned the ground, launching dozens of rock bullets forward. Following up, Mesa conjured multiple spears of flame and hurled them, forcing Renaud to cease his assault and retreat while deflecting the attacks with his axe. What the how is their strength? Unlike his previously confident demeanor, for the first time, Renaud's face showed signs of distress. When Turan's group had been subduing the wizards of House Najin earlier, they had only displayed strength at the level of high-ranking nobles. But now, they were revealing their true prowess. Of course, since they were deliberately not using their bloodline abilities, it could not be said that they were going all out. While the two relentlessly attacked, Turan took out a light-absorbing cloth and used it to swallow the orbs of light that Renaud had created. In an instant, the brightly illuminated campsite was engulfed in darkness, allowing the three to hide again and launch hidden weapons or freeze the blood from nearby corpses to fire as projectiles. Clicking his tongue, Turan threw a long, thin needle-shaped weapon. This still doesn't feel right. The weapons they were using had belonged to a noble of House Zahar, Rito, who had been an Aravian. Naturally, since they had never properly trained in handling them, their efficiency was abysmal. Had they not been trying to disguise themselves as assassins from House Zahar, there would have been no reason to use such weapons. However, Renaud was unable to deflect the unskilled throwing attacks as easily as before. Due to the concealment ability, he could not determine where the projectiles were coming from. Every time he tried to create light again, Turan used the magic artifact to extinguish it, and with the other two constantly attacking, he had no free hands to counter them. Arg, unable to endure it any longer, Renaud let out a furious roar, releasing a chilling wave of cold into the surroundings. The air, which had only been mildly cool, instantly became so frigid that even breath seemed to freeze. The knights of House Najin who were lying on the ground trembled uncontrollably. Renaud, sir, it's too sea cold." With just a single shout, Renaud had drastically lowered the surrounding temperature. He then gestured, conjuring dozens of ice spikes and firing them in all directions in an attempt to locate his unseen enemies. However, when those who can see their target fight against those who cannot, the result is inevitable. As slashes and stabs continued to accumulate, Renaud's body gradually became stained with blood. Something's off. While continuing to launch attacks, Turan lightly licked his finger and waved it through the air. This region had quite a dry climate, yet Renaud was effortlessly condensing ice and using it as projectiles. Even if he possessed the bloodline ability of the rapids, which controlled water in this kind of environment, he should not have been able to wield his power so effortlessly. Moreover, despite continuously creating ice, there was not even a slight sense that the surrounding air was becoming drier. At this rate, it did not seem like he was gathering moisture to freeze. It was as if he was outright creating ice from nothing. Like a buffalo being hunted by a pack of wolves, Renaud resisted for about a minute. Finally, by the time the knights could no longer endure and all froze to death, the cornered Renaud's eyes turned a bright blood red. With a low groan, the flow of magic swirling inside his body began to surge violently. Realizing he was up to something, Turan was about to break his concealment and shout a warning when Renaud stomped his foot forcefully. "You bastards!" From his foot, a sheet of ice rapidly spread outward, covering a radius of over 100 meters and turning the ground into a frozen expanse. Magic that covered the ground in ice, what possible use could that have? Was he trying to make it difficult for them to walk by making the surface slippery? Just as that thought crossed their minds, Renaud's body suddenly slid forward at an incredible speed. It was so fast that one might think a giant had picked him up and thrown him. His target was Salif, who had just revealed his position by throwing a hidden weapon. In the blink of an eye, Renaud reached Salif's location and, like a half-mad man, let out a wild shout as he swung his axe down onto the ground. That seemingly meaningless action produced a truly terrifying result. Crack. From the spot he struck, a massive array of ice spikes erupted in a fan shape, covering several dozen meters in front of him. As if declaring that if they hid using concealment, he would simply obliterate the entire area. This crazy bastard! Horrified by the attack aimed at him, Salif activated the magic artifact he had taken from House Varaha at maximum power. As a white sphere enveloped his body, the ice spikes crashed against it with a harsh grinding noise, shattering upon impact. What kind of strength? Salif's eyes widened as he felt the pressure from beyond the barrier. The magic artifact he carried was one of the finest defensive tools even in House Varaha, yet it was screaming as if it might break at any moment. Turon had assessed that Renaud's enhanced strength was only somewhere between his and Mesa's. But judging by this alone, it felt like fighting someone with twice their magic power. The luminous sphere around Salif's body disrupted his concealment, allowing Renaud to see him. His face twisted into an ecstatic grin. "There you are." His bloodshot eyes, the frothing at his mouth, and his slack-jawed expression, one look was enough to tell he was far from sane. The identity of his second bloodline, symbolized by the crossed axes, was clear. It was the Berserker bloodline, which granted immense physical power at the cost of reason. Renaud leaped several dozen meters from where he stood and brought his axe down. With a thunderous crash, the white sphere cracked in multiple places. If the sphere shattered and the fight turned into a melee, it was certain the battle would be over in 5 seconds. That was how overwhelming his physical abilities were. "Damn it, help me!" The moment the desperate Salif shouted for help, a rock came flying from the side and struck Renaud squarely on the head. Turon, driven by urgency, had thrown it with all his strength, stunning Renaud for a few seconds. "Are you okay? I'm not dead. But I think I got stabbed in a few places." As Salif grumbled and quickly used concealment to create distance, Mesa uprooted several massive conifer trees using telekinesis magic and slammed them down onto the barely conscious Renaud. The fully berserker let out an enraged roar. 10 minutes later, Turon's group had managed to subdue Renaud, binding him with the chain magic artifact. In the process, Salif had been impaled in the thigh by an ice spike, and Mesa had her arm broken by an axe strike. Still, they had captured him. The mission was a success. Using what little magic power they had left, they crafted healing potions to treat their wounds. Then the three of them dragged Renaud into the middle of a coniferous forest, a short distance away from the campsite, and threw him down. "Hugh, I really thought I was going to die. If he had been just a little stronger, I would have had to use my bloodline ability." So his true identity, it's that right? Probably. Though they did not speak the god's name, all three of them had a strong suspicion about the entity residing within Renaud. The pre-god tribe, the Wrath of Frost. Among the nobles of the Frost bloodline, including those of the Carmine bloodline, he was considered an ancestor. He was one who could very well possess both the Frost bloodline and the Berserker bloodline at the same time. Even so, why is he in House Najin instead of House Carmine? There were several possible explanations. Perhaps the influence of House Carmine had yet to reach this far, or maybe there's already another god ruling over House Carmine. Had the entity possessing Renaud not mentioned the word pact just moments ago? Considering that the term usually referred to agreements or treaties between major powers, one conclusion immediately came to mind. The pre-god tribe that remained in this land were not all on the same side. Well, if they're just powerful humans rather than true gods, I suppose that's inevitable. Given that their wizard descendants constantly clashed and fought among themselves, it would be foolish to assume the gods were any different. Lost in thought, Turon was abruptly pulled back to reality by Salif, who muttered as he looked at Renaud sprawled on the ground. "Honestly, looking at him now, I feel strange. The fact that we actually caught that thing. It doesn't feel entirely good. It's kind of something hollow, I guess, not that it was easy, but still." He had deliberately referred to the entity as that thing rather than God, suspecting that such beings might have the ability to sense something even through conversation. Although the entity had only learned that they had spoken in the library and did not know Turon's true identity or the exact content of their discussion, it was still best to avoid unnecessary risks. Turon nodded in agreement with Salif's sentiment. "I get what you're saying. To be honest, I felt the same way." After all, this was a member of the pre-god tribe, the supposed ancestors of all wizards, the creators who had repelled other races and saved humanity. Yet 3 people had captured one. It felt oddly disappointing, like finally meeting a revered idol only to realize he was nothing more than a lucky drunkard. Hearing their conversation, Mesa, who had been standing behind them, shook her head. "I wouldn't say it's hollow. With this kind of body, he still fought against the 3 of us like this. I'm feeling frustrated because I can't even imagine how strong that person must be." "Yeah, that's true." At the mention of Mesa's father, Battle Aravian, all 3 of them fell silent for a moment. The god inhabiting Renaud had managed to fight on equal footing with 3 top-tier nobles, simply by merging 2 bloodline abilities within a high-ranking noble's body. So what kind of monstrous power would a god possess if they took over the body of a great house's patriarch, fully integrating 4 bloodlines? Theoretically, even if all of them had the magic power of great house leaders, they still might not be able to guarantee victory. The mere thought of it was enough to shake their confidence, so Turon shook his head and changed the topic. "Well, for now, we need to extract as much information as we can. And while we're at it, we should figure out those suspicious spells he was using." "Oh, you mean the light attacks? That was really weird. I thought it was just cold energy, but it had a physical presence and whatever it hit ended up frozen." Yeah, and just the way he used ice magic seemed off. It didn't feel like normal magic at all. At Salif's remark, Turan explained what he had observed earlier. The ice magic did not seem to use any moisture at all. Hearing that, Mesa added, "Oh, right. While we were restraining him, I noticed something. The ice he created disappeared without leaving any water behind. It was as if it had been an illusion." So then, it wasn't illusionary ice, but what? Summoned ice? That's what we need to figure out. At Turan's words, Salif groaned. Though his face was hidden behind the mask, it was not difficult to imagine that he wore a grim expression underneath. "Is it time for that again? If you don't want to watch, you can keep watch like last time. My partner is probably getting bored being alone anyway. I'm fine. I should start getting used to this." As he exchanged light banter with the disgusted Salif, Turan discreetly focused on Mesa. Her expression was obscured by the mask, but he could feel the turmoil roiling inside her. "Will you be okay? It doesn't matter. That body ultimately belongs to that filthy woman's child. He's not really my brother." When he secretly conveyed his words through wind magic, Mesa responded curtly and then fell silent. Without further hesitation, Turan poured a small amount of healing potion into Renaud's mouth and splashed a large droplet of water onto him. Ugh! With great difficulty, Renaud's eyes fluttered open. Upon seeing those surrounding him, his eyes widened in alarm. Three masked figures clad in torn mantles, looking as though they had just been through battle. Their appearance made it blatantly obvious that they were not upstanding individuals, and in his shock he instinctively tried to draw upon his magic power, only to find that he felt nothing. "Where am I? What is this? Who are you people? You don't remember." Or maybe he's just pretending not to. At Mesa's question, Turan sniffed the air lightly before shaking his head, dismissing the theory. There was a distinct scent of confusion emanating from Renaud's body. It was clear that the god had not fully taken over Renaud's body, but instead possessed him only when needed. Judging by the fact that Renaud did not even recognize them, it seemed that his consciousness was partially suppressed even in normal circumstances. "I think it really is hiding inside him. Hey, you know there's something inside you, right? Bring it out. If you don't, we'll start torturing you." What? I have no idea what you're talking Abo." Renaud shook his head frantically in denial, but Turan did not miss the fleeting emotion that crossed his face. A look that practically screamed, "I've been caught." So Renaud knows there's something inside him. Good. This is a perfect chance to find out how the host coexists with it. Turan removed Renaud's shoes and held a long needle to the tip of his toe. Realizing what was about to happen, Renaud's face went deathly pale. "I have no personal grudge against you, so I'll give you one last chance before the torture starts. Call out the one inside you." Turan had only just met the real Renaud, but it was already clear that he was not the most strong-willed person. As expected, there was no need to actually torture him. He broke down in fear and started shouting desperately. "Aya, Emir, Emir, save me, please." Emir was the name of the god known as the Wrath of Frost. However, contrary to expectations, the god residing within Renaud's body ignored his desperate plea and showed no response. Even though his host's life was hanging by a thread. "I had my suspicions. Does the soul not perish even if the host dies?" Turan had ensured that their true identities remained completely hidden, not just during the battle but even afterward, because he had considered this possibility. If they killed him and his soul simply returned to its original dwelling, they would have gained nothing while exposing their own information. Regardless, at this rate, threatening and torturing Renaud would likely yield no valuable information. So while crouching in front of him, Turan lowered his voice and recited the words he had prepared in advance. "Emir, I have come to deliver the will of Odas." Odas. It was a name of a pre-god tribe member mentioned in the diary Turan had once come across. Turan believed that Odas was highly likely to be the ancestor of House Zahar, the Night Hunter. After all, what the diary's owner desperately needed at the time was precisely House Zahar's tracking ability. In other words, he was now pretending to be a messenger acting under the orders of Zahar's god. If I mention the name outright, he'll at least reveal himself. With this, it would be even harder for anyone to suspect that the culprit behind this was just some wandering noble named Turan. There was no way a mere nobody would know the true name of the Night Hunter. As expected, Renaud's frightened expression suddenly shifted, as if someone else had taken over his body. What was curious, however, was that the emotion displayed was not anger or fear, but something closer to pure shock. The pre-god tribe member Emir, who had taken over Renaud's body, let out a shrill exclamation. "Odas. That damn otaku bastard is still alive. How? Where the hell has he been hiding for thousands of years?" Chapter 85. As was often the case with divine beings, Emir's words contained enigmatic terms that seemed celestial in nature. However, Turan adeptly filtered them out, extracting only the clear and concrete information. Questions like how he had managed to survive or where he had been hiding for thousands of years. The conclusion that could be drawn from this was clear. Knight Hunter Otis was not the god currently ruling over Zahar. No, rather, Emir, a god who had survived into the present era, seemed to believe that Otis had perished in the distant past. This is troublesome. Turon found himself newly grateful for the fact that he was wearing a mask. If not, his startled and rigid expression would have been fully exposed to his opponent. His original plan to pretend to be a subordinate of the god ruling over Zahar had now been completely scrapped. An ordinary person would have panicked and been at a loss, but even in such a situation, Turon kept his mind working, contemplating how to utilize this newly acquired information. Thanks to using thought acceleration, he was able to come up with a fairly plausible plan in just about a second. He has always existed. It is simply that you were unaware. The Night Hunter does not reveal himself to anyone. Turon's newly devised strategy was to use the non-existent Night Hunter as his backing. As expected, Emir, though appearing somewhat bewildered, did not outright refute his claim. That sounds just like something that Bastard would say. So, what is it that Otis wants to convey? More importantly, I'm the one who wants to send a message. It's not like we were on such bad terms before, and yet now, like this, he has remained in seclusion for a long time to prepare for his resurrection. That is why he wishes to know how the world has changed. As Turon cut him off, Emir narrowed his eyes, seemingly displeased. His next words were laced with obvious sarcasm. He's not asking for a history book, is he? Tell me which gods have survived and which noble houses they each rule over. Oh, it's not exactly difficult to answer. Among us, it's not even a big secret. But Emir spat to the side, speaking in a contemptuous tone. If you want to hear it, first release this, you stupid NPC bastard. How dare you act so high and mighty before a god? From the way he carried himself, one might mistake Turon as the one bound in chains rather than Emir. Perhaps it was the arrogance of a divine being who had spent ages transferring from one human body to another as if they were mere playthings. Or maybe it was the assurance that even if Renaud's body died, his soul would remain intact. Turon silently stared at Emir for a few seconds before slowly opening his mouth. You seem to believe that when this body dies, your soul will return intact, but the Night Hunter has bestowed upon me the method of harvesting souls. If you refuse to cooperate, I have permission to take only your soul. Rather than displaying fear, Emir twisted his face in anger. Bullshit. If such a method really existed, why haven't you used it already instead of trying to persuade me with words? Otis never had any ability like that in the first place. However, despite his outward bravado, there was a faint scent of fear emanating from his body. He was not entirely convinced, but he had at least begun to entertain the possibility. The fact that he was still managing to feign composure was likely due to the survival skills he had honed over the centuries. Lowering his voice, Turon spoke in a commanding tone. The power he has gained by traversing the boundary between life and death is beyond the comprehension of beings like you or me. However, I will tell you the warning he gave. Using this method carelessly could damage the soul. It would be a shame if a valuable informant were to be lost that way. That is why I am trying to persuade you with words. What? But if you provide enough useful information, not only will I release you in that body, but I am also prepared to offer additional compensation. Something that will be more than satisfactory. What kind of bullshit compensation? The secret to true immortality. Of course, no such method actually existed, but Turon had no qualms about making empty promises. After a brief silence in response to the persuasive shift from whip to carrot, Emir asked with a suspicious expression, "Explain in detail. You wouldn't have to pathetically cling to the bodies of mortals to prolong your existence anymore. Instead, you could reclaim your authority as a true god, just as my master has." A faint glimmer of desire flickered in Emir's eyes upon hearing those words. After all, it was unlikely that they enjoyed having to constantly parasitize different bodies just to survive. Especially when the current host was only at the level of a high-ranking noble. If that were really possible, why would you even be doing all this? If Otis had returned while maintaining his full power, even that Nazi bastard ruling the desert right now would piss himself and kneel. World domination would be a walk in the park. That statement implied that even the power they had accumulated over countless years was still far inferior to the pre-god tribe at their prime. Even the mighty head of House Aravian, the head of House Zahar who had once confronted him, and the god referred to as Nazi behind them, none of them would dare to challenge such power. While inwardly feeling a chill at the realization, Turon once again adopted a pressuring stance, using forceful words to brush aside Emir's question. "I'll provide all the details in exchange for compensation as well. Now make your choice. Will you make a deal or will you risk the possibility of your soul being destroyed just to keep your loyalty?" Unlike his earlier arrogance, Emir now rolled his eyes anxiously, visibly deep in thought. It was likely due to a mix of fear over the threat of soul harvesting and the temptation of regaining a god's body. Moreover, the price he had to pay for it was not even that significant, was it? After all, the whereabouts of the remaining gods in the present era was not necessarily a secret among those in the know. After a brief hesitation, Emir spoke in a slightly subdued voice. I can't tell you about the side I belong to. Our leader can detect whenever someone discusses anything related to them outside. The moment he mentioned leader, an even greater fear appeared on Emir's face than when Turan had threatened his soul's destruction. Turan quickly inferred why the librarian had been kidnapped and who the god ruling over House Aravian and House Najin was. The biologist, the pre-god tribe who had criticized Night Hunter Odas and created the underground labyrinth. It was likely that discussing this topic at the library had triggered a problem. What was difficult to understand, however, was that when he had spoken about it with Mesa, Salif, and Ashes, it had not seemed to cause any major issues. He had not been particularly more cautious when mentioning it back then. In exchange, I'll tell you everything about the other factions. How about it? Odas is only interested in the Emerald Desert anyway. He never wanted to leave that place before. Fine, but tell me about all the forces outside the Emerald Desert as well. Sensing that this was the final point of negotiation, Turan immediately accepted the proposal. Emir fell into a brief silence, seemingly organizing his thoughts before slowly beginning his explanation. First, the one currently ruling over Zahar is Nazi. They have possessed the body of the family head for generations. What kind of god is Nazi? Is that their name? You can just relay it as is. Odas will understand what it means. Turan considered pressing him for more details but decided against it. Maintaining the facade of being the Night Hunter's messenger made it difficult to dispute that statement. If he pretended not to remember clearly or tried to evade the question, the true immortality he had offered as payment would come under suspicion. More importantly, the fact that Emir had mentioned the Zahar faction first suggested that he still suspected Turan might be one of their associates. Or perhaps Night Hunter Odas was expected to take an interest in that faction first. There are probably about 3 or 4 more under Nazi, usually possessing key figures of Zahar or members of vassal families. Otherwise, they remain dormant. Finding a perfectly compatible host isn't easy, and creating one from scratch takes a lot of effort. Creating a host. You mean manipulating their personality from a young age? You even know about that. More or less, explain in detail. Do you use necromancy? Since this information was more critical than what had been mentioned earlier, Emir hesitated for a moment before continuing. It was likely because Turan had already hinted that he had some understanding of it. That's right, we move bodies with the help of necromancers, and the higher the similarity in personality and habits, the higher the synchronization rate. Usually we just find someone reasonably similar like this body and possess them, but for those with high potential or specific talents, we sometimes train them from childhood to have certain personalities or hobbies. Turan noticed the faint tremors running through the bodies of Mesa and Salif, who stood surrounding Emir. What they had only suspected until now had just been confirmed through Emir's own words. Is all soul possession done the same way as yours? What? From what I can see, the original body owner's consciousness seems to still be there. Is that kind of coexistence method common? To be honest, from the outside, it seemed far milder than what he had imagined. At this rate, it was closer to coexistence than soul theft. Keeping a god inside one's body might even serve as a decent defense mechanism. However, Emir's next explanation shattered that naive thought entirely. I don't know the details myself, but they say the soul that forms the personality is replaced, leaving only the spirit as the power source. Essentially, the original owner's personality is nothing more than reflexes formed by the brain's residual information. The moment I leave, this body turns into a vegetative state. Unaware of the slight shudder from the 2 people who had almost become victims, Emir continued babbling before suddenly shutting his mouth. He likely anticipated that Turan's next question would be about how to reverse the process. There was no way he would reveal anything that might jeopardize his own survival. Reading his intent, Turan promptly changed the subject. So which gods are within the Zahar family? Whose bodies have they taken over? I only know about the Black One and the Gunslinger, and I have no idea whose bodies they're in now. Our faction and theirs have only minimal cooperation. We're not close enough to share that kind of information. House Aravian Najin and House Zahar were separate forces with little interaction. This was incredibly valuable information. It meant that sowing discord between them when necessary could be far more effective than he had anticipated. Turan nodded, signaling for Emir to continue. Carmine is controlled by the lawyer and were outright enemies. They've allied with the mermaids. They allied with the mermaids. Yeah, even in life that bastard kept raving about marrying a mermaid princess or whatever, and now he's living his dream. Crazy fishfucker. Suddenly, Turan recalled the mermaid Prince Armenia, whom he had met before. That boy who had said he wanted to ask his family why they ate humans, how was he faring now? Anyway, if even the gods were wary and unable to carelessly confront them, it seemed the mermaid's potential was at a level that couldn't be ignored. Could it be that someone like the Mermaid King could transform into a great sea serpent? Continue. The head of Reuven is the addict. That guy has been an isolationist for ages. I haven't seen him in nearly 1,000 years, not even sure if he's still alive. Reuven was a great noble house located in the north of Varaha in the northeastern part of the continent. It was the only great house specialized in close combat, having fused the fighter bloodline and the guardian bloodline. The dueling arena that Salif had previously mentioned was also said to be within that family's territory. What about Varaha? Their leader was the mechanic. I think it might have changed, but I'm not sure. They're not complete isolationists, but they tend to keep to themselves. Though they're somewhat close to Nazi, so that guy might know. Indeed, it seemed that the perceived closeness between Varaha and Zahar was not just an illusion. Even for the pre-god tribe, geographical distance posed a considerable constraint, as he repeatedly gave vague answers regarding the noble houses in the eastern continent. However, as Turon organized all the information, he realized there was one great noble house left unaccounted for. What about Lavitas? There's probably no one there. Why? Well, because controlling a house isn't as easy as it sounds. We agreed not to reveal our identities, so we have to take over secretly, but that leads to a lot of annoying situations. Actually, the great houses that used to be in the wasteland or forest were discovered while trying to control them and were annihilated. Plus, obtaining a body isn't exactly free either. Emir did not specify the exact conditions, so Turon was unsure, but it seemed that maintaining control over a noble house and continuing their possessions required a certain level of organization on their part. After all, someone had to assist in transferring bodies. It was unlikely to be a one-person operation. Regardless if what Emir said was true, then the young head of House Lavitas was indeed a pure human, untouched by divine possession. Of course, he could not be entirely certain based on Emir's word alone, but he was at least 99% sure. Then are there any necromancers that you don't control? Nope. There weren't many to begin with, and we made sure to round up every last one. I can't tell you where they're hidden, though. That's fine. Turon was curious, but he knew he would not receive a meaningful answer. After a few more rounds of questioning, Emir finally lost his patience and cut in. Look, I think I've told you more than enough. Isn't it about time you shared that so-called secret of immortality? When Turon did not immediately respond, Emir, perhaps feeling uneasy, quickly added, If you try to cheat me, I'll tell my leader everything. That god wasn't on good terms with Otas originally either. If he finds out you know such a secret, things won't end well. It was a threat. If Turon did not reveal the secret, he would expose Otas's return. Hearing this, Turon let out a small laugh and replied, Do you really think he'll just let you be? If I were him, I wouldn't take kindly to a subordinate blabbering my secrets to an enemy. Besides, my master never intended to keep it a secret in the first place. At Turon's counterthreat, Emir's face hardened. Before he could respond, Turon pulled out the dagger at his waist. What? I'll make sure Otas Nim receives all the information you provided. As for your reward, he'll deliver it personally later, so just wait. Whether you inform your leader or not is up to you. Wait. You said you'd spare this body. Before Emir could finish, Turon swung his dagger, cleanly severing his Renaud's neck. From what had been said earlier, it seemed that finding a suitable host was no easy task, so this would likely restrict Emir's movements for some time. Perhaps it would even prevent him from relaying what he had learned to their leader until he found a new body. As the head rolled to the ground, its face contorted with a mix of shock and betrayal. Not long after, a mass of magic power shot out from the lifeless body. Is that the soul of a god? Turon briefly considered whether he could glimpse the symbol of its bloodline within, but he had no time to verify it. The magic mass immediately attempted to dart toward the northwest. At this, Turon immediately took out the jewel box from his chest and infused it with magic power. Since he had already taken out the librarian and placed it beside Bige, the previously empty jewel box had been activated. However, Emir's soul, or whatever it was, flew away without any interference. Turon clicked his tongue and put the box away after making a final attempt to restrain it using telekinesis magic and taming magic. Watching from the side, Mesa asked, It didn't work. Number looks like this thing can only capture spirits. It would have been nice if it had worked. He had wanted to learn more about the biologist, who was likely the leader of the Aravian Najin faction, as well as the mysterious abilities he wielded. Unfortunately, asking about the powers used by the gods might have raised suspicion about whether he was truly Otas's messenger, so he had refrained. After properly handling Renaud's corpse and erasing any traces, Turon's group moved toward the place where Bige had hidden herself. As they walked, Salif, who had remained silent until then, muttered in a somewhat dazed tone, I never imagined so many gods were still lingering in this world, and some of them are even cozying up to other races. Damn, I didn't think I'd ever feel this small. Well, just realizing that they're not all on the same side is already a valuable gain. Who knows, maybe we'll end up borrowing one god's power to fight another. Of course, they would have to take into account the loose bonds between the gods, but if Turan's group could attain power on par with at least one faction of them, they could directly intervene in this vast struggle. To do so, the most urgent task now was to build that strength. When the three of them arrived, Bige let out a cry of welcome and Turan patted her head. Now it's time to start gathering real power. Where are we headed? First, let's go to the North Sea. I still have to show Salif what I promised. And the sea has stronger magical beasts than the land. Given that larger and stronger creatures were generally more likely to be powerful magical beasts, it was only natural that the massive sea creatures would possess even greater strength than those on land. In fact, while sailing the North Sea and wandering the South Sea, Turan had sensed the presence of immensely powerful magical beasts more than once. He had only withdrawn because it seemed either too difficult to find them without abandoning the ship and diving or too dangerous to defeat them. But with three high-ranking nobles capable of overpowering even mythical-class magical beasts, the situation would be entirely different. Chapter 86. As they left the snowy plains and moved eastward, Turan first checked the librarian's exact condition. He was concerned because the librarian had mentioned feeling weakened, possibly due to being far from the library. Of course, since they had neither the ability to handle spirits nor knowledge about them, their methods were bound to be crude. After repeatedly conducting primitive experiments by placing the librarian into and out of the jewel box several times, they reached a simple conclusion. The librarian had now become a spirit completely bound to the jewel box, and in the process, had lost most of the authority it could use when previously connected to the library. For example, the ability to identify bloodlines which had been used in the past was among the lost powers. It is unfortunate that I am no longer of help. The librarians spoke in their usual indifferent and monotonous manner, but they averted their gaze slightly, subtly displaying a hint of guilt. Turan smiled and reassured the librarian. It is fine. I have already received a great deal of help from you before. Of course, that did not mean the librarian had become useless. The records of all the books that once existed in Orum's library still remained intact. So, among the unknown bloodlines of the Silver Sun, two of them were the Guardian and the Healer, most likely. According to the records, he often referred to himself as a protector, and there are accounts of wounds healing when he placed his hand on the injured. Sitting on the swing that Bige was pulling, Turan analyzed the bloodlines of the ancient gods along with the librarian, who was seated in midair across from him. As he repeated the librarian's words so that the others could hear, Salif, who was sitting beside him, whistled. I have never come across such stories myself. I've always been interested in history, so I've searched through all the records kept within our family's library, but I never found anything like this. In that case, it was likely concealed on purpose. To eliminate clues that could help complete the type, or what you call bloodlines. It was not hard to guess why. The nobles must have feared that someone would attempt to reconstruct the god's bloodline on their own. The relatively well-known Night Hunter bloodline was no longer a concern since two of its components had already perished. So the Silver Sun's bloodlines are Sun, which combines Pyromaniac and Illusionist, plus Guardian and Healer. Salif, do you have any relatives with those two bloodlines? I don't think so. My grandfather was a noble of the Sun bloodline and my grandmother was a commoner concubine. On my mother's side, my grandfather had the Earthmover bloodline and my grandmother had the Sun bloodline. I don't know much beyond that. That does make it somewhat ambiguous. There was a possibility that a variable existed on his grandmother's side, as in Turan's case, but otherwise he seemed to be far removed from the Silver Sun's bloodline. Had they tried to replace the Guardian and Healer bloodlines with the power of a god's soul, at that moment Mesa, who had been quietly listening, spoke in a low voice. In comparison, my side is a bit clearer. My father has the Storm and Fighter bloodlines, while my mother has the Enchanter bloodline. The bloodline of the Storm that governs lightning is called Thunder Master. It is a name forgotten in modern times. Hearing the librarian's quiet explanation, Turan took out a small notebook and a piece of charcoal and began writing. Silver Sun equals Pyromaniac plus Illusionist plus Guardian plus Healer. Thunder Lord equals Thunder Master plus Airbender plus Enchanter plus Fighter. Night Hunter equals Chaser plus Hunter plus Shadow plus Alchemist. Wrath of Frost equals Berserker plus Frost. He also noted down the Earth Mother Goddess, whom the Earthmover bloodline revered as their progenitor, and the Lame Goddess, the ancestor of the Enchanter bloodline, making for quite a lengthy list. Salif pointed at the part where Thunder Lord was written and commented, at this rate, Mesa could end up acquiring all four of a god's bloodlines on her own, that is, assuming she undergoes additional awakenings like Turan. No way. Well, you never know. Both you and I are bodies chosen by the gods. Damn, why don't I have anything like this? Salif's words started as praise but ended in self-deprecating grumbling. Mesa shook her head and looked at Turan. It's just a slim possibility anyway. If you look at it that way, Turan has the advantage. You already have 4 bloodlines guaranteed. Well, I have a feeling that the combination is just as important as the number of bloodlines, so I'm not sure. From what they had investigated so far, no other member of the pre-god tribe had the same bloodline combination as Turan. They still didn't know whether this combination was possible because he had a god's soul, or if it was related to obtaining all 4 bloodlines. Next, Turan intended to write down the name of the biologist, but he reconsidered. Writing it down might attract just as much attention as speaking it aloud. Instead, he wrote down the owner of the sacred relic he possessed. Drowned God equals Wave Rider plus Mimic plus. Seeing this, Mesa pointed at the words Wave Rider and asked, "Is this referring to the Rapids bloodline?" Probably not. From what I heard from the Gate of the Labyrinth before, one of the characteristics of the Wave Rider bloodline was exceptional physical abilities. In contrast, the Rapids bloodline, which controlled water and other fluids, was not particularly suited for hand-to-hand combat. Salif, who had previously gathered similar information during his independent investigations, had sought out nobles of pirate lineage with exceptional physical abilities, such as Tassin from the Red Whale Pirates. "Do you know anything about this, Elder?" At Turan's question, the librarian hesitated for a moment before shaking their head. "I know nothing about it. The only knowledge I have comes from books that have entered the library." It seemed that records of that god had never made their way to Orem City. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, Turan continued organizing the god's bloodlines. Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind and he voiced it. "By the way, I've been thinking about this for a while. Aren't the names of the bloodlines all over the place?" "What do you mean?" "Even among great houses, some bloodlines are named by combining two, like Storm or Sun, while others remain separate. Some bloodline names describe a phenomenon, while others refer to the people who wield them. The Sun bloodline, composed of pyromaniac and illusionist, was a prime example. The former referred to a person who enjoyed setting fires, whereas the latter did not describe a person but rather the ability itself. When Turan first learned about this from Kjorn, he had asked about it, but the old knight had simply replied that he had learned it that way and did not know the origins of the names. Hearing this, Mesa and Salif exchanged glances, their expressions indicating that they too found it difficult to understand. "Is that so? I just thought that's how they were called and never questioned it." Unlike Turan, the two of them did not seem to find the naming conventions particularly odd. As he tilted his head in slight confusion, the librarian provided a brief explanation. There were times when Pyromaniac was called the Flame Bloodline, and Illusionist was referred to as the Illusion Master Bloodline. However, I do not know how certain names became established. I should go back soon, I am getting tired." With that, the librarian yawned lightly, and before anyone could respond, turned into smoke and seeped into the jewel box. This was another change that had occurred after the librarian became bound to the jewel box. If it stayed outside for too long, it would feel fatigued. Gazing at the spot where the librarian had disappeared, Turan then lifted his head and looked at Bige, who was flying above. Not only had her wingbeats grown weaker, but a deep sense of exhaustion was also transmitted through the soul bond. "We should also descend and rest soon. We've long since left the House Najin's territory, so it should be safe here." After landing on a small hill in the northern Taking Plains, Bige, completely exhausted, collapsed into a deep sleep, nearly passing out. It was understandable, given how grueling their journey had been. She had flown for several hours to reach Orem City, rested for only half a day, then immediately flew north for another day and a half. After a brief rest, she had flown non-stop for an entire day. And it was not as if she had been flying alone. She had carried a large metal swing and 3 people with her the entire time. If Bige had not possessed magic power on par with a high-ranking noble, and if Turan and Mesa had not taken turns assisting her flight with wind magic, such a feat would have been impossible. After setting up camp and spending the night, Turan's group took turns carrying the completely exhausted Bige as they traveled eastward on foot. Fortunately, thanks to tracking magic, they were able to avoid any traces of people, preventing any unwanted encounters. After 2 days of feeding Bige good meals and allowing her to rest, she fully recovered. Instead of immediately boarding the swing, Turan tied a letter to Bige's ankle and sent her off. An hour later, she returned with a new letter tied to her ankle. "I'm just living as usual, watching plays and such. Are you all doing well? It's a bit lonely being by myself." The letter detailed everything that had happened on Ash's end and ended with a note expressing a longing to see them again. After reading it and folding the letter, Turan summarized it in one sentence for those waiting. "Ashes seems to be doing well." Before leaving, Turan and Ashes had exchanged a cipher for their letters in case they needed to communicate secretly. The mention of play in the first paragraph indicated that the letter had not been written under surveillance. "Bige, did you follow the plan I told you?" "Yes, I made a big loop before meeting Ashes, and when I left too. Although Bige had been sent out at dusk to avoid attention, it would still be troublesome if someone saw her and deduced her movements. To prevent this, Turan had instructed Bige not to fly directly to House Burke but instead take a wide detour, making it appear as though she had arrived from the south. Likewise, on the return journey she first flew south before looping around and heading back north. Given how fast Bige could fly without carrying anything, no one would dare try to follow them. That's a relief. Hearing he's doing well makes me happy. I'd love to visit again for a drink. I like the food there too. Not only Mesa, who was a close relative, but Salif also showed signs of relief upon confirming this. Having stayed with House Burke for a considerable time and receiving their hospitality, it was only natural that some attachment had formed. After another half-day of flight aboard Bige, they finally left Aravian's territory. Phew, Mesa let out a sigh of relief as she watched the tacking planes fade into the distance behind them. Although she had not openly shown it, she seemed to have felt considerable pressure staying within Aravian's domain. Are you okay? Yes, I feel much more at ease now. It felt like something was pressing down on my chest the whole time we were there. That oppressive feeling likely stemmed from the presence of House Aravian, which had weighed on her for years, and from her father Battle, who was the vessel of the Thunder Lord. Salif interjected with a skeptical remark. But should we really be feeling relieved? I heard that over in Carmine's territory there's a god who's aligned with non-humans. For now, they don't have any conflicting interests with us. I can't be sure, but they might even become potential allies. Based on his past encounter with the merfolk Prince Armenia, merfolk seemed to be more reasonable than dark elves or dwarves. Moreover, since Carmine's god likely had no knowledge of their existence, there was little reason for immediate concern. Hearing Turan's reasoning, Salif let out a small hum of acknowledgement and nodded. As they continued traveling and conversing for about an hour, Turan suddenly recognized the surrounding landscape. As the sun began to set, he turned to the others and said, "Let's rest in that village over there tonight." Already. I think we can keep going a bit longer. I'm in favor. Bige hasn't fully recovered from overexerting herself yet, and honestly, I'd like to eat something nice and sleep in a real bed. Although Mesa seemed eager to put more distance between herself and the tacking planes, she nodded in agreement after hearing Salif's reasoning. Since she was still relying on Turan to provide food, it was difficult for Mesa to ignore her companion's request for a proper meal. Otherwise, it might seem as though she was indifferent because she did not eat in the first place. A short while later, they entered a hilltop village nestled in the hilly terrain. A man, seemingly returning from farm work, trudged along with a hoe in hand. Upon spotting Turan's group, he approached them. "Your unfamiliar faces. Where did you come FRO?" Initially wary of strangers, the man's expression shifted dramatically when he saw Turan's face. His eyes widened in shock and he dropped his hoe before falling to his knees. Salif and Mesa turned to Turan and asked, "What did you do here to get that reaction? Did you kill someone?" "Kill, if anything, I saved people. I came to check on a child I entrusted to this place." Oh, of course. "She's doing very well, sir. Take me to her." This village was the very place where Turan had left the sole survivor of a settlement destroyed by the pyro executioner Oval. Soon after, Turan reunited with the young girl for the first time in a year. Thank you for saving me. No one in the village has been bothering you, have they?" "Not at all. Everyone treats me very well." Fortunately, there was no trace of fear or distress in her voice or scent that suggested she had been threatened. There were no visible signs of mistreatment either. Her hands were a bit rough, but that was to be expected. She had to learn how to work if she was going to survive as a commoner. After confirming her well-being, Turan called over the anxious village chief and placed a few gold coins directly into his hand. "Oh my, this is too generous. This is payment for spending the night here." Of course, the village chief was not foolish enough to believe that this was merely a lodging fee and not also a reward for following Turan's instructions faithfully. They were given the best house in the village to stay in, and as they settled in, Turan explained to the others what had happened in this area in the past. Since they had already heard about Oval before, both of them were surprised to realize this was the same place. "You're probably the only person who would actually come back after saying you would. If it were me, I would have long forgotten and just moved on. If I say I'll do something, I keep my word. You have a surprisingly kind side at times." Hearing Mesa's comment, accompanied by a smile, made Turan feel uncomfortable and he turned his head away. It reminded him of the same uneasy feeling he had when Kjorn had once called him a good person. It was just something that had to be done. His decision to look after the girl left in this village was purely out of responsibility. Even if it had only been for a brief moment, she had been under his protection, which meant she was one of the lambs he had to shepherd. Turan felt a similar sense of responsibility toward the citizens of Kalamaf and the people he had saved from the southern islands. He wanted to check on their well-being, and if any issues arose, he was prepared to exact vengeance. Salif sighed and shook his head, exasperated. "No matter how much time passes, I still can't figure you out. On one hand, you're utterly ruthless, and on the other, you're ridiculously soft. Well, either way, we both ended up benefiting from it, didn't we? I mean, yeah, that's true. Mesa spoke with a distant look in her eyes, and Salif, seeing no point in arguing further, simply raised his hands in surrender. After spending a night in the village, Turan's group did not head directly north to the North Sea. Instead, they moved in a zigzag pattern, sweeping through the hilly terrain between House Aravian and House Carmine. This was because the librarian had once mentioned that records existed of a mythical-grade magical beast that had gone missing in this area approximately 500 years ago. However, contrary to their expectations, the magical beasts they encountered during their search were all too weak to even be worth capturing. After several days of wandering, only eliminating the overly aggressive creatures, Salif finally suggested giving up. Well, if you think about it, it makes sense. If something that strong had been living here all this time, it would have been hunted down ages ago, unless of course it's being raised here like that monkey. Wait. Cutting off Salif's words, Turan closed his eyes and focused on his sense of smell. Mesa, watching him, asked, "What's wrong?" "There's a strange smell, something's burning." A sharp, acrid scent of burning reached the tip of his nose, triggering a strange sense of familiarity. The stench was so intense that it felt as if a wildfire had broken out. And then, a memory surfaced of when he had come across the aftermath of the Pyro Executioner Oval's rampage. Bige that way. Normally, Turan adhered to the principle of not letting people see him riding Bige, but this time he broke the rule and immediately directed her toward the source of the smell. Moments later, they arrived at the scene where the crackling of flames and desperate screams filled the air. "Help us, please help us. Please, please stop." A small slash-and-burn farming village deep within the forest. The people, likely having lived in isolation, were tied to stakes, burning one by one as they awaited their turn. And in the center of the village square stood a woman with her arms spread wide, letting the ashes fall onto her. Though her back was turned, Turan could already guess who she was. Leaping off the swing, he immediately called out her name. "Vyson." "Who's calling me?" "Oh, Tyrannim." The leader of the group of young noble hunters who had once hunted Oval alongside him, Vyson Carmine, turned to face him. Her eyes gleamed with an eerily clear light. Chapter 87. When he first came into the world, Turan met a beast hunter named Midden in a small city. The superstition that ordinary people could become wizards by hunting magical beasts was widespread everywhere, but what left a strong impression on him was the unique look in Midden's eyes. It was a gaze that seemed to focus solely on one unwavering goal, as if claiming that everything else was worthless. Although his connection with Midden had ended in a somewhat absurd manner, it was not long before Turan encountered another person with a similar gaze. That person was Oval, a pyro executioner who believed that by burning people with the wisdom granted by the gods and covering himself in their ashes, he could awaken a new bloodline. And now, after a long time, Vyson, a noble of House Carmine, displayed the same look in her eyes as the previous two, even though she had not been like that when they first met. However, it was not the right time to ask about it. Because right beside him, people were screaming as they burned. Turan immediately used telekinesis magic to begin unbinding the villagers who were tied up. "Wait!" Startled, Vyson quickly gathered moisture, forming a bow and arrow made of ice, seemingly in an attempt to stop him. However, as soon as she shot it toward Turan, Salif, who was standing next to him, created a hammer of light to intercept it. "Where do you think you're going?" Although Vyson's magic had grown considerably stronger than before, she was still only fluctuating between the mid-tier and upper mid-tier ranks. Naturally, Salif, a top-ranking noble, easily shattered the ice arrow and sent his hammer crashing into Vyson's abdomen. Ugh! Vyson collapsed on the spot, vomiting everything she had consumed, and passed out with her face buried in her own vomit. Of course, Salif had held back. If he had struck her seriously, her stomach would have been torn open in a single blow, killing her instantly. Meanwhile, Turan had freed all the villagers and immediately handed Salif the chain-type magic artifact. "Restrain and keep an eye on her. She might try something strange, so stay alert. Don't worry about it." Leaving the confident Salif behind, Turan turned and walked toward the burning people. Mesa had created a vacuum around their bodies to extinguish the flames, but they were already on the verge of death due to severe burns and suffocation. "This is..." Mesa looked at him with a helpless expression, and Turan immediately took out a healing potion magic artifact and handed it to her. "Make this, I'll administer it. Can they be saved?" "It's enough." Healing potion magic artifacts were considered somewhat unreliable because the stronger the magical creature, the less effective the treatment. However, if the potion worked even on top-ranking nobles, then for ordinary people, it was nothing short of an elixir of life. Turan quickly sorted through the burn victims. He categorized them based on how brightly the magic flames within their bodies were perceived through the sacred relic's senses. He placed those who were already dead slightly away and arranged the severely injured in order. Meanwhile, Mesa handed him a bottle filled with shimmering liquid. "I've finished making it. Give it to me, you'll probably need to make more." Turan supported the neck of the person in the worst condition, then took out a dagger and cut open the burned and fused lips. He then pulled out the metal tube he usually used for feeding Mesa and shoved it into the opening, pouring the healing potion inside. Moments later, those watching gasped in astonishment. Oh, he's alive. A dead person is coming back to life. The body of the person who had seemed moments away from death cracked open, revealing fresh, white skin growing underneath. The fused fingers, the lungs scorched from inhaling smoke, and even the heat-damaged eyes all recovered in a process that seemed more like resurrection than mere healing. Pulling the tube from the person's throat, Turan immediately threw the empty bottle at Mesa and shouted, "Next!" As Turan continued administering the healing potion to multiple patients, he noticed Mesa's magic power visibly depleting. Realizing this, they switched roles. Turan began charging the magic potion while Mesa administered it. And so, 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. Unfortunately, a few of them had already lost their lives before they could be saved, but most of those in critical condition managed to survive. Phew! Turan let out a sigh of relief and patted Mesa on the shoulder. She still seemed somewhat dazed, as if she had not yet fully processed the abrupt end of the crisis. "You did well, Mesa. It looks like there's no one in immediate danger now." "Oh, we saved them." "We really did." Mesa looked down at her hands in disbelief. She had likely experienced saving people from danger before, such as during the Dark Elf subjugation, but treating severely injured individuals was something she was not accustomed to. "Yeah, we saved them. I'll take care of the rest, so go change your clothes first." Since they had to come into direct contact with burn victims, insert tubes, and administer the medicine, both of their clothes were a mess, covered in pus and soot. After sending Mesa off, Turan turned to the villagers who were still able to move and gave them instructions. "The wounded have been healed, but it will take time for them to regain consciousness. Move them to their homes so they can rest and make sure no one approaches this area for the time being." "Understood. Thank you so much." It was only natural that they revered Turan like a god, for he had appeared out of nowhere, subdued the devil, and saved their houses and friends. Just like the citizens of Kalamaf had done in the past, Turan felt a sense of satisfaction at that thought. There weren't any problems, right? None at all. While Turan and Mesa were busy saving people, Salif had been keeping watch over Vyson, who was bound in chains. He nudged the still unconscious Vyson with the tip of his foot and asked, "So how do you know this woman? She looks like a noble from House Carmine. If you're dating her, you might want to reconsider. Her hobbies are way too twisted." "She was with me when I hunted down the noble who was burning people alive in this region. I told you about it before." Since Turan had briefly explained the incident in the past, Salif quickly understood. "But now she's doing the exact same thing here. Why? That's what we need to find out." As they spoke, Vyson, who had been semi-conscious, finally came to her senses. She glanced at the chains binding her body, then at Turan, and murmured in a low voice, "Why are you interfering with my work? I'd ask if you seriously don't know, but first let me ask you, why are you doing this?" There was no need to examine the circumstances. Vyson had undoubtedly attempted the ritual described in Oval's old notebook to acquire the pyromaniac bloodline. She had copied the contents of the notebook back then, so it was not surprising that she knew the method. However, at that time, Vyson had neither trusted the idea of obtaining bloodline abilities nor approved of burning ordinary people alive. People's minds could change with time and circumstances, but 6 months, or just a little longer, felt too short for such a drastic transformation. Vyson furrowed her brows slightly at the question but then answered nonchalantly, "Well, because I need to obtain a third bloodline. Haven't you already tried it yourself, Turan? Not a chance." At Turan's response, Vyson smirked as if she did not believe him. She was nothing like the strong-willed warrior woman he had met before. It was clear that she had undergone some significant change during the time they were apart. Most likely, it was related to that altered gaze of hers. "What happened to you after we parted? Where did the companions you were with go? Back then?" "Oh, you mean Quebec, Aisha, and Gil? They all died. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a disagreement." Even as she casually admitted to killing her own comrades, there was not a trace of guilt on her face. Turan turned to Salif, who had been watching from the side. "Salif, yeah, what do you think of her eyes?" "Her eyes, I'm not sure. She just seems too calm for this situation, I guess." Unlike Turan, Salif did not seem to sense anything particularly unusual about Vyson's eyes. When Mesa returned after changing her clothes, Turan asked her as well, but he received a similar response. Finally, he even summoned the librarian to inquire, only to get another negative answer. Clicking his tongue softly, Turan thought to himself, "Is this something only I can see? So you didn't just suddenly decide you wanted a new bloodline out of nowhere. What made you start believing in this method? Did a god guarantee it for you like with Oval?" "A god? Yes, I suppose it must be a god. That voice, it kept telling me to become something greater. Why would I give up the right that was given to me?" Turan frowned at her incoherent rambling. It was the same kind of nonsense Oval had spouted when he was interrogated. Midden had seemed no different from a normal person aside from his innate kindness. But both Oval and Vysen shared not only a half-deranged state of mind, but also the fact that they had inflicted massive harm on others. What was the difference between them? Was it the presence of magic power, or was it simply that Midden's target had been magical beasts rather than humans? Turan continued interrogating Vysen, gradually piecing together what had happened to her. A few weeks after parting ways with Turan, she and her companions had wandered the western border of Carmine, hunting magical beasts. At some point she began hearing a voice from within, a temptation so strong that she suggested performing the burning ritual to her comrades. When they recoiled in horror, she brushed it off as a joke, but by then Vysen had already lost half of her sanity. Eventually she saw her companions as obstacles and one by one murdered them in their sleep and buried their bodies. After that she imitated Oval, carrying out burning rituals just as he had, which led to her current state. Then you never return to your house. No, but I will go back once I acquire my third bloodline. Then my parents and everyone else will be proud of me. So please help me. You want a second bloodline too, don't you? You all do. Ignoring Vysen's absurd attempt at persuasion, Turan organized the information and shared it with his companions, seeking their thoughts. Mesa, who had been stroking her lips in contemplation, was the first to speak. Well, since the spirit of fire actually worked, the method itself might not be entirely nonsense. You seriously think all this madness could really grant the pyromaniac bloodline? Salif asked incredulously. Mesa shook her head. I'm just considering the possibility. What I don't understand is, if this method actually worked, wouldn't it have already spread long ago? I mean, we stopped it this time, but it's not like the process is particularly difficult. There's also the fact that I've never seen anyone actually become a wizard just by hunting magical beasts, Turan added lightly. If this method had truly been effective, it would have spread widely by now. Nobles would be accumulating 4 or more bloodlines, and they'd be commanding entire armies of commoner-born knights. From this, they formed 2 hypotheses. First, the knowledge possessed by those with that strange gaze was partially correct and partially false. Second, the knowledge itself was accurate, but a separate innate qualification was required to make it work. And most importantly, this knowledge seemed to infect the minds of certain individuals, those whom only Turan could perceive with that peculiar gaze. The source of this corruption is probably a god's soul or something similar. That's the most logical assumption. Otherwise, where would this knowledge suddenly come from? Maybe it's not even a complete soul, just fragments. Only certain pieces of information from its past are being projected. Oh, impressed by how plausible the theory sounded, Salif briefly marveled before turning back to Vysen, raising the question they had been putting off. So what do we do with her? We kill her. Won't that thing, this so-called soul, just cling to us then? We can't exactly let her go, can we? I'll handle the execution, so stay far away. I've seen Emir's soul before. If it tries to latch onto me, I'll be able to tell. But even if you see it, that doesn't mean you can do anything about it. I'll try using the jewel box first. Even if things go wrong, we should have a few months before anything happens, which should give us enough time to figure out a solution. In the worst-case scenario, there was also the option of negotiating with the god in Carmine and borrowing the power of a necromancer. After all, if this entity was continuously moving from one body to another, that likely meant it was utilizing a necromancer as well. Once the discussion concluded and Vysen's execution was decided, Turan had the others step back before approaching her, still bound in chains. Seeing her sitting helplessly on the ground, Turan felt a sense of pity. She had burned hundreds of ordinary people alive, but given the circumstances, it was highly likely that this had not been entirely of her own will. If a god had possessed Mesa or Salif and driven them to commit massacres, would it be fair to blame them for it? However, releasing her now would only mean she would attempt the same thing again, and the spread of this knowledge was something that had to be prevented. Turan twisted Vysen's neck, ending her life instantly and without pain. Moments later, just as it had with Emir, a tiny cluster of magic power seeped out from Vysen's body. Unlike before when the soul had sought out a new host, this time it drifted upward as if trying to escape somewhere. Let's see if it works this time. Turan retrieved the jewel box, the one that had previously contained the librarian, and infused it with magic power. The drifting soul was immediately pulled in, absorbed into the artifact as if it had been swallowed whole. A very small fragment of a soul. The first words the librarian spoke after emerging from the jewel box were those. A fragment of a soul. Yes, you can think of it as a mere shard containing only the knowledge you mentioned and the desperate desire to fulfill it. All other memories from its past life have completely disappeared. Though the librarian did not seem to have any detailed knowledge about souls as a spirit-like entity, it appeared to have an innate sense of such things. Then will this cause any problems for you, Elder? It's too weak to be a threat, so there's nothing to worry about, however. If too many of these fragments are gathered, I suspect it might eventually regain its sense of self. A fragment, huh? On the other hand, if you collect a few more, I should be able to read the information stored within them. The knowledge contained within these soul fragments could certainly prove useful. Even the spirit of fire alone could more than double Turan's firepower, provided he was not in a situation where he needed to keep his identity hidden. And if they could discover a way to acquire bloodline abilities in a more moderate manner, one that did not involve something as extreme as the pyro executioner's method, its value would be immeasurable. Of course, it was still uncertain whether Turan, who already possessed 4 bloodline abilities, could gain any further strength from this. When he relayed what the librarian had told him, Salif, intrigued, asked curiously, "Could you possibly identify which god's soul this belongs to?" "How would I know? In fact, I'm not even certain that this truly is a god's soul." The librarian snorted dismissively but then hesitated as if struggling with something. I don't know if I should say this. It might just be my imagination leading to an incorrect conclusion." "It's fine, go ahead." With an uncharacteristically uncertain expression, the librarian gazed at the jewel box and spoke, "Just a little. But I felt a sense of longing. I have no homeland, but if I did, I imagine it might feel something like this." Chapter 88. After executing Vyson, Turan and his party decided to stay in the Slash-and-Burn farmers' village for a night to help with reconstruction. With nearly half of the village's residents dead, there was a shortage of manpower to repair the collapsed and burned houses and warehouses. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude for the help, once again shed tears. "Mesa, you placed the roof wrong. Isn't this how you do it? If you do it that way, it won't fit properly and the rain will leak through. You need to rotate it about halfway." Turan adjusted the roof panel that Mesa had lifted with telekinesis magic and explained in detail how the roof should be constructed. Mesa, encountering new architectural knowledge, looked at him curiously and asked, "Where did you learn all this?" "I just picked it up while living." Wow, he did not have any deep expertise in construction, but he had experience repairing the cabin he had lived in since childhood and had even built a few structures himself in Kalamaf. Besides, the warehouse they were building now was not a particularly complex structure, so it should be done like this. Yes, just like that. As Mesa lifted the roof again and rotated it about 90 degrees, an intrigued expression spread across her face. Turan had wondered if she would find this work tedious, but she actually seemed to enjoy helping others. After confirming that Mesa was following his instructions, Turan walked over to Salif, who was building a chicken coop, and scolded him. "If the fence is full of holes like this, wildcats or foxes will come and take all the chickens. What? How could they get through these tiny holes? Animals like cats have incredibly flexible bodies, almost as if they have no bones. If their heads fit, their whole bodies can squeeze through." "That's fascinating. Isn't that real magic?" Turan was not surprised that Mesa did not know such things, but even Salif, who was over 40 years older and had extensive travel experience, was unaware. Since the villagers did not dare correct the noble lords, it was up to Turan to teach them. After spending a long time struggling with the work, Bige suddenly swooped in and wrote on the ground, "Finished cleaning." "Already? Yeah." Turan had tasked Bige with cleaning the square, which had been ruined by the erected pillars and burned bodies. Sure enough, it was now completely spotless, as if the entire area had been overturned and reorganized. Since it would have taken too long for her small body to dig up the ground manually, she had likely just swept everything away using wind magic. "There's no one like you." Turan gently patted her head, and Bide shrugged her shoulders proudly. Lastly, after using earth manipulation magic to create graves for the deceased, the villagers gathered in the relatively intact meeting hall to have dinner together and pay respects to the dead. Naturally, Turan and his party were given the highest seats of honor. "As poor and destitute as we are, we can only offer such meager food. Please have mercy." Indeed, the food they provided was not particularly impressive. A stew made with smoked wild game meat and coarse black bread, it was hard to say it was any better than the meals Turan used to eat at Hisarul Hill. Meanwhile, in front of the villagers themselves, there was only thin grain porridge and wild vegetables. This was probably the best hospitality they could offer their saviors. Turan immediately picked up his spoon, took a bite of the stew, and then brought some unidentified spiced vegetables to his mouth. "This is good enough to be called a feast." "Come on, calling it a feast is a bit Salif, who was about to voice his honest complaint, was promptly kicked in the shin by Turan. Glancing at the villagers' faces, Turan saw that they looked slightly relieved to see him eating so readily. Salif, though grumbling, also started eating, leaving Mesa as the last one yet to start. At House Baltaz's banquets, Mesa had coldly ignored the judgmental stares that questioned why she had not taken a single bite of food. But now, under the villagers' desperate gazes, she seemed to feel pressured. Seeing her hesitantly pick up a spoon, Turan gently stopped her. "You don't have to force yourself. We're already eating, so it's fine if one person appears a little picky. If you force yourself to eat and end up throwing up, they'll probably feel even worse." At Salif's remark, Mesa shot him a slightly sharp glare, then shook her head and scooped up a spoonful of stew. I think I can manage at least one bite right now. Staring at the piece of meat and broth on her spoon, Mesa shut her eyes tightly and pushed it into her mouth. After chewing for a few seconds, she swallowed. Turon wondered if he should ask Salif to use illusionist magic in anticipation of the grand explosion about to follow. But to his surprise, Mesa did not spit the food out. She took a few deep breaths, then slowly opened her eyes. What, did it work? Both Turon and Salif, as well as Mesa herself, looked astonished, as if none of them could believe she had successfully eaten. She sat in stunned silence for a moment before breaking into a bright smile, then scooped up another spoonful of stew and even bit into the coarse bread. Only then did the villagers let out sighs of relief. Oh, she's eating. She seems to like it. Thank goodness, what a relief. To say that the food suited her taste was quite the understatement, as Mesa was devouring the meal with the hunger of a starving beggar. Of course, considering she had practically been starving for over 10 years, it would have been cruel to blame her. Does it taste good? The taste? I'm not really sure, it's been too long. But just being able to chew and swallow it myself makes me feel. Her enthusiastic eating only lasted a short while before she suddenly covered her mouth, slightly delayed nausea setting in. Seeing her cheeks puff up, Turon quickly pulled her away from the table and led her outside the hall. As Mesa threw up everything she had just eaten, Turon patted her back. Are you okay? Struggling to catch her breath, Mesa only nodded before finally looking up. To Turon's surprise, she had tears in her eyes but was smiling. I ate. Even if it was just a little. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Yeah. After conjuring some water on the spot to rinse her mouth, Mesa took a deep breath and exhaled. It feels like my mother and sister were saying this. That since I've helped this much, it's okay to eat at least this much. Of course, it was not truly her family that had given her permission to eat, it was Mesa herself. Perhaps her self-loathing for abandoning her family had finally been counterbalanced by her growing self-worth in helping others. This gave Turon an idea of how she might overcome her eating disorder. If she continued helping people and came to see herself as a valuable person, perhaps one day she would be able to eat like everyone else. After fully composing themselves, they returned to the hall, only to be greeted by Salif, who wore an exasperated expression. Hey, what? Those villagers over there are trying to figure out which one of us is the father. Do something about it. When Turon shifted his gaze, he saw the villagers watching them with keen interest, only to hurriedly lower their heads when their eyes met his. At least they did not assume Mesa had thrown up because the food was bad. That was a small relief. The next morning, Turon and his party left the village, giving up on searching for magical beasts in the area and flying straight east. While swinging lazily on his harness, Salif struck up a conversation with Turon. By the way, do you think this will be okay? What do you mean? Well, whatever the reason, we killed a noble from House Carmine. Wouldn't it have been better to take the body back and formally report what happened? If distorted rumors spread through the villagers later, it could be a problem. Mesa, sitting across from them, did not say anything, but her expression showed she agreed with Salif's concern. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Turon responded. If we take the body, we'll have to formally deal with the consequences with the great noble houses, but House Carmine won't want to admit that one of their nobles committed a massacre. Besides, we're just wanderers, so it'd be easy for them to pin the blame on us. If we reveal our true strength, that's another problem. We'd attract attention in a different way. Besides, that village spreading rumors is unlikely. It's not even a proper town, just a slash-and-burn farming settlement. I also made sure to tell them that if rumors spread, it wouldn't be good for them either. Isn't that a threat? It's advice. If they start talking about how Vyson was trying to become the second pyro executioner, House Carmine might decide to wipe them out. At Turon's words, Mesa let out a small awe and nodded. Just because those people are uneducated doesn't mean they're fools. They can at least judge matters concerning their own survival. Besides, we helped rebuild their village. You think they won't spread rumors out of gratitude? From Salif's words, Turon sensed a hint of condescension, as if he still saw him as a naive kid. But that was not why Turon had brought it up in the first place. No, if the village collapses, the people will scatter to other settlements to survive, and that could spread the story. But if the isolated slash-and-burn village remains intact, the chances of the story getting out decrease. They're generally self-sufficient people who live without much outside interaction. So you thought that far ahead when you decided to help them? Not entirely. I just considered it a bonus advantage. After explaining that much, Turon added one last thought. More than anything, if House Carmine somehow learns the truth, they'll probably want to bury the incident. Going to war with 3 wandering nobles over a member who died doing something insane isn't worth it for them. If the matter were made public, they'd have to cover it up for the sake of pride. But as long as it stays in the shadows, there's no need for them to push the issue. After finishing their discussion about Vison's fate, the conversation shifted to the fragment of the god that was inside her. More specifically, how they could gather more fragments. Wouldn't we find some clues if we tracked down magical beast hunters? I check whenever I come across them, but there hasn't been much success. Besides, there aren't that many of those kinds of people to begin with. Some magical beast hunters, like Midden's group, were driven purely by the desire to become wizards. However, more often than not, they were people who hunted magical beasts simply as a means of making a living. To be precise, they were both magical beast hunters and general hunters. The lowest grade magical beasts they hunted became nourishment for young wizards seeking to grow stronger. Since searching for these beasts one by one was inefficient, wizard houses instead put out bounties and rewarded those who brought them in. Most of the magical beast hunters Turon had encountered so far fell into that category. None of them, like Midden, had possessed fragments of a god. So searching for wizards behaving strangely wouldn't be very efficient. Exactly, it's not a particularly common occurrence after all. Given that the only reliable way to identify them was through Turon's own eyes, their best bet was simply to hope they encountered one by chance. As they continued their conversation while swaying in their harnesses, Salif, who had the sharpest eyes among them, pointed ahead. "We're here. Already? Flying really is fast." Moments later, Turon and Mesa also caught sight of the horizon. Since Bige was flying at a considerable altitude, it still took them another hour and a half to actually reach the coastline. After landing on the shore, Salif gazed at the sea with a nostalgic expression. "It's been a while since I've been to the North Sea." "You've been here before. I originally crossed over from Varaha to the northern sea regions." "Ah, right, this is actually my first time seeing the ocean." Mesa, fascinated, dipped her hand into the seawater and splashed it around before tasting it, only to scrunch up her face at the saltiness. Seeing such a childish display from her made Turon chuckle involuntarily. After spending a brief moment at the shore, they headed straight to a nearby fishing village to determine their exact location. A few simple inquiries revealed that they had arrived at the northern coast of Avacha. Upon hearing this, Salif clicked his tongue in disappointment. "I wanted to visit Avacha at least once. From what I've seen, there's not much there. Wouldn't it be more interesting to visit the site where the remains of the drowned god lie?" "Well, yeah, I guess." According to Emir, a member of the pre-god tribe known by the alias Lawyer, was residing in Avacha's capital. Back when they were unaware of this, they had come and gone freely, but now that they knew, the thought of walking in knowingly felt burdensome. Since Salif was aware of this, he only voiced a light complaint and did not press the matter further. After visiting a few more fishing villages, they finally managed to acquire a fairly large fishing boat. It was a vessel with a single sail, a spacious cabin below deck, and a small room that served as a toilet. Its size was suitable only for coastal navigation. "Just in case, I must warn you, don't take it too far. Even a slightly stronger wave could capsize it." The old fisherman who sold them the boat offered this advice as he received his payment. Turon, with his noble-like appearance, Mesa, the cold young lady, and Salif, who at least looked a bit more easygoing but still carried the air of someone raised in luxury, all three of them looked far from experienced sailors. It was only natural for the fisherman to worry when such people suddenly decided to board a boat. Of course, since he had been paid, he had no obligation to care, but people's hearts did not work so simply. "Thank you for the advice." Turon responded with a soft smile, brushing off the old man's concern as he immediately began preparing for departure. As he followed Turon's instructions and readied the boat, Salif asked, "Are you really sure this kind of boat is fine? I got lucky and didn't run into one last time, but I heard the North Sea storms are absolute hell. There are two nobles from House Aravian here. Besides, if things really go south, we can just abandon the boat and fly away, so it's much better to take a cheap boat." "That's so." A short while later, once everything was ready, they raised the anchor and unfurled the sail. While Turon and Mesa alternated in summoning wind, Salif sliced through the water along the ship's side, making the vessel glide forward as if flying. "So refreshing." The unexpected exclamation came not from Salif but from Mesa. It seemed she found her first sailing experience quite exhilarating, especially at such high speeds. Perhaps later, when she encountered an ordinary sailing ship that moved sluggishly, she would find it unbearably tedious. Fortunately, none of the three suffered from seasickness, so the voyage proceeded without issue. As for food and water, well, in the ocean, those were practically abundant. Using Midgel Island, which he had visited before, as a waypoint, Turon used the compass he had received as a gift to set their course southeast and began their journey. And so, after about a day and a half, this is boring. It had not even required boarding a slow-moving sailing ship for Mesa's initial excitement to fade into boredom. Humans, by nature, quickly grew numb to stimulation. And sailing was an activity that consisted of endlessly repeating the same monotonous experiences. "Turon, have you found anything yet?" "No, not yet." "Turon, what about now?" "Still nothing." 2. Nothing at all. Among the three of them, only Turan could use the mimic relic to detect magic power. Thus, it was not long before the conversation became nothing more than Mesa and Salif repeatedly asking if he had found anything, and Turan answering no. Of course, through the relic senses, Turan could detect quite a number of magical beasts. Unlike on land, the ocean was a battleground where magical beasts, free from human hunters, constantly fought and devoured each other. However, even the strongest of these creatures were only at the level of mid to high-ranking nobles. None of them were powerful enough to be of any real benefit to the three. The only one truly enjoying herself was Bige, who happily devoured the horse mackerel that Turan had caught for her. Staring out at the ocean, Salif muttered with a sigh, "I mean, spacing out like this feels just like flying, but for some reason sailing is way more boring. That's because when we fly on Bige, we can land and rest whenever we want. And when we don't, it usually means we're in a rush and don't even have time to feel bored. That makes sense. Or maybe it's because the boat is too small. If we had brought something to read, it might have been better." As Mesa spoke, Turan briefly considered stopping by a port city, not Avacha, but another harbor town in Carmine to pick up some books. However, at that moment, he suddenly widened his eyes at the presence he sensed ahead. "Oh, what is it? The thing you've been waiting for has finally arrived. A magical beast, how strong." Top tier, Salif, seemingly desperate for something to break the monotony, immediately made a fuss. Calming him down, Turan casually raised his hand and felt the flow of the wind. Mesa, having also sensed the same thing through the wind, slightly furrowed her brows. "No, a storm." At Turan's words, Salif's face twisted in frustration. Chapter 89. Back when Turan was aboard the Blue Marlin and encountered a storm, he had to exhaust himself to save the ship from danger. He had to take care of the sailors who were being tossed around by the wind and waves, warm their bodies with heat, and control the balance of the massive sailing ship. Compared to that time, the conditions were much better now. First, the size and weight of the ship he had to protect were only a fraction of what it had been before, and his magic power had increased several times over. Above all, unlike before, where he had to protect the sailors, this time he had two wizards of equal or greater ability on board, making a storm like this nothing to fear. The problem was that this storm was far more intense than the one back then. "Wow, I thought I was going to die. Stop exaggerating." After the storm had passed, Turan and his companions lay sprawled across the deck, groaning without exception. Whenever waves several meters high crashed in, they had to use telekinesis magic to hold the ship steady and prevent it from capsizing. When waves over 10 meters tall approached, they had to split them with the ship's bow and sail through. When the wind became too strong and tilted the ship, they had to continuously counter it with wind magic to keep balance. After doing this non-stop all day, not only was their magic power drained, but the excessive focus had also left their heads throbbing. Turan was certain that if the Blue Marlin had faced this storm, it would have sunk long ago. He would have been left floating in the sea, waiting for someone to rescue him or swimming to the nearest shore himself. "Are you exhausted?" "Quite." "What about you? You were flying all day." "Yep, I'm perfectly fine." Bige, who had stayed in the air to avoid the storm, looked just as energetic as the way she wrote. Carrying multiple people and flying long distances was exhausting, but spending time gliding at high altitudes seemed to be nothing for this golden eagle magical beast. Bige pecked at the deck with her talons as she wrote. "Should I carry this ship? That's impossible no matter what, but I appreciate the thought." No matter how powerful Bige was, carrying a ship that was thousands of times her weight would make flying impossible. After chatting with Bige and recovering some energy, Turan got up, only to burst into laughter at the sight of the other two. "What? You two look terrible. I probably look the same." Having spent the entire storm on deck adjusting the ship with magic, they were all drenched and looked like soaked rats. To make it worse, both of them were sprawled out on the deck, utterly drained, making the sight all the more amusing. While Salif, as if saying so what, simply rested his head back on the deck, Mesa quickly sat up and fixed her hair upon hearing Turan's comment. After regaining their strength, they took turns washing up below deck, eating, and taking care of necessities before checking if there were any nearby islands. It was hard to tell how far they had drifted from their intended destination during the storm. After scouting the surroundings, Bige reported that there was a fairly large island to the east, so they immediately steered the ship in that direction. However, when the island finally came into view, Turan let out a short laugh. "What is it? I just can't believe we ended up right where we needed to be." Of course, since they had originally been headed in this direction before encountering the storm, it wasn't entirely a coincidence, but it was still a stroke of luck. The place where Turan and his companions arrived was Midgel Island, their first intended destination. The scenery of Midgel Island, which he was visiting again after several months, remained unchanged. The spacious harbor was packed with merchant ships, drunken sailors brawled in the streets, and prostitutes flirted with them, trying to entice potential customers. The only difference was that unlike before when it was winter, it was now the height of summer, so people's clothing had become much lighter. As they docked the ship and spoke with the harbor official, he let out an exclamation upon seeing the fishing boat they had arrived on. You came all the way from the continent on that. Ha, for ordinary folks like us, even with 10 lives we wouldn't dare attempt such a thing, truly impressive. At a glance, their appearance was undeniably refined, and the fact that they had reached an island in the middle of the North Sea on such a small boat gave the harbor official a rough idea of Turan's group's status. Because of this, he remained excessively deferential. Turan nodded and asked what he had been curious about. I figured the storm this time was no joke. It's not usually this bad, is it? There's been a lot of talk lately about the weather worsening. On top of that, the mermaids have been more aggressive than before, so fewer ships are choosing to take routes through this area. Hearing this, Turan looked around the harbor again and indeed felt that it seemed slightly less lively than before. It was still bustling, but there was an unmistakable sense of emptiness. After completing the entry procedures, Turan's group decided to rest for a while at an inn within the island. As they walked through the streets, a sailor with a flushed face spotted Mesa and called out to her. Hey there, beauty, how much for a night? I can pay up to 5 silver koyug. The hand that had been reaching out toward her chest with ease suddenly made a loud cracking sound as it bent at an unnatural angle. Mesa had only reacted instinctively with a flick of her hand, but she briefly looked surprised before her face hardened and she coldly snapped at him. Go to hell, this crazy bitch hit me. Turan sighed lightly as he saw the sailor's comrades rushing toward them with angry faces. Just like before, he casually flicked his fingers, igniting a small flame. Naturally, upon seeing this, the sailors froze in place as if they had turned to stone. Sorry. We were wrong. As the sailors turned and fled in a panic, Turan let out a quiet scoff and glanced around. He quickly noticed that quite a few people had been watching the scene. Thanks to this, the rumor that wizards had arrived on the island was sure to spread quickly. Turan turned to Mesa, who was still staring at the hand she had used to strike the sailor. Are you okay? Yeah. It just feels way worse than I expected to be looked at like that. Of course, Mesa had never experienced such vulgar advances before. Not only was she the heir to House Aravian, but her appearance had also never been particularly considered attractive. The closest thing might have been when House Baltas had proposed marriage, but even that had been handled far more respectfully than this. After briefly consoling her as she processed her discomfort and confusion, Turan's group secured a good inn and spent the next day and a half idling around, recovering from the exhaustion of their intense voyage. The next day, Turan led his companions to the best tavern on Midgel Island, a place he had visited on a previous trip. While the inn's restaurant was decent, he knew from experience that the food and drinks at the tavern were much better. In particular, since Mesa could still only eat about a handful of food per meal, he wanted to make sure she had something delicious. Welcome guests, is there anything you're looking for? Because the gatekeeper from last time had failed to recognize him and had needed a firm lesson, the server's attitude was now nothing but polite. Turan ordered the same as before: ham, dates, and other side dishes, along with a distilled liquor made from wheat. As they eased their fatigue from the voyage with good food and drinks, they casually discussed their next steps. Still, the magical beast hunt hasn't been going as well as expected. Honestly, I thought we'd find at least one pretty quickly. Turan shook his head at their comments. Well, we just have to be patient and keep looking. We might even need to stay here for a few years, otherwise we'll have to explore other regions. Honestly, I think that place would have been fine too, Sky Mountain Range. The western side of it. Back when they had left House Najin's territory, one of Salif's suggestions had been to travel beyond the Sky Mountain Range, which marked the world's western boundary. With Baij on their side, the high mountains wouldn't have been an obstacle at all. Even though it had been a tempting option, Turan had ultimately rejected it and chosen to head east for two major reasons. The first was that even scholars had no idea what lay beyond that range, as no one who had ventured there had ever returned. They were an exceptionally powerful group of wizards, but for a place to be so utterly unknown, it was easy to assume that it harbored unforeseen dangers. And the second reason was, you were the one who wanted to see the remains of a god here in the first place. Ah, right. We came all this way partly because of that, and now you've forgotten. At Turan's remark, Salif let out a foolish chuckle and nodded absent-mindedly. At that moment, someone approached their table and bowed respectfully. Pardon me, esteemed guests. The master of this island wishes to meet with you. Would you be willing to spare a moment of your time? Surprisingly, the one who spoke so politely was a middle-aged man who appeared to be the tavern's manager. Mesa and Salif turned to Turan and asked, "The master of the island, do you know who it is?" No. From what Piers, the captain of the Blue Marlin, had mentioned before, Midgel Island's owner was a fairly skilled wizard. Turan recalled hearing the name once, but it didn't stick in his memory. However, even when he expanded his sacred relics detection range, he didn't sense the presence of any particularly powerful wizard. The only notable presences he detected were a few knights who were likely employed as guards for the island's owner. Of course, considering the island was several kilometers wide, it was more likely that the wizard was simply beyond his detection range. I'd prefer if they came to us instead. At Turan's words, the manager's brow twitched slightly, but he quickly bowed his head slightly. Understood. After the man left, Salif immediately asked, "Did something happen last time you were here?" "Nothing comes to mind. I just sold off a pirate ship here." "You sold a pirate ship? I never told you." As Turan casually recounted the story of taking down pirates and seizing their ship over drinks, he suddenly stopped speaking, sensing something approaching from nearby. He immediately stood up. "Let's go." The other two didn't bother asking why. From experience, they knew that when Turan acted like this, there was always a reason. They tossed a few coins on the table to cover their food and drinks before heading out of the tavern, making their way toward a more secluded part of town. By the time they reached a deserted alleyway, two hooded figures stood in their path. "What's this?" Salif looked at them with an expression of disbelief. It was understandable, given that it was already early summer. Wearing a deep hood like that only made them look suspicious. Most sailors were walking around shirtless in this heat, yet here were these two, completely covered up. Turan observed them for a moment before pointing at the smaller figure. "Armenia, how did you recognize me?" The merfolk prince Armenia looked startled as he threw back his hood and exclaimed. Turan answered simply, "Just a feeling." Of course, the real reason he had recognized him so quickly was due to his sacred relic's sensory ability. The webbed ears, the faint blue glow spreading along his gills, it was the same distinct presence he had sensed before when encountering a merfolk. At first, he had been startled to sense a merfolk's presence right in the middle of the island, but Armenia's height and build were almost identical to what he remembered. That made it easy to guess it was him. The only difference was the energy within his body, their equivalent of magic power, which had grown significantly stronger since last time. It seemed that merfolk too became more powerful with age. "Oh, it's been a while, kind-hearted devil." "That damn kind-hearted devil again. Yeah, good to see you too." However, the real reason Turan had hurried his companions outside wasn't because of Armenia. Rather, it was because of the person standing beside the young merfolk, or more accurately, it was because of the merfolk standing next to him. "So, is this your brother or your sister? You must be the one who saved my little brother. And the one who took the devil's treasure." She answered his question with another question, removing her hood to reveal a mermaid woman who appeared to be in her mid to late 20s. Within her body, a much fiercer glow burned compared to Armenia's. It was clear she was a member of the merfolk royal family, one of considerable rank. Turan responded to her question with another of his own. "So removing your hood was your answer? Let's say it was. Then I suppose my answer was already given in my conversation with that kid just now." Though the conversation was far too tense for one between someone and their younger sibling's benefactor, this degree of distance was appropriate between different species. After all, merfolk had a long-standing reputation as a notorious species that had hunted and devoured humans along the coast for centuries. Perhaps aware of this, the mermaid princess did not criticize him for his words. "Rowena, Turan, more importantly, the tavern manager earlier mentioned the master of this island. Is the ruler of this place perhaps a subordinate of the merfolk? Something like that. Do you really think a place like this could exist without our permission? It would have quickly become a feeding ground for the lower-class ones." By lower-class ones, she was clearly referring to the common merfolk who attacked and ate humans. Turan nodded slightly and asked in a quiet voice, "Thanks for the useful information. So why did you call us here? The item you took." Unexpectedly, Rowena pointed precisely at the mimic relic hanging around Turan's neck. There was no way it was visible under his clothes, yet she had identified it without hesitation. "I have come to reclaim it." At her words, a chilling silence fell over the alley. Naturally, the mimic relic was one of Turan's most valuable assets, so demanding its return was out of the question. Moreover, she hadn't even offered any compensation, she was simply declaring that she would reclaim it, as if it were a matter of course. Sensing the battle-ready tension in their eyes, Rowena, too, shifted into a stance prepared for combat. Just then, Armenia hurriedly spread his arms and stepped between them. "Wait, sister, you're stating only the demand. Let me explain properly. There's no need for further explanation. Turan is a kind-hearted devil. That relic was my life's reward. If you want to take it back, you should explain the reason properly." Rowena looked displeased, but after a short snort, she gave a small nod. Armenia quickly bowed his head toward Turan's group. "I'm sorry. There's nothing for you to apologize for, at least not yet, so what's going on?" Rowena seemed to believe she could simply take the relic by force, but in reality, Turan's group held the overwhelming advantage in terms of strength. The magic power emanating from the mermaid was high tier even among noble-class beings, but it was still a step below Turan's level. In that sense, the fact that they were even entertaining a conversation could be seen as an act of mercy on their part. The only potential variable was that merfolk tended to be significantly stronger than wizards of equivalent power. Completely unaware of this consideration, Armenia seemed rather proud of himself, as if he had just prevented a major fight. Then he dropped a shocking statement. Well, after the item you took disappeared, the great sea serpent came back to life. What, you mean the one that was there? That's right. Turon still remembered the overwhelming presence of that mythically colossal creature slumbering in the depths of the sea. A massive serpent, easily 100 meters long. If that monster, which had once stood on equal footing with the pre-god tribe in ancient times, were to come back to life, nothing in the modern era would be able to oppose it. Hadn't Ymir said that even the gods of today would be powerless the moment a true ancient god returned? When Turon glanced at Mesa and Salif, he saw that they too were wearing expressions of shock, clearly thinking the same thing. Seeing this, Armenia hurriedly added, no, not completely revived, I mean, it's more like it became something between an undead spirit and nature spirit, something that died and came back to life. Between undead and nature spirits? Yes, Armenia continued explaining. Not long after Turon took the sacred relic, the body of the great sea serpent, which had been nothing but a corpse, began to move again. It had turned into something akin to an undead spirit and started rampaging through the ocean. And amidst its rampage, it fused with a storm spirit, gaining the power to disrupt the weather across the North Sea. A storm spirit? Yes, in any case, we merfolk have a duty to subdue any being that throws the sea into chaos. And according to my father, the king, the only way to put it to rest is with the item you took. However, the only one who had seen Turon's face was Armenia, and no one knew where he had gone. So for months, the merfolk royal family had been secretly infiltrating various islands in the North Sea, waiting for someone who matched Turon's description to appear. Then when news of the commotion Turon's group caused spread, they had immediately rushed over. So that's what happened. Yes, so please return that item. It is essential for restoring peace to the sea. If it causes you any loss, I will personally ask my father to compensate you with a similar relic. At Armenia's desperate plea, Turon exchanged glances with his companions, silently discussing their thoughts. Then he firmly declared, that's not happening. Chapter 90. At Turon's response, the hopeful expression on Armenia's face turned into one of confusion. As the previously relaxed atmosphere tensed up again, the young merby, unable to understand, asked, why? There are several reasons, but first of all, I don't trust you. How do I know you're not just making excuses to take it? Besides, if it's something equivalent to this, it must be the mirror you use underwater, and there's no way you'd part with that. That's true, but Armenia. It was his sister, Rowena, who suddenly yanked Armenia by the back of his neck, cutting him off. Suppressing her younger brother, she frowned at Turon and spoke. So what do you plan to do? Are you just going to let that monster continue roaming the sea? It wouldn't be good for us, nor for you humans. Even if you've been lucky so far, if that thing keeps swimming around these waters, sooner or later, your coastal cities will be completely devastated. And if it crosses beyond the mirror, then even the South Sea won't be safe anymore. That was certainly not a pleasant thought for Turon either. If the mimic relic had effectively sealed the great sea serpent, then by taking it away, he could not claim to be completely without responsibility for the resulting disaster. However, he did not like that the proposed solution demanded a one-sided sacrifice, especially when there was no certainty that it would even work. Moreover, losing the sacred relic would mean a significant reduction in power, which would be a severe disadvantage when facing those formidable gods in the future. On the other hand, another method had the potential, if successful, to not only prevent a decline in power but actually bring about a tremendous increase. How strong is that resurrected great sea serpent? What? You mentioned earlier that it hasn't been fully revived. So I'm asking, what's its current state? Why are you asking that? Don't tell me you plan on hunting it. If it seems doable, as you said, sealing it again would just be a temporary measure, so eliminating it entirely would be the safer option. Hearing Turon's words, Salif let out a whistle and an exclamation of admiration. Are you really going to do it? As long as it's not ridiculously strong, if you're scared you can back out, I won't hold it against you. Talk some sense, will you? Have you ever seen me back out of something like this? Answering like that, Salif glanced toward Mesa. She too nodded without hesitation, signaling her support for Turon's decision. Seeing this, Rowena looked at him as if he were insane and asked, do you even know what the great sea serpent is? It was once a being that stood on equal footing with your gods. I know enough, I've seen its corpse before. If you're not going to answer my question, then we'll be on our way. We'll handle it on our end. Of course, if the great sea serpent's power truly proved overwhelming, he was prepared to retreat, build his strength, and challenge it again later. Thanks to his connection with the sacred relic, he could roughly gauge how powerful the opponent was. In the meantime, more people would fall victim to the storm, but that didn't justify taking a major hit to their own power and exposing themselves to numerous risks. Right now, his foremost responsibility was not to the faceless people of the coastal lands, but to his friends. As he finished speaking, Rowena's expression turned icy cold. She looked as if she might lunge at him at any moment, and Turan found himself contemplating just how much he would need to beat up this mermaid princess to drive her away. At the very least, he wasn't planning to kill her unless absolutely necessary. In the past, when he was ignorant, it might have been different, but now he knew that the merfolk were aligned with the god behind Carmine. Since he had already made enemies of the Aravian-Najin alliance and the Zahar-Varaha alliance by extracting the successors' bodies, he had no desire to add another faction of dangerous foes to the list. Of course, if they continued to stubbornly insist on taking the sacred relic, then things would take a different turn. However, contrary to expectations, Rowena did not lash out in anger but instead stared at them intently before asking a question. "How strong are you?" I'm asking just how powerful you are to act so arrogantly. Are you perhaps the head of one of those great noble houses that humans worship on land? Well, I do have a decent amount of strength. If the merfolk were to attack in an attempt to steal the sacred relic, they would become enemies at that point, and there was no reason for him to reveal his true abilities so easily. Perhaps understanding his intent, Rowena raised both palms upward in a gesture of non-hostility and shrugged. "If you're strong enough, I will speak to my father myself. What if we hunt the great sea serpent together? You lot." "Yes. Surely you realize how much of a difference our help would make, not just in terms of strength, we also know that you would struggle even to track the great sea serpent on your own." It was a tempting offer on the surface. Since the great sea serpent primarily moved underwater, having the merfolk who lived in the sea as allies would make a significant difference in the hunt. After all, they had no idea where their prey even was at the moment. However, there was something that bothered him. "Your attitude has changed too much in just a moment. Earlier you acted like you were ready to take it by force. If you're bold enough to declare that you'll hunt the great sea serpent, you must not be some half-baked weakling. If your companions are on a similar level, then not only would I be unable to take the artifact alone, but even if our entire race joined forces, it wouldn't be easy to steal it. In the process, many would be injured or even killed. That is not what I want." Her surprisingly honest answer made Turan reassess his opinion of the mermaid princess before him. At first glance, she had seemed like nothing more than an arrogant fool, but at the very least, she had the awareness to gauge the strength of her opponents. Or perhaps in the beginning, she had merely been trying to intimidate him into surrendering the sacred relic without a fight, and this was her true nature. "So are you actually in a position to persuade the merfolk king?" "More than enough." Turan glanced at Armenia, who nodded vigorously in agreement. "Sister Rowena is one of the strongest and wisest among us, and father favors her greatly." He had not thought highly of her before simply because of her lineage, but it seemed she was indeed quite powerful among the merfolk. Turan inwardly revised his estimation of their overall combat capabilities downward. "That means I don't have to worry as much about them betraying us, but at the same time, they won't be as much help in the hunt. I suppose it's a trade-off." In truth, most surviving non-human races in the modern era were only around that level. Even the Dark Elf King, who had once been the most powerful necromancer, had not been stronger than Mesa, despite her frail and weakened state at the time. While they might be able to trample over a few ordinary wizard houses, if a great noble house were to move in full force, they would be crushed without resistance. The dwarves, who had degenerated into something closer to wild beasts, were in an even more pitiful state. By comparison, Rowena standing before him was at least on par with the strongest dark elf necromancers he had fought in the past. Among non-human races, she could certainly be considered one of the top-tier warriors. This raised an interesting question: how had the merfolk managed to maintain an equal partnership with the god backing Carmine? Just as he was growing lost in thought, Rowena spoke to Turan. "However, I need to confirm whether you truly have the strength to back up your claims. There's no guarantee that you're not just bluffing. And how do you plan to confirm that?" "There is a secluded clearing in the northern part of this island." It was not hard to guess that she was suggesting a duel to test each other's skills. Turan glanced downward briefly before asking, "It's not underwater but on land. Are you fine with that?" Rowena responded with a faint smile. "If necessary, I was prepared to fight here as well." As they walked northward for about 30 minutes from the alley they had confronted each other in, Turan asked the merfolk siblings several casual questions. From the basic ecology of the merfolk to their social structure and customs. Unlike Armenia, Rowena, being an older mermaid, was much more knowledgeable, making it quite an informative conversation. "So you're saying that eating humans isn't something that can be solved through education?" "That's right. If they're full enough, they won't actively seek out humans, but there aren't many prey in the sea that are as easy to catch as humans who enter the water or linger near the coast. The lower-class merfolk have even less self-control than ordinary beasts, so unless you beat them senseless right beside them, you can't stop them." "And what about you?" "Our royal family used to eat humans quite often, but ever since your gods arrived, we no longer do." Not really for ethical reasons, it's just to avoid giving an excuse for us to be hunted down. That was how Turan ended up learning, in passing, the secret about the merfolk's cannibalistic tendencies that Armenia had previously been unaware of. After chatting for a while, Turan smoothly shifted the topic of conversation. Now that I think about it, what happened to that corpse? Which one? Our god, is it still there? If it had come back to life as well, I'd expect to have heard something about it by now, but there hasn't been any news. Back when Turan had taken the sacred relic, the drowned god's body had not decayed or crumbled on the spot. But whether that was still the case, he did not know. Rowena answered nonchalantly. I've only heard that it's still intact in the same place. Are you thinking of going to see it? I don't really care, but there's someone who wants to. Hearing that made him curious again. Why had the great sea serpent been resurrected while the drowned god had not? What was the difference between the two? Before he could dwell on it further, they arrived at the clearing Rowena had mentioned earlier. It was surrounded by a fairly dense forest, making it an ideal battleground with no need to worry about being seen by others. Turan handed Bige, who was hanging at his side, to Mesa before loosening up his hands. One representative should be enough, right? The two behind me are stronger than I am anyway. At Turan's words, Mesa and Salif glanced at each other before exchanging awkward smiles. In truth, the three of them had different strengths and weaknesses. Turan had the best combat instincts and magical techniques overall, but his bloodline magic was non-combative, and his magic power was the weakest. Salif had vast battle experience and wielded powerful fusion magic, but he was the least sharp when it came to instincts. Mesa excelled in magic power, magical perception, and bloodline abilities, but her physical conditioning was weaker, and her combat instincts were lacking. By general standards, magic power was the most crucial factor in a wizard's skill, so what Turan had said was not entirely wrong. However, in an actual battle, it was difficult to predict who would truly come out on top. Of course, if Turan were to awaken the lightning bloodline of Aravian in the future, there would be no question about who would be the strongest among them. All right, just to be clear, you need to be strong enough to take me down with ease. If you barely manage to win, you won't stand a chance against the great sea serpent. That goes without saying. You sure have a lot of confidence. I hope your skills match your words. The mermaid princess scoffed, took a deep breath, and immediately began to transform. Just like when Armenia had turned into a young shark in the past, the change happened in an instant. Her entire form blurred as if melting, then with a series of sharp creaking sounds, her body became encased in a hard exoskeleton. As Turan found himself face to face with a giant crab over 3 meters tall, he let out a short laugh. I see, so that's how merfolk managed to move on land. Unlike sharks or fish, crabs could breathe and move efficiently on land. He had simply never imagined that they could transform into something like this. At that moment, Rowena opened her crab-like mouth sideways and spoke. You're not scared, are you? Not a chance. Just as he was about to respond, Rowena suddenly thrust her massive pincer forward in an attack. The speed was surprisingly fast, not at all hindered by her massive body. Turan immediately dodged backward, stomping lightly on the ground to summon several sharp pillars from the earth. The spikes pierced into the crab's underbelly, but with a cracking sound they all shattered. However, the slight flinch and pause in her movement indicated that the attack was not entirely ineffective. Following up, Turan sent a small amount of the spirit of fire forward and detonated it. A thunderous explosion rang out as flames scorched the crab's carapace. Did I kill her? Don't be ridiculous. Staggering from the blast, Rowena shouted and immediately used her multiple legs with impressive agility, charging toward Turan, who had moved deeper into the forest. Due to her massive size, she got caught on the nearby trees, but her thick crustacean limbs easily crushed them, clearing a path. Strength, speed, durability. She's far stronger than a noble of equivalent rank. She's on par with those specialized in close combat, stronger than I expected. As he assessed his opponent's abilities, Turan quickly used wind magic to lift himself into the air, widening the distance. Rowena immediately tilted her head upward, opening her mouth wide and firing a brilliant blue energy beam. Oh, since when were crabs biologically capable of looking up at the sky, and what was that beam attack? Even as he marveled at the absurdity of it, the beam was already closing in on him. If not for thought acceleration, he might not have reacted in time and would have been struck head-on. Activating his defensive magic artifact immediately, the green shield emerged from his pouch and intercepted the blast. From the amount of magic power it consumed, he could gauge the attack's strength. Her physical abilities alone rival high-ranking nobles specialized in close combat, and on top of that she has ranged attack capabilities. Most nobles wouldn't stand a chance. She's even stronger than I expected. Having roughly assessed her strength, Turan decided it was time to stop playing around. He briefly fiddled with the slingshot in his pouch before deciding against using it. If he miscalculated and the impact shattered her carapace, instantly killing her, it would be troublesome. Instead, he chose to draw power from the sky. Perhaps due to the presence of the great sea serpent which had merged with the storm spirit, the sky above was thick with clouds, making it an ideal setting for lightning magic. If you think you might die, say so in advance. After giving that warning, Turon pulled lightning from the sky and struck Rowena with it. Since he had not yet fully awakened the storm bloodline, his lightning magic was not particularly accurate. However, hitting a massive 3-meter-tall crab was not difficult. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Rowena held firm at first, but by the time the 7th bolt of lightning struck, she could no longer endure and collapsed to her knees. Urged, stop, please stop, kind devil, the fight is already decided. As Armenia hurriedly moved to shield his fallen sister with his body, Rowena's form shrank, reverting to her mermaid appearance. Landing on the ground, Turon looked at Armenia with an exasperated expression. I don't understand why you're acting like I bullied her. This was a sparring match we both agreed to. That's true, but enough, Armenia. Don't embarrass yourself. The more you act like this, the more disgrace you bring upon me. Sorry, sister. Pushing Armenia aside, Rowena forced herself to her feet, struggling to catch her breath. The repeated lightning strikes must have dealt significant damage, yet she was recovering quickly, proof that her species was far more resilient than humans. I've seen enough of your strength. With you, your 2 even stronger companions, and our assistants, hunting the great sea serpent may not be impossible after all. Is that so? That's what I believe. We once revered them as lords of calamity and great gods, but the current great sea serpent is merely an empty shell. She would need her father's approval, but as for herself, Rowena declared that she was willing to cooperate. After reaching a simple agreement, the merfolk siblings disappeared, saying they would speak with their father, the king, and return. They came back exactly 1 week later in the evening. Our father has agreed. Is that so? The conditions are simple. We have no means to make use of the great sea serpent's magic power, so we will leave that to you. However, its corpse will belong to us. In return, we will fully cooperate in luring it to the battlefield and fighting alongside you. Do you plan to craft something from its remains? As far as Turon recalled, the horns and scales of the great sea serpent in the past did not seem to possess any particularly mystical power. However, now that it had become an undead spirit, things might be different. Yet the answer he received was so dull that he could not tell whether it was true or not. It was once a being we worshipped as a god. We planned to use it as a decoration for the royal court. Turon could not understand why they would turn something they once revered as a god into mere decoration, but trying to comprehend the customs of a non-human race seemed like a foolish endeavor. Fine, so where is the great sea serpent now? It remains at the center of the storm, roaming this North Sea. That meant that when Turon's group had been caught in the storm not long ago, the great sea serpent had not been far away. Of course, since the sacred relic had not detected it, the creature had likely been at least several kilometers away at the time. Rowena stated that in about 10 days, the great sea serpent would move to a location near an island approximately 1,000 kilometers north of here. With land nearby, Turon and his group would have a solid footing to rest if necessary. The core of the plan was to join forces with the merfolk to hunt it down there. Indeed, working with the merfolk made things much more convenient. With the hunting grounds and schedule settled in an instant, everything was progressing smoothly. But besides you merfolk, do you have any other allies, for example, human wizards like us? Turon subtly probed for information, aiming to gather intel on the House Carmine. He was already aware of the connection between their god and the merfolk. Given that the coastal cities were the ones suffering the most from the storms, it was suspicious that the Carmine faction had not made their presence known at all. At his question, Rowena answered as if it were nothing of concern. To be honest, there were a few human houses secretly cooperating with us, and we had expected their support. But for some reason, those we were most certain would help gave us negative responses. What kind of response? Only my father knows. He is the only one who interacts with them directly. In any case, the conclusion was that aside from Turon's group, they could not expect any assistance from human wizards. It seemed that if Turon wanted to uncover more about this, he would have to meet with the merfolk king himself. Chapter 91. 3 days later, Turon and his party steered the ship toward the island where their operation was planned. Perhaps due to the storm brought by the great sea serpent, the sky was always covered in dark clouds, making it dark, with strong winds blowing and high waves crashing. Naturally, theirs was the only ship sailing in the area, so there were not many spectators who could witness the small fishing boat gliding over the sea. So, this is how humans with the power of devils steer their ships. It's as fast as some merfolk swimming. The mermaid princess, Rowena, who was aboard with them, murmured her impression. Armenia, who was next to her, nodded and said, "It's much faster than when I was with him before. It wasn't like this back then." "Well, this time 3 people are steering it. The mackerel is all grilled. Do you want some?" Thanks. After grilling and eating the mackerel they had caught using fluid manipulation magic, Armenia transformed into a baby shark and leapt into the sea, saying he would inform his family of Turan's arrival in advance. When Turan focused the sacred relic's senses toward the ocean, he could feel a small presence rapidly moving away underwater. Despite what you said earlier, he swims much faster. Well, he is a shark after all. That's something to be envious of, being able to swim fast. Rowena sighed as she watched Armenia disappear. According to the conversation that came up during their chatter, she could take the form of a crab, which allowed her to move freely on land but made her slower in the water compared to her kin. Because of that, in the upcoming battle, she planned to fight alongside Turan's party on land. Mesa looked at Rowena and asked, "By the way, how do you guys determine which creatures you can transform into? Are you just born with it?" "It's similar. We can influence it to some extent, but there's a natural predisposition. If I really wanted to, I could have transformed into a slightly different type of crab, but it wouldn't have made much of a difference." In ancient times, there were royal family members who could take the form of a great sea serpent, but that was just an old legend. Nowadays, royal merfolk who could transform into large creatures like sharks or whales like Armenia were considered to have high potential. Although he was still young, Armenia was seen as someone with promising potential among the merfolk. If someone like him went missing, it must have caused quite a commotion. Well, it wasn't that much of a fuss, we just figured he'd come back on his own. When Turan subtly brought up the topic to emphasize his achievement in rescuing Armenia, Rowena downplayed it as if it was no big deal. Even though they had agreed to cooperate, her attitude showed she wasn't willing to concede an inch, making Turan chuckle. He then turned his gaze toward the northern horizon, where the island was slowly coming into view. "The promise you made earlier was kept, right?" "Of course. Other than the royal family members participating in the fight and a few noble-class attendants to serve them, no one else will be there. Honestly, managing the lower-class merfolk is exhausting for us too." This was one of the conditions Turan had demanded from the merfolk. The lower-class merfolk would be of no help in the hunt for the great sea serpent and would likely become a burden, so he had insisted that they be left behind. This was to maintain balance between their forces and the merfolk. No matter how powerful the wizards in Turan's group were, if thousands of merfolk swarmed them while they were fighting the royal family, they would inevitably suffer losses in both magic power and stamina. "But what about you? Are you planning to bring that bird into battle? It looks like it could be in danger." "This one is tougher than she looks, so it'll be fine." As Turan stroked her head, Bige closed her eyes and enjoyed it, then glanced at Rowena with a mocking expression. It was as if she were saying, "How dare someone like you try to judge my worth?" In the first place, the reason Turan even considered attempting the hunt for the great sea serpent was because of Bige. No matter how formidable the enemy was, having wings that allowed them to detect danger early and escape made a huge difference. Before landing on the island, Turan, as he had done before, activated tracking magic and scooped up a handful of seawater to sniff it. Good, at the very least, it doesn't seem like there are a large number of merfolk. At most, he estimated there were only a dozen or so. The destination island was not particularly large, so by the time they landed, activating the sense of the sacred relic allowed him to encompass the entire island within his detection range. There were 2 merfolk comparable to upper and mid-tier human nobles, 1 slightly weaker than them, and 6 merfolk of upper to mid-tier strength. Lastly, there were lower-ranked merfolk in between them, likely including Armenia, making a total of 9 royal merfolk. Including Rowena, who was with them, that made 10. Additionally, there were about 10 other merfolk present, far weaker than the royals. These were likely noble-class merfolk who, like Armenia when they first met, only possessed a level of power similar to ordinary humans and had probably come to serve as attendants. Using wind magic, Turan discreetly relayed this information to Salif and Mesa. Mesa, with a meaningful expression, asked 10 royal merfolk, "That kid can't really be counted as a combatant, so 9. If we end up fighting, do you think we can handle it?" "Easily. Merfolk are generally stronger than nobles of the same rank, but the same applies to us. However, what's important to remember is that we must never appear weaker than them during or after the battle." The most crucial aspect of this fight was to never forget that the merfolk were unreliable allies. If they expended too much power hunting the great sea serpent and their combat strength dropped significantly, they had to be prepared for the possibility of an ambush from the merfolk. "We've arrived, let's disembark." While they had been whispering among themselves, their ship had reached the island, and Turan's group disembarked with Rowena heading inland. Since the island was not very large, it only took a few minutes to reach where the royal merfolk were gathered. "Oh, are those the humans? They all look pretty young. Are they really that strong?" Well, Sister Rowena must have judged them properly. Contrary to expectations, the royal merfolk they encountered all spoke in a casual and somewhat rough manner. Turan had expected them to speak more formally, like Armenia or Rowena, who used somewhat rigid speech. but perhaps those two had simply learned an unusual way of speaking. Among the group dressed in clothes seemingly made from seaweed, Armenia, notably smaller in stature, stepped forward to greet Turan. That gray-haired one is Turan, the kind devil who saved me. He's really strong. He beat Sister Rowena so easily she couldn't even fight back. Rowena's lips twisted into a forced smile, her pride clearly wounded, but she did not argue. After all, it was true that she had been thoroughly beaten. The royal merfolk, hearing Armenia's words, looked at Turan's group with even greater interest. Oh, she lost that badly. If he's that strong, he must be one of the most powerful devils on land. Kid, you got lucky. As they chatted among themselves, Turan's gaze shifted to a merfolk noble standing politely behind the royals. The merfolk was staring at Turan's group while drooling. Huh, hey Yakin. I told you to control yourself, you're being disgraceful. My apologies, your highness. Scolded by a royal, the merfolk noble quickly wiped away the drool and bowed respectfully. Turan had heard that noble-class merfolk, while not as disciplined as the royals, still had a considerable degree of self-control. Yet seeing this, he had his doubts. If even a noble-class merfolk was this undisciplined, he could only imagine how little restraint the lower-class merfolk, whom they openly despised, must have. Narrowing his eyes, Turan watched the merfolk chattering excitedly among themselves. If only I could read these creatures' emotions too. Though he did not fully understand the mechanism behind it, Turan had the ability to perceive human emotions to some extent through scent. This ability even extended to most ordinary animals. However, merfolk were an exception. Whether it was due to the fishy smell they exuded or some other reason, he was unsure. At that moment, Rowena took off the human clothing she had been wearing and donned the seaweed garments typical of merfolk, speaking in a low voice. Then let's start by introducing ourselves. I am Turan, these two are Saul and Misha. Pleased to meet you. After stating only that much and falling silent, one of the merfolk looked puzzled and asked, That's it, don't you humans have house names or something? There are some among us who wander without such things. The merfolk made expressions of curiosity, but since none of them seemed particularly knowledgeable on the subject, they merely shrugged it off as if accepting it. Following that, the merfolk introduced themselves, and to Turan's surprise, they were all children of the current merfolk king. One older brother of Rowena, 4 younger brothers, and 3 younger sisters. Including Armenia, that made a total of 9. As he listened, Turan immediately raised a question. What about other relatives? I mean, your father, the merfolk king, must have siblings as well. Do they not have children? Judging by the numbers, it did not seem that the royal merfolk had low reproductive capability. If the offspring of other royal lineages were included, their overall strength would rival that of a major noble house. One of the merfolk responded as if the answer was obvious. Of course, they're all dead. How did that happen? We sent them off ourselves. A kingdom has only one king and only his bloodline may thrive. When a king was replaced, all royal descendants who were not of the new king's direct lineage were purged. The young royal merfolk recounted this shocking tale with complete indifference, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Turan glanced at Salif and Mesa just in case, and their expressions showed they were equally appalled. Is this normal? Yes, the merfolk of other kingdoms do the same. Don't say unnecessary things, Kaliva. Rowena cut off the chatty royal merfolk as if warning him, so there was more than one merfolk kingdom. That was news to Turan. Well, I suppose it makes sense. Other races aren't all united under a single rule either. Aside from the necromancer king that Mesa had once hunted down, there were likely still dark elf clans thriving somewhere underground and some dwarven groups surviving in the gray zone. It would have been a mistake to assume that the merfolk were a singular, unified faction, but learning this fact reminded him of something. Perhaps this was not even the merfolk kingdom that Emir had mentioned in the past, the one supposedly working with the lawyer. If that were the case, then they had been off track from the beginning. Suppressing his doubts, Turan turned to the relatively careless royal merfolk who had just spoken and asked another question. Did you consider asking for help from other kingdoms? Then we wouldn't get to keep all the corpse to ourselves. That's the whole reason we're doing this. Kaliva, Rowena's older brother, the eldest son of the merfolk king, sharply reprimanded him, but by then Turan had already heard everything he needed. Just then, the 10th and final merfolk presence Turan had sensed earlier stepped out from behind the thicket. The sudden tension in the air made Armenia, who had momentarily shrunk back, suddenly beam and shout, "Oh, Abamama. You look like you had a good shit." TL note, Abamama is a historical term used by princes to address their father. Quiet, you little brat. The speaker, growling in irritation, was a middle-aged merfolk with white hair and a beard that reached his navel. Unlike the depictions in countless storybooks, he wore no golden crown or pearl necklace, but the sharp glint in his eyes and the deep wrinkles etched into his face exuded an air of authority, making it clear he stood a step above the other merfolk. Most striking of all was the trident he held like a staff. Judging by the immense flow of magic within it, it was certainly no ordinary magic artifact. a sacred relic. And a top-tier one at that. The merfolk king, wielding a treasure that Turon judged to be equal to or greater than his own mimic relic, calmly observed Turon's group before finally speaking with a displeased expression. Young wizards. Barely 60 years old, even if I'm being generous. Skill doesn't necessarily follow age. Turon deliberately spoke in an informal tone, asserting himself as an equal to the merfolk king. He instinctively knew that the moment he showed deference, the king would completely regard him as an inferior. As expected, the merfolk king only twitched his brow at Turon's casual speech, but did not openly express anger. Arrogant brats, he scoffed, then sat down on a large stone chair, looking down on them with an air of arrogance. Facing him directly, Turon immediately spoke. More importantly, I think the deal needs to be adjusted a bit. What deal are you talking about? The corpse of the great sea serpent, Rowena clearly said it was worthless, but from what I see now, that's not the case. Who said something like that? As the merfolk king turned his head, all of his children looked toward Kaliva, the talkative royal merfolk. If you're not even seeking help from other merfolk kingdoms and trying to keep the whole thing for yourselves, then it must be quite valuable, right? Turon locked eyes with the merfolk king's deep black-red gaze. After about 10 seconds of silent staring, the king shook his head in exasperation. Humans, always so greedy, so what do you want? Do you want me to split the great sea serpent's corpse in half with you? Or would a chest of pearls do? You mean the stuff that comes from clams? I don't know why, but I hear humans really like them. Stay quiet when father is speaking, you fools. At the eldest son's shout, the royal merfolk who had been murmuring in the background flinched and lowered their heads. Seeing this, Turon could somewhat understand why the merfolk king favored Rowena. It's nothing too grand, I'd just like to hear a few stories about the surface world. From what he had seen so far, none of the royal merfolk possessed any noteworthy magic artifacts. That was likely because, in their transformed aquatic forms, handling objects was difficult. The only real treasure among them was that trident, but if he asked for that, the hunt for the great sea serpent would undoubtedly fall apart. In other words, the most reasonable compensation Turon could demand was information. That's all you want, of course. What kind of stories? The lawyer. The merfolk king narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. But before long, he gave a slight nod. Fine, we'll talk alone, you lot. Go find something else to do away from here, but I'm curious about the human stories. Me too. Get lost now. At the king's roar, the grumbling royal merfolk scattered one by one. Seeing this, Turon signaled Salif and Mesa to step aside as well. Once they were alone, the merfolk king quietly asked, "Where did you hear that name?" From Emir. Since they were already on opposing sides, Turon freely used the name. The merfolk king tilted his head slightly. I don't know that name. If he didn't know Emir, that meant he wasn't an active participant in the gods' power struggles. At best, he was merely aware of some of their dealings. In fact, the very fact that the lawyer's alias was used even among allies suggested that he wasn't fully committed to the relationship. Are you working with the lawyer? I don't know if you'd call it cooperation, but we've maintained ties for generations. That side holds our leash after all. From his tone and expression, it was evident that he had no personal goodwill toward the lawyer. If anything, there was a hint of hostility. Even so, the reason they continued to follow the lawyer was that he had a way to exert pressure on the merfolk kingdom. Of course, he had no intention of explaining exactly how. Is he ruling over multiple merfolk kingdoms? If that were the case, it would explain why the lawyer, as a single entity, could stand against multiple powerful foes. Just having 4 or 5 merfolk forces of this scale would be enough to utterly crush a major noble house. And if his domain spanned across the entirety of both seas, then his influence would be even greater than that. At that moment, the merfolk king gazed at Turon sharply and asked, "Are you one of those monstrous beings as well? One who lives in eternal life? Even if I don't answer, you seem to already know the answer. Ha, I should have realized it when I saw how absurdly strong such young humans were. What kind of tricks are you planning this time? I genuinely intend to hunt the great sea serpent, so there's nothing to worry about unless you try something suspicious on your end." At Turon's words, the merfolk king shook his head with an exasperated expression. "Killing you here would be pointless. You just come back to life someday and seek revenge. I have no intention of gifting my people an eternal enemy. A fortunate thing for both of us. If the merfolk king mistook Turon and by extension the other two for members of the pre-god tribe, then there could be no better deterrent against betrayal. After all, only a fool would make an enemy out of someone who would come back to life even if killed." Suppressing his amusement, Turon maintained a relaxed demeanor. "So, is that all you wanted to ask? Why didn't you seek the lawyer's cooperation for this? It seems like something that would interest him as well." Turon did not know whether God's vessels had unlimited magic power, but there was no reason to pass up an opportunity to absorb a massive amount of magic. At the very least, the lawyer could have used the great sea serpent's power to strengthen his future vessels. Hearing this, the merfolk king responded with a perplexed expression. Isn't that something you would know better than me? Why are you asking me? Because I'm not the lawyer's friend. By subtly emphasizing that he belonged to a different faction, Turan prompted the merfolk king to snort softly. The sealing method using that sacred relic you took was suggested by him. We never mentioned hunting. If he knew, there's no way he'd let us keep the corpse. Why not? Instead of answering, the merfolk king widened his deep reddish-brown eyes and stared at Turan intently. It seemed he was trying to determine whether Turan was genuinely curious or merely probing him. After a brief silence, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke, because it would allow us to return to being true royal merfolk once more. As priests of the great sea serpent, we could reclaim the forms we once had. Chapter 92. 1 week remained until the great sea serpent arrived. Turan and his group spent their time practicing magic and discussing how to ensure success when hunting the massive monster. Rowena, Armenia, and the other merfolk royalty also joined in the discussions, debating what roles they should take. If you can't breathe underwater and need to stay above the surface, why don't I support you? The piece of wood you came on is obviously going to be smashed to bits as soon as the real fight starts. The one speaking was a merfolk royal who could transform into a sea turtle with a shell length of a staggering 7 meters. Turan admired the sheer size of the creature, even larger than Rowena, who possessed far greater strength. However, his amazement was short-lived. Can't you move any faster? This is my max speed. If I want to go faster, I have to shrink my body. Watching the sea turtle slowly plod forward as if weighed down by its own mass, Turan let out a small sigh. Fortunately, it was a bit faster when swimming, and even when it reduced its size, it was still large enough for 3 people to ride on. It would at least be useful for resting. It seemed, however, that using it for quick transportation would be difficult. Aside from that, the merfolk royalty displayed their ability to transform into various sea creatures. From elongated cutlass fish to squid, blue marlin, orcas, and even jellyfish. Of course, they did not merely turn into large animals. Like Rowena, each of them possessed at least one unique ability. Some could pierce through anything with their sharp snouts, release electricity from their tentacles, or emit sonic waves by roaring. As the saying goes, when something is given, something must be returned. Since the merfolk were actively demonstrating their abilities, Turan's party also revealed some of their own techniques. Turan showcased his expertise in slingshot techniques, Mesa displayed her lightning spells, and Salif cast Light of Judgment. As the golden whip struck the waves, evaporating water into steam, the merfolk let out odd exclamations. Ooh, I thought the power of devils was just about manipulating and freezing water, but it's more diverse than I expected. It seemed that, aside from the wizards of House Carmine, the merfolk royalty had little experience with human magic users, making Turan's party's abilities all the more fascinating to them. Finally, when he demonstrated the explosion spell using the spirit of fire, one of the royal merfolk remarked, "This is similar to our mother's technique. It would have been good if she were here." Mother, yes. She stayed at the palace to protect the ones who are too weak and young to be helpful. This one was brought along because there wasn't time to take him back there. A young princess, swimming beside them, grabbed Armenia, who was clinging to his older siblings, and stretched his cheeks as she spoke. If the merfolk queen was a powerful fighter, even if not as strong as her husband, she would have been a great help. However, it seemed they had taken precautions to ensure the complete survival of their kingdom, acting as a kind of insurance. For Turan's party, it was both a shame and a relief. If the merfolk had been stronger, the hunt would have been easier, but at the same time, they would likely hold more control over the situation. The merfolk king is a whale, right? That's right, he is truly incredible. He'll probably be leading the charge in battle. Currently, the merfolk king was away from the island, as he had taken on the task of luring the great sea serpent to this location. Was he provoking it little by little from afar, gradually adjusting its trajectory? Though the details were not shared with Turan's party, the merfolk, having worshipped the great sea serpent for generations, clearly had extensive knowledge about it. Perhaps it had something to do with the power of that trident they possessed. After gaining some understanding of each other's abilities and discussing combat strategies, they split up to begin individual training sessions to prepare for battle in the ocean. During this time, Turan developed a few new spells, one that created a tube connecting to the surface for emergency breathing underwater and another that manipulated the surrounding water to move his body, similar to how a boat moved. Try harder, this is the most important technique for you. Easier said than done, do you think I'm a genius like you guys? Although it was Turan who created the technique, the one who trained the hardest with it was Salif, who was unable to fly due to his poor control over wind magic. Turan watched him struggle to move his body using water and spoke in a low voice. Bige will be paired with you, but you should also prepare for the possibility of fighting underwater in case she gets seriously injured and can't continue. He avoided saying that someone might die, fearing it would bring misfortune, but they all knew there was a real possibility of casualties in this battle. After all, that was the very nature of combat. The likelihood of survival varied depending on one's strength, but in the end, battle was fundamentally a fight for one's life. Moreover, this opponent was one whose full power they could not accurately predict until they faced it directly. Bige, who had been perched on Turan's head, tilted her head and stretched out her foot to right on the water's surface. Could we die? It's fine, just focus on carrying Salif and providing support. I'll make sure you're never in danger. Turan shouldn't die either, neither should mate or servant. Who are you calling a servant? Salif, who had been listening, flared up in protest, only for Bige to flap her wings lightly and splash water at him. Salif spat out the seawater with a disgusted expression and turned to Turan. So the two of you will be flying around during the fight? Yeah, carrying all three of us through the storm would be too much of a burden on Bige. Mesa, who had been smoothly manipulating the water to move her body, answered in Turan's place. Although she was slightly slower at mastering the technique than Turan, her talent in magical perception and control was extraordinary. Salif stroked his chin, where a slight silver beard had begun to grow, and spoke in a worried tone. But is it really okay to reveal everything without holding anything back? I'm worried the word might spread. Well, those merfolk don't seem to have much interaction with the land, also. This is just my guess, but I think this kingdom will cut ties with House Carmine soon. After that, they won't have much reason to associate with other major noble houses either. Given the Merfolk King's displeasure toward Carmine's god, the lawyer, and his ambition to revive the power of the old royal bloodline using the great sea serpent's corpse, this was a natural conclusion. It was not surprising that those with enough power to be independent no longer wished to remain subordinate. Hearing this, Salif suddenly smacked the water with his palm and exclaimed, "Oh, that. What are we going to do about it?" "About what? The great sea serpent's corpse. You're not really going to hand it over intact, are you? What if we don't? The royal family might have self-control and act all friendly now, but I bet there are still people getting eaten by merfolk somewhere along the shore. I don't know if it's really a good idea to give them such immense power. As long as they don't break our agreement, I have no intention of breaking it either. A deal is a deal." Some of the noble-class merfolk still occasionally looked at Turan's party with a hint of hunger in their eyes, but at least the royal family showed no such signs. So Turan would treat them as intelligent beings capable of communication, people, accordingly. If the other side wished to uphold their promise, it was only right to do the same. That was the golden rule. Mesa, who had been listening, cleared her throat softly and said, "I agree. Besides, if things go as Turan says, the merfolk growing stronger would actually weaken the gods' control over them, right? That's a win for us." Outnumbered 2-1, Salif sighed and flopped onto the water, lying down in resignation. By now, he had trained enough to master the technique of solidifying water beneath him like a bed. "Fine. I don't care anymore, you figure it out. Don't worry too much. After all, once we've taken down the great sea serpent, we'll be strong enough to prevent them from using their newfound power to oppress humans." According to the Merfolk King, the great sea serpent was far weaker than it had been at its peak. However, if they managed to hunt down a creature capable of triggering such natural phenomena, they would undoubtedly gain immense power. Perhaps they could even surpass the level of top-ranking nobles and reach the level of great house family heads. Besides, even if they gain the power to transform into the great sea serpent, it won't be an overwhelming threat. After all, only one of them will survive to become king. When Turan brought up the merfolk's customs, Salif and Mesa immediately turned their gazes toward the merfolk royalty, who were playing among themselves a short distance away. At that very moment, a young royal was pouring sand over Rowena's head, only to let out a shriek as he was struck in retaliation. "Right, now that you mention it, I really do find them fascinating. What about them? They're supposed to kill each other when it comes time to inherit the throne, right? So how can they be so friendly with each other? If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to stand next to them." Mesa, still lying lazily on the water's surface, chimed in. Turan glanced at the merfolk before answering, almost as if making an excuse. "Well, I suppose their moral values are different from humans." In truth, Turan himself had trouble understanding it. How could siblings who would eventually have to kill each other maintain such a harmonious relationship? If he had been one of the mermaid royals, he would have tried every means to eliminate his brothers and sisters. Conversely, if he judged that he could never be the final victor, he would have fled the kingdom from the start. Yet they continued to regard each other as siblings and got along well, despite clear differences in power and talent. When he said this, the two looked at Turan intently. "What? I mean, I never really thought about killing them all off first." TL note, if you find this line confusing, it is spoken by Salif. He's expressing that, unlike Turan, his first thought wouldn't have been to kill his brothers and sisters if he had been in that position. "Sometimes I really think your mindset is a little off." "Is that so?" "Yeah, really." Mesa and Salif nodded in unison. After finishing their training, Turan's group, tired of eating fish, hunted a beast and prepared a meal using various spices and grain flour brought from Midgel Island. With his hunger satisfied, Turan turned to Mesa, who was licking her lips after taking just a single bite. Let's go replenish your meal. Okay, Mesa stole a glance at Salif before nodding. Although they had done this numerous times during their time together, she still seemed reluctant to let Salif see the process of this feeding activity, as if it were something as private as using the restroom. Bring back some water while you're at it. Salif, aware of this, deliberately acted as if it was nothing special. However, at times, his forced indifference only made the situation feel even more awkward. After finishing the feeding process in a secluded part of the forest, Mesa began putting on her magic artifacts again. As she did, Turan finally voiced a thought he had been considering for some time. After this hunt, we might need Salif's help too. For what? For this. If you keep getting stronger, it might become difficult for me to knock you out on my own. Back when she had been frail and weak, it hadn't been an issue. But as Mesa's health improved, it was becoming increasingly challenging for Turan to make her lose consciousness during the process. Of course, if they had the same amount of magic power, Turan would be stronger due to his superior physical build. However, the problem was that Mesa possessed one of the highest levels of magic power among top-ranking nobles, whereas Turan was on the lower end of that spectrum. On top of that, if she absorbed the Great Sea Serpent's magic power after this hunt and didn't hit her limit, Mesa was the one with the greater potential for further growth. When absorbing magic power from a significantly stronger being, the process was more efficient for those who already had greater power to begin with. Even now, it's already this difficult. By then, one of us might have to hold your legs while the other knocks you out. The place where Mesa had instinctively struggled earlier was now nothing more than a patch of ground that had been completely churned up. Hearing this, Mesa let out a small hum. That would be a bit, really. Yeah, if it comes to that, I'd rather go hungry for a while or I'll try to find another way. That other way referred to what she had recently discovered, boosting her self-esteem by helping people. If not for the urgent need to hunt the Great Sea Serpent, they had originally planned to roam the North Sea, rescuing merchant ships in distress to fulfill that need. But with the current storm raging, neither merchant ships nor pirate ships were moving around, making it a difficult option. Then let's try that method first when the time comes. All right. And with that, the two of them had already decided what they would do after the hunt. In other words, it was a silent vow that none of them would die in the battle ahead. As the days passed with alternating cycles of training and rest, the weather on the island grew increasingly violent. The winds strengthened, the rain poured down in torrents, and occasionally thunder rumbled across the sky. Noticing the strange changes in the climate, the island's animals began moving in panicked herds, and even fish in the sea started surfacing in an unusual state. As a result, the previously amicable atmosphere among them gradually turned tense. The realization set in, the great battle was near, and some of them might truly not survive it. Finally, on the fated day, a terrifying storm engulfed the island. At this rate, we can barely hear each other's voices. From now on, unless it's urgent, use hand signals to communicate. Of course, Turan and Mesa could transmit their voices using wind magic, and Salif could create floating text with illusion magic. But with every bit of magic power precious for the upcoming fight, they couldn't afford to waste it. Instead, they had prepared and practiced a few simple hand signals in advance. Can you see? I can see. What about now? I can't see well from here. Did you mean up? Just as they were testing the effective range of their signals, they spotted Rowena trudging toward them, clearly frustrated by the muddy ground. As she got closer, she practically shouted over the roaring winds. The king will be here soon. The location is the eastern coast as planned. Got it. After relaying the message to the others, Turan stroked Bige, who was perched at his side, to reassure her before moving forward. By the time he arrived, the merfolk royalty had already gathered. He's finale here, on Sly, a little. The storm was so severe that none of their words carried properly. Makon, the merfolk prince who could transform into an octopus, approached and spoke in a low voice. About 5 minutes left. Understood. The plan remains unchanged, right? We need to make one adjustment. What is it? The barrier. It's useless now. The day before, Turan had poured most of his barrier master bloodline magic into setting up a barrier along the eastern coast. It was meant to provide some form of support during the battle. But now it was completely scattered, likely torn apart by the storm. A normal storm wouldn't have been able to do that. However, the Great Sea Serpent had fused with the storm spirit, imbuing it with magical power. Hearing this, the king's eldest son clicked his tongue. Nothing we can do about it then, not like we were relying on it anyway. Anything else? No, and actually I think it'll be here sooner than 5 minutes. It's coming right now. What? Damn, everyone prepare for battle. At Makon's shout, the merfolk royalty began transforming one by one. Except for a small number, including Rowena, who could operate on land, everyone else submerged into the sea, while the sea turtle lifted Turan and his party onto its back. In that state, Turan took a deep breath while watching the torrent of power approaching from afar. It's coming. He sensed a presence stronger than before, likely the merfolk king, followed by a colossal being trailing behind him. A giant snake that seemed to be made of wind, with its insides constantly swirling. The great sea serpent was approaching. Chapter 93. The first thing that became visible was a gigantic humpback whale, roughly 30 to 40 meters in length, the transformed form of the merfolk king. Unlike the other royals, his magic power had become even stronger after his transformation. At this moment, even Mesa would have difficulty guaranteeing victory in a one-on-one battle against him. Normally, one would be in awe of the sheer size and power of that enormous whale, but now was not the time for admiration. The presence of the monster approaching from behind was far more overwhelming. Great Sea Serpent. Back when he had obtained the mimic relic, Turon had seen the corpse of a great sea serpent alongside a man presumed to be of the pre-god tribe. He had been astonished by its grand stature. However, the sight of a living, moving great sea serpent now made that past memory seem utterly insignificant. Being in awe of natural landscapes like lakes and mountains was one thing, but witnessing those landscapes come alive, move, and surge forward was an entirely different matter. Moreover, the appearance of the great sea serpent was quite different from what he had seen back then. Unlike in the past, when its body was covered in moss, it was now entirely enveloped in dazzling silver scales. In places where damage had occurred, something akin to swirling greenish winds, presumably created by undead spirits, was filling in the gaps. And finally, there was the immense magic power radiating from its body, which Turon could sense through the sacred relic. Its quantity was on par with what he had once felt from the head of the Lavida's family. That was likely to be the greatest prize of this hunt. Fucking amazing. When Turon turned his head, he saw Salif grinning widely as he murmured. Given his deep obsession with ancient myths and legends, the realization that he was about to confront a truly mythical monster seemed to genuinely thrill him. Let's go! With that shout, Turon took off into the air alongside Mesa, heading toward the great sea serpent. Salif, slightly behind, grabbed onto Bide's leg and soared up as well, while the merfolk royals approached the great sea serpent through the sea. As they drew closer, the sheer size of their target became even more daunting, sending a shiver down their spines, albeit only briefly. Turon then came to a halt and conjured a wind path. The violent whirlpools swirling in all directions made it more difficult than usual, but he managed to create it nonetheless. With that in place, Turon reached into his pouch and pulled out his secret weapon. It was a slingshot similar in design to the ones he had used before, but its size was on an entirely different scale. The length of the cords and the size of the pouch holding the stone were drastically larger. Whereas his previous slingshot had been designed to launch stones about the size of an egg, this one could accommodate rocks as large as a human torso. Turon placed a large rock he had prepared in advance onto the slingshot and began spinning it. It still feels a bit awkward. He had no shortage of strength, but throwing a stone of a completely different size than what he had used all his life naturally felt unfamiliar. Though he had trained with it for the past few days, that could not compare to the instincts honed over a lifetime. Thanks to his magic-enhanced strength, the slingshot held firm without breaking, and the massive rock spun smoothly, gaining centrifugal force. Moments later, the rock was released, riding the wind path at a speed several times faster than sound, hurtling toward the great sea serpent's head. The monstrous beast, cutting through the sea as it approached the island, twisted its massive body and let out a piercing scream. For a creature of such enormity, it was no different from a human being hit by a pebble. However, the immense magic power contained within the rock amplified its impact far beyond its physical size. Naturally, the great sea serpent's scream did not end as a mere cry of pain from a single animal. The gaping mouth spewed forth a wail, perhaps even a roar, that sent shockwaves and tidal waves surging outward. If any ordinary humans had been nearby to hear that sound, they likely would have died from the sheer force of it alone. Even Turon had to furrow his brows and cover his ears with both hands. Cuck, the great sea serpent, having let out its scream, then locked its bizarrely glowing yellow-green eyes onto Turon and immediately launched a counterattack. A waterspout rose from the sea, and several towering columns of water surged erratically before hurtling toward Turon. He swiftly dodged one or two with flight magic, but there were well over a dozen of them flying at him. Considering that flight magic was not structurally the most stable technique, a single direct hit would be enough to send him plummeting. At that critical moment, Turon quickly detonated a handful of the spirit of fire beside his body. With an impact akin to someone striking his side, his body was instantly propelled away, allowing him to escape the range of the water column's attack. Woo, one of the water columns that missed Turon struck the coastline of the island behind him, and the result was nothing short of catastrophic. A trench dozens of meters long and several meters deep was carved into the sandy beach. A single hit might not be lethal, but it would undoubtedly cause significant damage. While Turon was distracting the great sea serpent, attacks from other directions had begun. Thanks to the thick storm clouds overhead, Mesa could now unleash lightning with virtually no magic consumption. She relentlessly scorched the great sea serpent's entire body, while Salif, hanging from Bige, moved around its massive frame, burning and scraping away its scales with his golden whip. Meanwhile below, the merfolk royals, who had transformed into various sea creatures, tormented the great sea serpent using their respective specialties, gnawing at its body. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly the merfolk king, who had taken the form of a gigantic whale. When the massive whale rammed its head into the great sea serpent's side, a thunderous crash echoed like mountains colliding. Compared to Rowena, whom he had fought recently, the difference in magic power was not tens of times greater or anything like that. Yet the sheer size alone allowed for such overwhelming force it was astonishing. Then again, even if the whale's total length was not even half that of the great sea serpent, its body was far thicker. In terms of overall weight, there probably was not much of a difference. Perhaps thinking that its tormentors in the sea were easier to grasp than those flying in the sky, the great sea serpent let out a roar and coiled its long body around the whale. A jellyfish, which had latched onto the serpent's scales and was discharging electricity in an attempt to break free, was struck by its tail and instantly crushed. That one's dead. At the sight of the first casualty, the merfolk royals visibly hesitated. When the great sea serpent opened its massive maw to bite into the whale's side, Turon rushed closer, hurling the spirit of fire directly at its face before igniting it. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no grand explosion. The black powder had been caught in the storm and soaked with moisture. While he could prevent the powder from getting wet if it remained close to his body, keeping it dry after launching it a distance away was much more difficult. Damn it, he had known that the spirit of fire lost much of its explosive power upon contact with water, but he had not expected it to fail completely. Though momentarily flustered by the unexpected outcome, Turon quickly erased the failed tactic from his mind and instead hurled a stone at the serpent's enormous, fixed eye which was locked onto the whale's side. Due to the urgency of the moment, he did not use the massive rocks he had thrown earlier, but rather the smaller stones he was accustomed to using. To a creature of such colossal size, the attack was barely a speck. However, just like any human reacting to an eye being struck, the great sea serpent twisted its entire body violently, thrashing its tail against the ocean's surface. Dozens, no, perhaps hundreds of water columns erupted simultaneously, churning the sea across hundreds of meters in every direction. "Watch out!" Turon quickly used wind magic to project his voice, but Salif and Bige, who had been flying around tearing into the serpent's body, had not yet managed to escape the attack range. Through the raging storm, he barely glimpsed the two staggering in midair before they were ultimately engulfed by one of the water columns and dragged down into the ocean. Damn it! The one fortunate thing was that, thanks to the mimic relic, Turon could maintain his vision even amid the raging storm. Flying in immediately, he saw Salif manipulating the water to propel himself out of the sea. "You okay?" "I am, but Bige's wing looks broken." Turon grabbed both Bige and Salif and carried them to the coastline of the island behind them. Salif looked at Bige, who was whimpering in pain, and spoke in a self-reproaching tone. "Damn it, if it weren't for me, she would have dodged easily." One of the chronic weaknesses of flying magical beasts was that their physical durability was often lower relative to their magic power. Of course, as a high-tier magical beast, Bige could withstand most attacks without much trouble, but the enemy before them was literally a monster of mythical proportions. Even now, it was thanks to the magic artifact Turon had obtained from the remnants of House Varaha, and tied around Bige's neck, that she had not suffered a more serious injury or even died. Turon carefully adjusted Bige's broken wing and gave her a healing potion. "Are you feeling any better, Bige?" Bige nodded as if to say she was fine, but through their soul bond, Turon could still sense the pain she was experiencing. Considering that flight required an immense level of precision and that a wild storm was raging all around them, it would be difficult for her to rejoin the battle immediately. After instructing Bige to stay further inside the island, Turon placed Salif on the back of a nearby sea turtle merfolk. Though it would be difficult to approach the battle directly, providing support from a distance would still be helpful. Upon returning to the battlefield, where the struggle against the great sea serpent continued, Turon frowned at the worsening situation. Though only a short time had passed, 2 more merfolk royals had died, and the giant whale was now bleeding from multiple wounds. "Are they okay?" Mesa, who had been attacking the great sea serpent, sent her voice through wind magic, likely having seen Bige and Salif get struck down. Turon signaled that they were fine before pulling out another massive rock, creating a wind path and hurling it. With a loud crash, the great sea serpent staggered. It looks like it took some damage, but the problem was that the merfolk royals had started to become noticeably passive. Unlike Turan's group who attacked from the sky, the merfolk were in the water, right within the great sea serpent's striking range. It naturally prioritized them as targets. Having suffered significant casualties, the merfolk royals were now retreating rather than fighting aggressively. Turan was sure they were thinking the same thing he was. If they suffered too many losses and the balance of power shifted, Turan's group might decide to eliminate them after the battle. With 3 of their own already dead, the merfolk royals would not be willing to take further risks unless Turan's group also faced similar dangers or casualties. No choice then. Turan placed a large rock into his slingshot and began spinning it while flying around the great sea serpent's head to draw its attention. Just like before, the serpent attempted to create whirlpools to swat him down like an annoying insect. But every time, Turan used the spirit of fire to propel himself away at high speed, narrowly avoiding the attacks. After repeating this process multiple times, his entire body ached as if he had been beaten all over. "This is killing me." However, his efforts were not in vain. Seeing Turan's relentless assault, the merfolk royals, who had become passive, once again took on an aggressive stance. From a distance, Salif also fired arrows of light and conjured spears to hurl at the great sea serpent, further drawing its attention. As for Mesa, for some reason, she had switched from using lightning to employing physical light-based attack magic, similar to Salif. Perhaps she had realized that lightning magic was not as effective against the great sea serpent as she had initially thought. Thus, the fierce battle continued for tens of minutes. Turan realized that his magic power had visibly decreased and took a step back to steady his breathing. Seeing this, Mesa stepped in to take over the role of distracting the great sea serpent, just as Turan had been doing. "It's starting to weaken. When will it finally fall?" According to the sacred relic's perception, the great sea serpent's magic power had dropped to less than half of its original amount. Its body too had been severely damaged, with many parts now replaced by the swirling storms typical of undead spirits. While undead were structurally far more resilient than living creatures, they were not truly immortal, meaning the damage was taking its toll. The problem was that Turan's group and the merfolk royals were also just as drained. Among the 9 merfolk royals who had originally joined the battle, 3 had already died, and within Turan's party, Bige had been rendered unable to fight while Salif was struggling to participate actively. Considering how precariously balanced the situation was, a single misstep could easily turn the tide of battle against them. "Should we give up?" The thought briefly crossed Turan's mind, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed it. They had come too far to abandon the fight now. Victory seemed just within reach if they could push a little further. If only it weren't for this storm, things would be much easier. If he could launch a large quantity of spirit of fire from a distance and detonate it, the battle would have been much smoother. Using the slingshot as a medium for attacks was already an effective way to conserve magic power, but it still fell short of the sheer destructive force of an explosive attack with the spirit of fire. If he could either stop the storm or somehow enclose the spirit of fire inside or onto the surface of the great sea serpent without exposing it to the wind and rain, he might be able to deal a significant blow. In fact, if he could trap the explosion in a confined space, the force would be amplified even further. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck Turan like a bolt of lightning, his eyes widening. The slingshot's pouch protects from the rain, and when exploded, it creates a strong repulsive force. At the same time, he recalled the old magic artifact used by dwarves, a device that shot metal fragments using the principle of liquid expanding into vapor. What if he applied the same concept to launch a rock using Spirit of Fire? If he filled the inside of the slingshot pouch with Spirit of Fire, placed a rock on top, and detonated it at the moment of launch. The idea struck him instantly, and without hesitation, Turan grabbed several handfuls of Spirit of Fire and placed them inside his large slingshot. Then, he placed a massive rock on top to shield the Spirit of Fire from the falling rain, fixing its shape in place with telekinesis magic before soaring into the sky. It seemed the great sea serpent had grown familiar with his face after being struck several times, as it now glared at Turan with open hostility, momentarily ignoring Mesa, who had been provoking it nearby. It knew that he was the one who had dealt it the most painful blows. Meanwhile, the merfolk royals fighting below were visibly encouraged by Turan's return to the battlefield. If the merfolk king, who had withstood the great sea serpent's charges time and again, was their greatest defender, then Turan, who had repeatedly struck its head with massive boulders, was their strongest attacker. Seeing the great sea serpent warily eyeing him, Turan smirked. Then, in one fluid motion, he launched the rock and detonated the Spirit of Fire at the same time. A wave of scorching heat brushed against his hand as the boulder shot forward, faster and more powerful than ever before. Its target, the great sea serpent's head, the very spot where the previous owner of the mimic relic had once driven his hand. Chapter 94. When the explosion first occurred, no one on the battlefield understood what Turan had done. They had seen him use the spirit of fire multiple times to make emergency evasions, so they only wondered, why did he detonate it when he wasn't even being attacked? It was only when they sensed a change, when a rock, propelled by both centrifugal force and explosive power, flew at several times the speed of sound and precisely struck the great sea serpent's vital spot, that they realized something had happened. A wound undoubtedly inflicted by some god in the past, a wound that must have once nearly taken the life of that massive beast. The rock shot into that very spot, tearing through the storm's flesh, burrowing deep, and piercing through to the other side, breaking through the scales. The impact was so severe that the great sea serpent could only open its mouth wide, unable to even scream, twisting its entire body in agony. "Get away!" The merfolk king used the immense lung capacity unique to whales to shout, his voice booming through the storm. Watching his children hurriedly retreat, the king recalled the terrifying attack from a moment ago. What in the world was that just now? Though he had only lived within the sea and around his kingdom, the merfolk king had lived a long life, inheriting the wisdom of his ancestors, making his knowledge far superior to that of ordinary merfolk. From his perspective, the slingshot attack that Turon had just performed was not something that should have come from a wizard of his level. It was the kind of power seen only in the strongest of human wizards, the wizard lords, those whom humans referred to as family heads of great noble houses. Considering that Turon's power had not seemed that formidable just moments before, the sheer destructive force he had displayed now was far from normal. As expected, he must be one of the undying ones. The king, who had harbored some doubts due to Turon's initially weaker strength, now solidified his belief. Swallowing his thoughts, he focused on protecting his children from the thrashing of the great sea serpent. The sheer force generated by the over 100-meter-long monster's convulsions was overwhelming. Its massive body stirred the air and water violently, causing tsunamis with each movement. From the wound inflicted by Turon's attack, an enormous gust of wind burst forth, creating a magical storm. A giant octopus, its body alone over 8 meters wide, was half floating above the water when it was caught in the storm and flung hundreds of meters away. Get in my mouth. Hurry! Turon saw Salif, who had been attacking from the shell of the sea turtle, quickly dive into the turtle's mouth for safety. He then used tracking magic to locate Bige. The surrounding tidal waves and storms had already reached the island, completely sweeping away the once pristine beach and even devastating the forest behind it. Fortunately, it seemed that the destruction had not reached the inner area where Bige was. Letting out a sigh of relief, Turon tossed aside his slingshot, now tattered from the explosion. Normally, he would reinforce the slingshot with magic when throwing stones, but it seemed it had not been enough to withstand the explosion. Now that I look at it, my hand's injured too. His fingers burned and had developed blisters. It seemed he had sustained burns from the explosion. Considering that he had not even activated his guardian magic artifact to conserve magic power, it was fortunate that this was the extent of his injuries. As he debated whether to take some healing medicine, Mesa approached and asked, "What was that just now?" "I used the spirit of fire. I'll explain the details later." In truth, it had been a spur-of-the-moment idea that he immediately put into action, and he had thought there was a high chance of failure. However, for some reason, it had worked as if he had practiced it hundreds of times before. He had felt something similar in the past when throwing stones. A sensation that only came in critical moments, the absolute certainty that he could hit his target. It might have been the result of Turon's years of relentless training and honed intuition. And just now, he had not even used magic to guide the rock to its target, as he had been focused on using wind path. More than that. If I refine this technique, it could be incredibly useful. Even just in his immediate thoughts, several possible applications of the technique came to mind. After filling a large pouch with hundreds of pebbles and the spirit of fire, he could throw it into the midst of enemies and detonate it. Or he could use it as the dwarves once did, loading a long, slender tube with metal fragments, placing the spirit of fire at the back, and igniting it to launch a projectile. As his imagination ran wild with possibilities, the great sea serpent's thrashing began to subside. Was it truly on the verge of death now? Turon was not the only one who thought so. The massive octopus that had been blown away earlier by the wind approached and lifted one of its tentacles toward the great sea serpent. At that moment, something changed within the half-dead monster. "Get away!" Turon shouted urgently, but the two were already too close. The great sea serpent, which had been wheezing as if it were about to take its last breath, suddenly opened its eyes wide and burst into a green radiance. The storm spirit that had been inside its body just moments ago escaped somewhere, fully transforming into an undead spirit. Though it was still on the brink of death, its battered body now seemed to have gained a final surge of power. It opened its maw toward the octopus, gathering magic energy inside. What erupted from its mouth was Krayag. With a golden flash, the massive octopus's body melted away as if it had been sliced by a red-hot blade through butter. Light of judgment, Seeing the secret magic of the sun bloodline, one that the Varaha took pride in, pouring from the great sea serpent's mouth, Turan momentarily lost his words. How in the world was that thing able to use it? As if mocking his confusion, the great sea serpent soon unleashed a massive surge of lightning from its entire body, targeting not only the mermaid royal family nearby, but also Turan and Mesa, who were flying in the sky. It was not difficult to deduce that it was returning the lightning attacks that Mesa had been relentlessly striking it with earlier. Turan narrowly avoided the lightning by detonating a handful of the spirit of fire to propel himself away, but Mesa was struck. With a scream, she fell straight into the sea. Turan initially moved to save her but stopped upon realizing that the great sea serpent had locked onto him. Unlike him, Mesa had fully awakened her storm bloodline, granting her high resistance to electricity. He could only trust that she would survive. Mimic. The first word that came to Turan's mind as he dodged the relentless bolts of lightning was exactly that. Nowhere in the ancient records he had obtained from the library did it mention that the great sea serpent had such an ability. Unlike his own mimic relic, which allowed him to steal and wield the powers of those he killed, this creature seemed to be replicating any ability it had been struck with. Had it been in contact with the mimic god, causing its undead spirit to become intertwined with his. Judging by the fact that it had used Salif's power once but did not use it again, there seemed to be some limitation. However, even with such restrictions, the situation was far from optimistic. Mesa had been unleashing an immense lightning storm since the start of the battle, the kind only the family head of House Aravian would normally be capable of. If the great sea serpent were to return all that power at once, it could kill everyone here twice over. As Turan evaded the lightning while contemplating their next move, he suddenly realized that the storm that had been raging around them was fading. It seemed that with the storm spirit gone, the great sea serpent had lost its ability to control the weather. Moreover, the merfolk royals who had been forced to retreat earlier due to the lightning storm, as well as Mesa and Salif who had fallen into the sea, were now approaching from underwater, drawing its attention with their attacks. Since lightning spreads rapidly in water and loses its concentrated power, they were likely trying to exploit that weakness. However, considering the sheer strength of the great sea serpent's physical body, a single direct hit from it could instantly kill them. It was a reckless gamble. In that case, there was no way Turan could waste the precious opportunity his allies had created. Unfortunately, his large slingshot had been torn apart by the explosion, making it impossible to use the same technique as before. However, now that the storm had cleared, he could employ the previously abandoned strategy. Turan, who had been soaring through the sky, suddenly vanished as if erased. Damn it! Breathing through a water-controlled air tube, Salif cursed at the sheer majesty of the mythical beast before him. Just moments ago, the creature had swatted him away as if shaking off a bothersome fly, sending him tumbling back dozens of meters due to the waves it created. If the great sea serpent had deliberately targeted him, he would not have lasted long. His mastery of fluid manipulation magic was still lacking, making him far from agile underwater. But swallowing his fear, Salif conjured a spear of light within the water and hurled it toward the great sea serpent's belly and chest. Having been trained in spear throwing for decades as the heir of Varaha, his skill remained effective even underwater. The attack had enough magic power imbued in it to cause a sting, as the great sea serpent opened its now fully green-tinted eyes wide and glared at him. In other words, that was all it amounted to. From earlier, he knew that his specialty, Light of Judgment, was strong enough to tear through its scales and flesh. But if he tried to get close enough to land a decisive hit, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Moreover, for some reason, the creature had mimicked his technique earlier, making him even more hesitant to attempt it again. The moment he hurriedly dodged in anticipation of a counterattack, a massive tail swept through the spot where he had just been, creating a powerful whirlpool. Grrrk, his air passage above the water vanished, and within seconds seawater flooded into his mouth. Gasping and choking on the briny water instead of air, Salif desperately swam toward the surface, using both his magic and physical strength. Luckily, Rowena, passing by, grabbed him with her pincers and pulled him up, allowing him to surface much faster. Thanks. Where's your leader? He was just here, but now he's gone. Still gasping for breath as he emerged from the water, Salif turned his gaze to the sky at Rowena's words. Indeed, Turan, who had been flying around moments ago, drawing the enemy's attention, was nowhere to be seen. Had he finally been struck down by the lightning magic? Or had he found it impossible to dodge and escaped into the water like they had? Perhaps he was with Mesa. Salif checked, but that was not the case either. Mesa was still submerged near the great sea serpent, continuously shooting arrows of light. She seemed to be moving far more skillfully than him, but she was getting dangerously close to the target. Should I tell her to back off? Not that she'd be able to see my hand signals from here. Just as he was thinking that, an explosion erupted from the top of the great sea serpent's head, making his eyes widen in shock. This is definitely its weak point. Turon, having absorbed the magic power of the Sun bloodline he had obtained from Varaha nobles in the past, particularly the power of the strongest one, used concealment magic to approach the very same vital point that his rock had pierced earlier. Normally, even with Zahar's concealment magic, it would have been difficult to attempt such a feat, as the constantly moving head posed a significant risk of accidental contact. However, the creature had slowed down from exhaustion and was also distracted by the attackers in the water, allowing him to get close. With that opening, Turon poured a large amount of spirit of fire into the wound where the drowned god's arm had once been embedded, now widened further by his earlier rock attack before pulling back and igniting it. The resulting hole was now large enough for a person to pass through. Jumping inside and activating the Light of Judgment, he wildly swung the Whip of Light to erase the essence of the undead spirit, causing the great sea serpent to scream as if it were about to die and twist its body violently. It was a natural reaction, considering this was the equivalent of gouging its brain if it were a living being. Yes, that hurts, doesn't it? Bracing himself within the relatively narrow cavity inside its skull, Turon wedged his foot into a groove to keep from being thrown around as he relentlessly lashed with the light whip. With every crack of the whip, the undead's green glow burned away, causing the great sea serpent's screams and convulsions to intensify. No, at that moment a voice came from somewhere. Turon instinctively knew that the voice belonged to the entity that had fused with the great sea serpent, the mimic god. Die, who was supposed to die? Turon, the one threatening its existence. The answer came immediately. Monster, die. For the sake of people, serpent, die. That was the will carried by the undead spirit of the mimic god, the remnants of a desperate longing it must have held onto until the moment of its death. How tragic it was that the spirit of a god who had once fought against the great sea serpent for humanity had now merged with its old enemy. Determined to put an end to this misguided devotion, Turon squeezed out the last of his remaining magic power, relentlessly erasing the green glow that filled the cavity where the brain should have been with Light of Judgment. The acrid stench of burning undead essence filled his nostrils, and his body was repeatedly slammed against the shaking walls of the skull. After several minutes passed, at last the tremors inside the skull ceased and the massive body began to plummet freely. Turon could sense it. The fusion between the great sea serpent and the god's undead spirit had been completely shattered. The magic that had been controlling the enormous serpent's body was now condensing into a single point. Thank you. At the faintly heard voice, Turon slightly bowed his head. Rest in peace, I owe you a lot. The god likely could not hear him, but this was the best show of respect Turon could offer. A moment later, the sound of water splashing filled the skull as it began to flood. Without hesitation, Turon submerged himself and swam out. As soon as he was free, the mimic relic's previously blocked perception reactivated, revealing the presence of the nearby life forms. The merfolk king and his royal kin, Salif and Mesa, spotting two figures atop the shell of a sea turtle, Turon urgently cast flight magic and soared toward them. Turon. Healing potion quickly, Salif shouted with a frantic expression. Below him, Mesa lay pale-faced, her lower body nowhere to be seen. A missing lower half, an injury so severe that had she not been a high-ranking noble, she would have already died. Without hesitation, Turon pulled out a healing potion magic artifact and handed it to Salif before turning away. Where are you going? To get her body. Fortunately, the severed half of Mesa's body had not drifted out of range of the mimic relic's detection. Turon dove swiftly, retrieving the lower half before resurfacing. At the same time, he scanned the condition of the merfolk royals. They're all severely injured and some have died, but it would be dangerous to use all my magic power here. No matter how weakened they were, it would not be difficult for a merfolk noble to kill a magic-depleted human if they could transform into their true sea creature forms. In practical terms, only one of them could afford to use magic for healing, while the other had to conserve what little strength remained. The problem was that if they chose to hold back, there was a high chance Mesa would die. The healing potion magic artifact was not particularly effective for mages of their caliber, and even if they both poured all their remaining magic into healing her, there was no guarantee of survival. After a brief moment of deliberation, Turon quickly approached Salif, who was administering the potion, and spoke. Lift her upper body, I'll align the halves. Can it be reattached? At least it's not burned or melted like your arm was. What exactly happened? I think she got caught on something when the thing made its last desperate attack. I thought she was too close. Salif's severed arm had been burned away by Light of Judgment, making it impossible to restore. But Mesa's body had been torn apart relatively cleanly, giving them a chance. Should he be shocked by the sheer physical combat ability of that monster, which was powerful enough to shatter multiple high-tier magic artifacts protecting her body? Or should he be grateful for Mesa's resilience, which had allowed her to survive such an impact without being completely crushed? After asking the sea turtle to take them to land, Turan and Salif took turns preparing healing potions to treat Mesa. He even hurriedly called Bige, who had been further inland, and poured all their remaining magic power into the effort. Only after nearly 20 minutes did they finally manage to stabilize her condition. It's done. She'll recover naturally over time now. She's alive. Salif, already half exhausted, collapsed onto the ground the moment he heard those words. Turan briefly checked Bige's wings to make sure they had reattached correctly before examining Mesa's condition. Though she was still unconscious with a pale complexion, warm blood was now circulating through her reattached lower half. From what Turan could perceive through the mimic relic, it was clear that if he and Bige hadn't both poured in their magic, her body wouldn't have properly fused and she would have died. Phew, just as he let out a sigh of relief, several shadows loomed over him and Salif. It was the Merfolk King and a few of his royal kin. Their numbers had decreased compared to when the battle first began, and they looked at Turan's group with unreadable expressions. The Merfolk King observed them closely before speaking. "You've been badly injured. Unfortunately, but we managed to get through it." Turan replied in a calm, almost indifferent tone while discreetly observing the Merfolk's expressions. If they decided to turn hostile here, there was no way Turan's group would survive. The magic power left in his body was so depleted that even if Armenia were to attack in his shark form, dealing with him would be difficult. After a few tense seconds of silence, the Merfolk King spoke in a low voice. "Let me know if you need any help. We want to recover the corpse quickly, so absorb the power as soon as that woman wakes up. For now, we'll bring it to the beach." As the Merfolk left, Turan, just like Salif moments ago, let himself collapse onto the sand. Chapter 95. A few hours after losing consciousness as if fainting, Turan woke up feeling someone tapping his cheek. Bige was carefully poking him with her beak. "Bige, does it hurt a lot?" Bige lifted the stone tablet from the large-capacity pouch, showing pre-written words. Seeing this, Turan unknowingly burst into laughter. "Not too much, just a little." As he tried to sit up, a stinging pain spread all over his body as if he had been severely beaten. Not only had he repeatedly used high-speed movement by exploding the spirit of fire beside his body dozens of times, but at the end, he had also violently slammed his entire body against the walls inside the great sea serpent's skull. There was no way he could be unharmed. "I didn't notice while fighting because of the adrenaline, but I must have sprained quite a few places. It's going to take a while to heal on its own." Of course, if he consistently took the healing potion magic artifact, he would recover in no time. But before that, he needed to treat the serious injuries of his other companions first. "How are your wings?" "They're fine." "Can you fly?" At Turan's concerned words, Bige attempted a quick spin in the air but let out a sharp cry and landed immediately. "Take it easy, I'll look at your wound again later." "Okay." After that, Turan woke up his two unconscious companions one by one. Salif, who was only exhausted from excessive magic power consumption and fatigue like himself, woke up quickly. However, it took quite a bit of time for Mesa to open her eyes. "Where are we?" "We're still on the same island. How do you feel?" I thought I was dead." "You almost were." Recalling how her lower body had been completely severed at the last moment, Mesa looked down with a somewhat fearful expression. Then seeing her intact legs, she let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Let me check your wound for a moment." Okay, the defensive magic artifacts Mesa used, including her favorite coat, had all lost their power. It was a huge loss, but considering that those items had saved her life, it was a small price to pay. After all, no matter what, a lost life could never be recovered. Carefully lifting the torn clothing, he found a long scar encircling her body just below her navel. Seeing this, Salif clicked his tongue. "Wow, it's a miracle you're alive. Didn't we just patch the cut without properly reconnecting the internal organs?" "That's actually what I am worried about. Try moving a bit. I checked that blood is flowing, but I don't know if you can walk." "Yeah, I can't move it at all." After lightly poking and pinching several spots, they confirmed that Mesa's lower body was only attached but completely non-functional. It seemed the nerves hadn't healed properly during the recovery process. Even after making her drink another healing potion, there was no sign of improvement. The wound had been sealed, but fundamental healing required a stronger recovery ability. "I wonder if we should call that girl who fixed me back then. Even at her level, it would take quite a while though." "It's fine. I can move using flight magic anyway." To prove her words, Mesa immediately used levitation and flight magic to lift herself and glided smoothly over the ground. Indeed, having used these abilities far longer than Turan, her proficiency was exceptional. "If I practice a bit, I might even be able to mimic walking." "But you can't live like that forever. And there could be problems with your internal organs, so we need to find a way to heal you quickly." Turan had Mesa sit down and carefully examine the wound. Perhaps because a lower-tier healing potion had been used, the joined area didn't feel very secure. It felt like a broken mass that had been forcibly patched together. Since he couldn't be sure her internal organs had fully reattached either, they needed to find a treatment as soon as possible. In that case, we need to absorb the great sea serpent's corpse first. Speaking of which, what happened to it? They said they'd bring it to the beach. I just woke up, so I haven't seen it yet. Let's go quickly. If some passing magical beast eats it, I'll be so pissed I might just die from anger. Turon lightly waved his hand to stop Salif from making a fuss. It's fine. The merfolk are guarding it. Really? From about a few hundred meters away on the beach, he could sense the concentrated energy of the great sea serpent's remains and the presence of a merfolk nearby. It was just one merfolk, but in the middle of the North Sea, the chances of an enemy appearing who could rival a royal merfolk were almost non-existent. They need the corpse anyway. More than that, I'm worried that if Mesa absorbs more magic power, it will become even harder for her to recover. She was already too powerful for healing potions to work effectively. If she absorbed the magic power of the great sea serpent and became even stronger, then she might truly be unable to heal without the help of a high-level healer. You don't need to worry about me. It's not like I'm going to die right away. Besides, if a revived undead spirit's magic power isn't absorbed quickly, it scatters and disappears, right? After all that effort, we deserve a reward. Mesa said with a calm smile. After finishing their discussion, the three of them moved straight to the eastern shore. The area, which had been completely devastated by the great sea serpent's final cries, was now eerily still, with the corpse of the once revered sea monster lying motionless. I can't believe we actually killed something like this. Even seeing it, it doesn't feel real. Turon silently agreed with Salif and Mesa's murmurs. The great sea serpent's body, now lifeless for the second time, looked similar to when they had first seen it in the ocean. But facing it again after having fought it themselves made the sight all the more overwhelming. At that moment, someone who had been sitting atop the serpent's head leaped down and approached them. What, you're finally awake. Looks like even powerful humans get weak when they're exhausted. It was a fierce battle after all. Where are the other merfolk? The young merfolk royal guarding the corpse was Kaliva, the sea turtle who had once gotten scolded for speaking too carelessly. They're all resting in the nearby waters. It's better for us to be inside when we're exhausted. Since I'm the only one still fine, I'm the one stuck out here. Hurry up and absorb that magic power. I'll go fetch my father. At the prince's clearly annoyed tone, Turon nodded and turned to his companions. He could see the anticipation and desire in their eyes. All right, let's begin. Yeah. Approaching the massive corpse of the great sea serpent, the three of them and one magical beast immediately began absorbing its magic power. A vast amount of green energy surged out and seeped into their bodies. Ah! At that moment, Turon noticed that a portion of the magic power was flowing into the mimic relic. Normally, a magical beast's magic power wouldn't be absorbed into an artifact while it was being worn. Could it be because the spirit of the god that was mixed in with it? Realizing this, Turon quickly tried to take off the relic. The most efficient number for magic absorption was 4. If this continued, not only he but also Salif, Mesa, and Bige would receive less magic power. However, Mesa and Salif, who were standing nearby, grabbed his hand to stop him. Why? Just leave it be. There might be some beneficial effect. Their reasoning was that if the divine magic power from the artifact's origin was infused, it could result in some kind of positive influence. If it was just absorbing the Wave Rider and Mimic's magic power, it would be a meaningless loss. Turon was about to argue, but before he could, an immense impact struck his mind, making him lose his chance to respond. Haya! The gasps of shock and groans from the others barely registered in his ears. The great sea serpent's magic power delivered an indescribable sensation, one beyond anything of this world. It felt as if his bones, muscles, flesh, and nerves were burning away, only to be reconstructed anew. Compared to this, all the magic absorption he had experienced before was nothing more than child's play. Originally, Turon's magic power had been on the lower end among the highest-ranking nobles, but in an instant, it surpassed the mid-tier level of someone like Salif, climbed into the upper tier, and finally reached the absolute peak, matching Mesa's level at the highest of the high ranks. Just like when his bloodline had been unlocked in the past, he heard a metallic clank, as if something had reached its limit and then broken free. Even after that, Turon's magic power continued to rise, eventually surpassing Mesa's and reaching a level somewhere between the highest-ranking nobles and the heads of great noble houses. Only then did his growth finally stop. Ah! Turon wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze to his companions. Salif clenched and unclenched his fists as if unable to contain the overflowing power within him. Meanwhile, Mesa had collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain her flight magic. Both of them had grown beyond their previous limits, reaching a realm far beyond that of ordinary high nobles. Mesa was now strong enough to at least put up some defense against Osel Lavidas, the weakest head of a great noble house that Turon had encountered. Salif was slightly weaker than her but still stronger than Turan. Turan had been worried that one of them might hit their limit during the process. However, as expected of those chosen as vessels of the gods, they seemed to have the potential to grow into house head-level figures. Turan, I felt amazing. So much, even Bige, who was making a fuss, had undergone rapid growth in just a short time. Now she possessed the magic power of a highest-ranking noble, similar to the heirs of great noble houses, just like Turan had before this battle. If a magical beast with this much power appeared, people would undoubtedly declare it a mythical-class beast and panic. Ordinary noble families would have no means to deal with it and would have to summon the armies of great houses. At this level, I might even be able to fight against Aravian. He still wasn't confident that he could defeat the mighty Thunder Lord, but at the very least, he had reached a point where ordinary nobles who weren't possessed by gods felt like mere weaklings. He only had a brief moment to enjoy that realization before noticing a change within his two companions. Turan observed them carefully. "Why are you looking at us like that? Both of your symbols have changed." "What? Did you hear any sound from your body?" "A sound. Now that you mention it, I heard a sharp snap like a tree branch breaking. For me, it was the sound of glass shattering." Salif, who originally had a glowing white hand and a fireball as his symbol, now had a shield added to it. That was undoubtedly the symbol of the Guardian bloodline, something Turan had seen before from his old martial arts teacher Haram. As for Mesa, next to her storm clouds, a white anvil and a black hammer had appeared, the symbols of the enchanter bloodline. If a clenched fist were to grasp and swing those, it would likely show power similar to what he had seen from the head of House Aravian in the past. When he pointed this out, both of them looked visibly shocked. "Enchanter. Me, I have the Guardian bloodline, but I have nothing to do with it. It's one of the 4 bloodlines of the Silver Sun. Maybe it's some secret about your birth." "You bastard, don't just go talking nonsense about my parents," Salif grumbled, but he didn't outright deny the possibility. Unlike Mesa, who was the daughter of a house head, Salif was born to an ordinary noble couple, making it easier for his origins to have been manipulated. While Mesa used a magic spell to check the functions of her lost magic artifacts and Salif knocked on his own chest to test his newfound durability, Turan raised a hand toward the sky, now completely clear of clouds due to the disappearance of the storm spirit. Crash, a single bolt of lightning struck the ocean, sending a deafening boom across the air. "It's complete," the storm bloodline. Normally, summoning such powerful lightning from a clear sky would require an immense amount of energy. Yet now, the amount of magic power Turan used felt no different from calling lightning on a stormy day. Not only that, but he could precisely control the strike down to a matter of centimeters. At last, he had fully awakened the final bloodline magic of lightning. As Turan continued practicing various applications of his new power, wrapping his body in lightning as a protective barrier, shaping it into a serpent to move at his command, Mesa, noticing this, asked, "You've finally mastered lightning too?" "Yeah. It's definitely convenient. I can see why Aravian wizards don't bother learning multiple attack spells." Compared to wind magic, which was notoriously difficult to use for direct attacks, lightning magic was absurdly powerful and straightforward. Its only drawback was that, like fire magic, it was weak against defenses created through earth-altering magic. On top of that, it was ineffective against enemies submerged in water. "So, did you all check your abilities?" "Yeah. I can use enchantment magic now. It's something I've never practiced before, so I'll need some training to use it properly. You can contact Ashes later and ask him for some tips." "Salif, what about you?" "For starters, my strength has increased like crazy. Want to see?" The moment Salif gripped Turan's hand and pulled, Turan's entire body was effortlessly dragged toward him without resistance. "Wow, amazing, right?" Salif had always been small but solidly built, with strong magic power, making him naturally a bit stronger than Turan. However, the sheer difference in strength was far beyond what it had ever been before. "I still need to test my defensive abilities more, but yeah, I'm sure it's improved a lot." Originally, Salif already had the exceptional offensive power of the Sun bloodline. Now, with the addition of the Guardian bloodline, he had gained defensive prowess and close combat capabilities. In terms of pure offense and defense, he was undoubtedly the strongest among them now. His only real weakness was mobility and support abilities, or rather, his complete lack of them. In this battle alone, he had been unable to fly, forcing him to take on a support role in the rear after Bige was injured. "I wish I had gotten something like that instead of Enchanter bloodline," Mesa muttered to herself, then abruptly shut her mouth. She seemed to realize that complaining about her new power was disrespectful to the mother who had passed it down to her. Their conversation about their newfound abilities was short-lived, as soon after they sensed multiple presences rising from the sea. Moments later, the merfolk led by their king surfaced en masse. "Kind-hearted devil. You survived." "Yeah, I made it." Turon greeted Armenia, who beamed at him and casually scanned the gathered royal merfolk. The absence of several members was noticeable, particularly the octopus Makon, the king's eldest son, and a few others who had perished. Of course, he didn't feel particularly regretful about their absence. When he had first staggered onto the island, exhausted and barely alive, the merfolk king's gaze had been unmistakably calculating, measuring him. If their forces had remained intact, and if Turon hadn't planted the suspicion that he was a vessel of some god, he and his companions might have been slaughtered right then and there. Now, with his usual stoic expression, the merfolk king pressed down on Armenia's head and spoke. "So have you finished harvesting? More or less. Then it's time for us to take our share." Turon carefully assessed the strength of the merfolk king and the royal merfolk, as well as the abilities of his own group. None of them were in perfect condition, but they had all grown significantly stronger than before, while the merfolk, in contrast, had weakened. If a battle were to break out here, victory was certain, however. "As promised, I'll yield the corpse to you." Fair enough." The merfolk king gave him a probing look as if testing him, but in the end he did not attack. That meant their agreement remained intact. Besides, allowing them to absorb the great sea serpent's power could work in their favor in the long run. Led by an enormous whale, the royals transformed into various large sea creatures and began dragging the great sea serpent's corpse from the beach into the ocean. Lastly, the young shark Armenia waved his fin in farewell before disappearing beneath the waves. "Hugh, it's really over now. More importantly, how are we going to leave this island? The ship got wrecked during the fight, and Bide's wings aren't in the best shape either. Maybe we should have asked them to drop us off at the nearest island. Bide isn't too badly injured. If she keeps taking the healing potion, she'll recover soon." Bide flapped her wings as if to reassure them, but let out a small chirp when the broken part throbbed with pain. As Turon patted the whimpering creature, Mesa, who had been watching, suddenly spoke up. "By the way, what happened to it, the sacred relic?" "Oh right, I completely forgot. I hope it was worth sharing our magic power with it." Urged by his companions, Turon quickly retrieved the sacred relic hanging from his chest. At first glance it looked unchanged, but as he pressed the protrusion to open the lid. What is it?" "The inside, it's different." Chapter 96: Turon's most powerful magic artifact, the Mimic Relic. The representative functions of this item were to observe the flow of magic power in the surroundings, absorb and store the magic power of the dead, and allow temporary use of that power by consuming it. Because of this, its interior was originally an empty space filled with various colors of magic power in liquid form, layered separately. However, its form had completely changed now. The space that should have been empty was mostly filled with intricately crafted gears, and at the center, 5 circular rings overlapped each other in an interlocking manner. Inside those 5 rings, golden, brown, purple, gray, and teal-colored liquids shimmered. This is, according to memory, the golden color represented the Sun bloodline, the brown was the Earthmover bloodline, the purple was the Berserker bloodline, the gray was the Ruler-Tamer bloodline absorbed from Renaud and other Najin nobles, and the last teal color was the Rapids Frost bloodline absorbed from Vyson. Certainly, other traces of bloodlines such as the Barrier Master, Pyromaniac, or Illusionist, which had been only partially present before, had now completely disappeared. Seeing this, Salif asked in confusion, "What? Weren't there more than 5 before? Are they all gone?" "Probably. Who would have thought that instead of improving after absorbing magic power, its functionality would actually worsen?" Clicking his tongue in disbelief at the absurd situation, Turon barely had time to dwell on it before Mesa suddenly reached out toward the relic. "Let me appraise it. Can you?" "Unlike crafting, appraising is a basic technique. Maybe not ashes, but I should be able to see something." Receiving the relic, Mesa sat down directly on the sandy ground, frowning as if concentrating. It seemed that even for a powerful enchanter like her, appraising a top-tier sacred relic was not an easy task. A few minutes later, Mesa wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and spoke. "The functions have definitely changed completely from before, but I don't think it's a loss. No, actually, it's more than worth the power we divided from the Great Sea Serpent. Can you explain in detail?" "First of all, now the stored magic power is limited to 5 types. If you want to store more, you have to release one of the previously stored ones. That's a drawback." As Salif grumbled, Mesa clicked her tongue lightly as if telling him to be patient. "But in exchange, the stored magic power is no longer consumable." Turon and Salif momentarily forgot to speak and just stared at each other. If that were true. "You mean I can use the abilities of another bloodline permanently?" "Yes. To be precise, the ability of the bloodline in the topmost ring here will always be applied to the owner. You can turn the gears on the side to change its position. This is truly an object that even gods would covet. It's unbelievable. It's an object created by the combined magic power of a god and the Great Sea Serpent." It was certainly as Mesa said. An artifact born from the merged magic power of a god and a magical beast rivaling that power. Where else in the world could there be such an extravagantly crafted relic? Even considering that, it was still an overwhelmingly powerful and useful item. It was truly at a level where even the mythical treasures of legend would pale in comparison. If this function became widely known, the mimic relic would undoubtedly become the most coveted item among treasure hunters in the future. After a brief moment, Turan took the relic from Mesa, familiarized himself with its operation, designated the Sun bloodline, and hung it around his neck. Immediately, he felt the change. It's real. He could sense the application of the abilities inherent in the Sun bloodline enhanced vision and the ability to observe various forms of light. As he drew upon his magic power and mixed light and fire, the light of judgment naturally formed a halo behind him. It doesn't deplete at all. Strictly speaking, my magic power is being consumed. Well, that's a given. So there are 5 in total now, right? Let's test them all. After a while, Turan switched to the Berserker bloodline and engaged in another test of strength with Salif. Previously, the difference in power was so vast that it was like a child being overpowered by an adult. However, this time, Turan had the upper hand. It was likely because the Berserker bloodline enhanced physical strength more efficiently compared to the Guardian bloodline in terms of magic power consumption. This is crazy. I feel like my mood gets elevated when I use strength forcefully. It would be dangerous to use this recklessly during battle. That's why it's called the Berserker bloodline. After testing the remaining 3 bloodlines, Turan and his companions acknowledged that the mimic relic's absorption of the Great Sea Serpent's magic power was well worth it. A magic artifact that could guarantee the abilities of 1 bloodline or even 2 if it originated from a great noble house, without any conditions. Considering that the Guardian magic artifact became a top-tier relic solely because it consumed a massive amount of magic power to grant the Guardian bloodline's defensive abilities, it was utterly absurd. Having confirmed all of its functions, Turan bowed his head respectfully to the other 2. Sorry, for what? We all worked together to get this, but I'm the only one who unfairly benefited. I'll make sure to compensate for the loss later. Since the mimic relic was bound to Turan, the other 2 couldn't use it at all. Thinking about how a portion of that mythical creature's power was expended for something they couldn't even utilize, it was clear that they had made a great sacrifice. Moreover, considering that Bige was also soul-bonded with Turan, it meant that Turan alone had taken 3 out of the 5 available slots. That was far from fair. Mesa had nearly been torn in half, and Salif had been on the verge of suffering equal or even greater injuries. Hearing this, Salif burst into laughter and suddenly slapped Turan's back with his palm. Because Turan had last tested the Carmine bloodline, he had no resistance and was sent sprawling forward, his face crashing into the sand. Keck. Whoops, guess that was too strong. I'm not used to this newfound strength yet. Anyway, cut out that sappy talk. It's making my skin crawl. You hit him well. If it weren't for injury, I would have punched him too. Normally, if Salif had hit Turan, Mesa would have glared at him first. But this time, she actually sided with him. We decided to share the magic power willingly. We're friends willing to risk our lives for each other. If that makes one of us stronger, then so be it. On the other hand, if you were in our place, would you hold back your magic power to prevent my relic from getting stronger? No, I wouldn't. As Turan chuckled and brushed the sand off his face, Mesa carefully stood up and added, besides, you were the one who landed the decisive blow in this fight, weren't you? Based on contribution, you deserve an extra share. That's not right. We all risked our lives. Just because I seized the right moment doesn't mean, stop being unnecessarily stubborn. After spending a long time chatting by the beach, the 3 of them first used the healing potion magic artifact to treat Bige's wings. If it had been real liquid, the sheer amount they forced down her throat would have made her stomach burst. They fed her again and again for half a day. Finally, when the recovered Bige squawked loudly and flew into the sky, Salif looked up at her and asked, now that I think about it, Bige's magic comes from your power, right? Does that mean she can use lightning now too? Probably. Apparently, Bige heard that from afar because she immediately struck the ground right in front of Salif with a powerful bolt of lightning, then puffed up proudly. Seeing this, Salif let out a deep sigh and muttered, that demon bird has finally gained offensive abilities. Oh, what a world we live in. As Bige prepared to drop a lightning bolt on Salif's head, Turan quickly stopped her and retrieved a metal swing from his large-capacity pouch, attaching it to her legs. Moments later, Bige took off into the sky, carrying the 3 of them with her. Despite Bige being stronger than before, the speed at which she flew while carrying the swing did not increase significantly. This was not due to a lack of strength or speed, but rather because flying too fast would put excessive strain on the swing, making it unable to endure. Of course, the passengers could reinforce it with magic power, but there was no need for that since the situation was not urgent. The ship was quite fast, but flying is still the best. It's also what I'm most used to. Mesa looked down at the vast, open sea, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. Seeing her legs dangle limply, swaying back and forth, Turan deliberately turned his gaze away. So, what's our destination? We should be close. We've been flying for about 10 minutes since passing Midgel Island. Ah, I think it's over there, Bige, adjust slightly to the left. Their destination was a small island, the original resting place of the mimic relic. Originally, Salif had wanted to see the relic's former owner, but they also harbored hopes that bringing back the enhanced relic or its paired mask might trigger some kind of reaction. Not long after, they landed on the island and immediately searched for the pond inside, stepping into the water. Unlike before, they no longer needed to dive in. This is really convenient, traveling with a Carmine noble. You flatter me. Now that Turon had designated the relic to the Carmine bloodline, his ability to manipulate water had become incomparably more powerful and precise. He split the water within the pond to create a passageway, freezing the surface beneath their feet to form descending steps. Thanks to this, they were able to reach the bottom without getting a single drop of water on them except for Bige, who, in her curiosity, extended her wings through the water and got herself completely soaked. This is the place, right? Yes. The area where the great sea serpent had once been was easy to recognize due to the sunken sand and scattered rocks. However, the god's corpse, which should have remained there, had vanished without a trace. Even after activating tracking magic to search for any human remains, there was nothing detectable within dozens of kilometers. Armenia clearly said the god's corpse was left as it was. Was that a lie? No, I don't think so. Passing by the two puzzled companions, Turon walked toward a small fragment of a soul that he could sense through the relic. The mimic relic hanging from his chest vibrated with a low hum as if recognizing its former master. Elder. Turon retrieved the jewel box, opened the lid, and summoned the librarian. As he sleepily opened his eyes, he looked at the soul fragment and spoke. Oh, you found another one. Yes, I believe so. Found it. Huh, you can see. At the voices coming from behind, Turon turned his head to find Salif and Mesa staring at the librarian in shock. You too can see me? Yes, so this is what you look like. It's an honor to meet you for the first time, Elder. It's not my first time meeting you, so we can skip the greetings. Looks like you hunted that great sea serpent. Yes, we did. Could that be the reason? Most likely. It seemed that awakening the third bloodline had allowed Salif and Mesa to interact with the librarian. After a brief moment of surprise, Turon decided to address the reason he had called the librarian in the first place. Would you be able to store and analyze this person's soul fragment? This person. Who is it? The god who perished alongside the great sea serpent, as I mentioned before. Well then, place it inside. I'll take a look. After infusing magic power into the jewel box and absorbing the fragment, Turon informed the others that only the soul fragment of the drowned god remained. It seems that the god's undead spirit was what had been preserving the corpse. When we absorbed it, only the remnants were left behind. As he explained what he had just discovered, the two of them nodded in understanding. It feels uncomfortable to just carry around the soul fragment of someone who did such things. But we can't just leave it behind. If we handle this carelessly, someone else might end up like Vicen. I doubt the god would have wanted that. Mesa voiced the exact thoughts Turon had, leaving Salif with nothing more to say. Maybe we'll find a way to grant them rest someday. With Turon's words as a closing remark, the three of them each paid their respects in their own way at the place where the soul fragment had been found. It was a memorial for a hero who had fought and lost their life without anyone knowing. With their final task in the North Sea completed, Turon's group decided to move on to their most urgent priority, Mesa's treatment. The problem was that an ordinary healer would be nowhere near capable of treating someone like her, whose power had now reached a level comparable to the heads of great noble houses. At the very least, they needed the help of a healer on the level of a family head from a healer's lineage, a high-ranking noble healer. It would have been convenient if I had kept the healer bloodline in the relic. A shame. If we get the chance, we should try to obtain it, but then, what should we remove to make space? If I had to choose, I'd say the Najin bloodline is the least useful. Both the ruler and tamer bloodline abilities were rarely needed in most situations. As they discussed this, the three of them continued flying southwest on Bige back. By sunset, the vast coastline of the continent welcomed them. So we're back in the Emerald Desert again. My mother used to say that the people here all have horns on their heads and red faces. Having wandered the desert for months before, Salif wore an expression of pure boredom, while Mesa, in contrast, looked at the expansive desert with a mix of wariness and curiosity. Taking her on a leisurely desert tour to satisfy that curiosity might have been enjoyable. But for now, ensuring her treatment came first in case of any unexpected developments. Turon's group landed on a sand dune, and after satisfying their hunger with a dried-out desert fox and some rations, continued their journey while avoiding towns and villages. For 2 days, they observed the occasional traveling merchants and bandits from above. By the time they had traveled from the northwestern to the southwestern part of the Emerald Desert, a familiar wetland came into view. The Suraf wetland, the Lavida's territory. It feels like we always end up retreating here whenever something happens. It's the safest place, being a great noble house untouched by the gods. and it's home to the world's best healers. This time, instead of heading to the hot springs where Akil resided, they inquired directly about the direction of Lavidas' capital. The last time they had coincidentally met Rita after lingering at the hot springs for months. But now, with time being critical, they needed to go straight to her residence. I hope we can see her soon. Mesa rubbed the scar on her waist, looking anxious. When she was first injured, she had confidently claimed that as long as she could use flight magic to move, she would be fine. However, as time passed, she increasingly found it inconvenient. From basic bodily functions to the everyday struggles of being unable to use her lower half, she was realizing the full extent of her difficulties. Fortunately, thanks to Baige's fast flight, which spared them from unnecessary delays, Turan's group soon arrived at Lavidas' capital, Meram. Wow, this place is huge. Keep your mask on, Saul. No worries, I got it covered. Lavidas' capital, Meram, was much smaller and more compact compared to Morgan, the capital of Aravian. The Suraf wetland lacked the capacity to support a large population, making it difficult to build an enormous city. Even so, with a population exceeding 150,000, it was still a major city that easily surpassed most ordinary ones. Before entering the city, Turan removed his mask and handed it over to Salif, knowing that a wanted notice for him was circulating within the house Lavidas. Fortunately, at the time, neither of the two Lavidas nobles had seen his portrait, so they had not recognized Salif's identity. However, if they visited the main house directly, someone was bound to notice. While the mimic relic could not freely change appearances unless paired with its twin mask, it still retained the ability to copy the face of a corpse. Currently, Salif was wearing the face of a young hunter whose body they had come across on their way. Wearing the mask, Salif trailed behind Turan's group like an attendant, carrying several fake loads of baggage. Baige, perched atop him, pressed her feet mockingly against Salif's head. Hey, can you stop that? As the bickering between Baige and Salif continued, Turan's group entered the city of Meram. Rather than using flight magic, Mesa was being carried by Turan. Her technique was still not refined enough to make her movement appear as natural as walking. It wouldn't have mattered in an isolated area, but displaying such an unnatural method of movement in the middle of a city would be akin to announcing her status as a noble of Aravian. After a short while, Turan called over a passing officer and instructed them to summon a knight. By projecting magic power at a level befitting a high-ranking noble and mentioning his acquaintance with Rita, the meeting was arranged with remarkable speed. You may go inside. Fortunately, unlike Aravian, the residences of the Lavidas members were not strictly isolated, making them easy to locate. Due to the soft ground, there were no towering structures, so the mansion was neither massive nor grand, but it exuded a unique architectural style with an air of timeless elegance. Upon entering the reception room, they were greeted by the Lavidas matron Rita, who sat with her legs crossed, smoking what appeared to be a hookah. She welcomed Turan with amusement. It's a pleasure, young Turan and Miss Misha as well. The last time you two were just friends, yet now it seems things have progressed. Ah, youth is wonderful, you can't bear to be apart, can you? Rita made a teasing remark as she observed Turan carrying Mesa with an intrigued expression. Turan gave a wry smile, setting Mesa down onto a nearby chair before taking a seat himself. Then he asked in a low voice, "It's not what you're thinking. More importantly, could you introduce the gentleman beside you?" Seated across from Rita was a man who appeared to be in his mid-40s. He had an exceptionally weary expression and strikingly long silver hair. Judging by his appearance, he was unlikely to be one of the handsome husbands Rita often boasted about. Glancing at him, Rita sighed slightly, as if finding the situation somewhat bothersome, and explained, "Ah, didn't I mention last time, the heir of House Varaha has gone missing. This is his father, Godis Varaha. He came here after hearing that I had seen someone who resembled his son." Chapter 97. The moment he heard the identity of the person sitting across from him, Turan quickly grabbed Mesa's hand tightly. Her body, which had instinctively tried to turn toward Turan, stiffened. At least it's a relief that the person in question isn't here. When they had entered, Salif had been introduced as an attendant of wandering knight origin, so he was currently resting in the servant quarters while looking after Baige. Thinking back to their first meeting, Salif's acting skills were not particularly bad, but the chances of him maintaining his composure upon suddenly meeting his father were slim. "Godis, this is Turan and Miss Misha, whom I mentioned before. It just so happens that we met at the perfect time. I am Godis Varaha. In the name of the sun, may infinite glory be upon you two young ones." Godis, who greeted them in an old-fashioned manner, gazed at Turan and Mesa with somewhat drowsy eyes. His eyes were filled with the intent to scrutinize his opponents. "So, Turan, do you happen to know which family that man, Saul, who accompanied you back then, belongs to?" "I didn't realize it at the time, but now that I look at it, he looks exactly like the heir to the Varaha family I mentioned then. I am not sure either. In fact, we parted ways not long after leaving the hot springs." Oh, I see. That is unfortunate, Goaties. Upon hearing this, Goaties looked at Turan with his deep-set eyes and asked again, You are Turan, correct? Yes. Did you happen to subdue a pirate group in the South Sea recently? That's correct. I don't quite remember the name, but there were some people who dared to kidnap and enslave others, so I took care of them. After saying that, Turan added as if he had just remembered something. Now that I think about it, I did meet that friend back then. There were 3 islands that the pirates used as their base, so I was dealing with them one by one, and by the time I reached the last island, he had already taken care of all the executives. This was a story that Turan came up with on the spot. That he went to subjugate the Corvinus pirates, met Salif, who had independently dealt with the Varaha nobles, and later parted ways after briefly traveling together. Of course, this won't completely dispel his suspicions, but as long as he could make it ambiguous whether or not Turan had actually clashed with the Varaha nobles, that would be enough of a gain. I see. Did that Saul happen to mention where he was heading? I heard he was heading west. He had heard stories about the Sky Mountain Range and said he wanted to see beyond it. Since Salif had actually expressed a desire to go there, it wasn't a lie. Though of course they probably wouldn't believe it outright. Are you currently traveling alone with just the 2 of you? We recently hired a servant who was formerly a wandering knight. He is a diligent attendant. Since more than a few people had already seen Salif upon entering, Turan responded nonchalantly as if it were a passing remark. Upon hearing this, Goaties widened his eyes and asked, Would it be possible for me to meet this servant? As expected, he suspected that Salif had disguised himself. It made sense that he did not believe the heir to the Varaha family would be acting as an attendant. He knew his son well enough for that. Just as Turan was about to refuse in annoyance, Rita lightly clapped her hands to divert attention. Now, Goaties, while it's good to have an enthusiastic conversation, I also wish to talk with my old friends. Could we perhaps, Madam, I still have matters to discuss with these young ones. Perhaps he believed he had found a clue in the fact that the one suspected to be Salif had been changed to a servant. Goaties interrupted Rita with a somewhat angry demeanor. For a brief moment, people frowned at his rudeness, but then a cold voice quickly subdued the atmosphere in the reception room. Look here, Varaha. Rita, who always had a languid attitude as if she had lived through everything in the world despite her youthful face, was now staring at Goaties with a cold expression that no one had ever seen before. I have welcomed you as a guest and have treated you generously for weeks, yet you are now even interfering with my reunion with an old friend. Moreover, it seems you are practically conducting an interrogation. I treated you with the courtesy befitting an elder despite you being younger than my grandson, yet now you dare look down on me. With a sharp rebuke, a cracking sound echoed as the broken smoking pipe fell onto the leopard print rug. As Goaties, overwhelmed by the fierce atmosphere, apologized and left the reception room, Rita finally let out a deep sigh. He really is a tiresome fellow. My apologies, Turan and Miss Misha. I brought you here as my guests only to show you such an unpleasant sight. That man seemed to suspect my servant. I'm worried he might try to track him down and harm him. If he dares to do such a thing, I can assure you he won't leave Maram alive. He wouldn't dare cross me. It was unlike the ever-gentle Rita to react so fiercely, suggesting that she was quite angered by Salif's father. She lightly rang the bell beside her to summon an attendant, then ordered them to stop Goaties if he attempted to seek out Turan's servant. When did that man arrive? Perhaps a little over 2 weeks ago. After saying this, Rita's expression turned somewhat apologetic. When I returned home and looked at the portraits, I realized your companion had the same face. I shared the story with my family as a bit of amusement, but then one of my grandchildren went and reported it to the Varaha family in hopes of getting a magic artifact. Come to think of it, hadn't they promised a fairly decent magic artifact just for reporting Salif's whereabouts? To someone like Rita, such a reward would be meaningless, but to a young noble it was certainly tempting. So that's what happened. I must apologize once again for causing you such trouble. I scolded the child thoroughly, so please forgive them. There's nothing to forgive. It's not like I specifically asked for secrecy. Since he had come with a request, Turan accepted Rita's apology with a gracious smile. After exchanging some small talk and catching up to lighten the mood, Turan finally got to the main reason for his visit. He wanted Mesa, using the alias Misha, to receive treatment for a serious injury. Oh, she's injured. She looks fine on the surface. No, in fact, she looks much better than before. Back then she was far too thin, but she's much healthier now, though she could still use a bit more weight. Typically, to grandmothers, young people always seemed too skinny unless they were severely overweight. At Rita's remark, Mesa gave an awkward smile before lifting her clothes slightly to reveal the amputation wound below her waist. Rita's eyes widened in shock at the gruesome sight. She was injured while hunting a powerful magical beast recently. We treated it as best we could, but as you can see, the condition is quite poor. My goodness. For nobles of your caliber to sustain such injuries, the beast must have been stronger than even Akul. Turan briefly imagined Akul fighting against a great sea serpent. That monkey king, possessing magic power on par with Salif before he absorbed the sea serpent's power, was undoubtedly formidable. However, against that monstrous beast, he likely wouldn't have stood much of a chance. That's right, well, at least it's not a difficult request. Normally, hiring a healer of my level would require filling a room with gold and jewels, but since I already owe you an apology, I'll do it for free. At Rita's playful attempt to make a show of generosity, Mesa bowed her head respectfully in gratitude. Thank you for your help, Lady Rita. Oh, it's nothing. Now let's take care of this right away. Rita placed her hand on Mesa's abdomen and began channeling her magic power. However, almost immediately her expression changed. Startled, she took a step back and muttered in a low voice, Miss Misha, no, just who are you? I was going to bring this up first, but Misha is quite powerful. That's precisely why we sought you out, Lady Rita. Rita, her face full of suspicion, glanced back and forth between Mesa and Turan before letting out a groan. She was likely trying to recall whether there was any noble family she knew whose members matched Mesa's appearance, but it seemed nothing came to mind. As I've noticed before, you're truly a friend of many secrets, Turan. Will you help us? Let me take another look. Fortunately, Rita did not press further and instead resumed examining Mesa's wound. Unlike before, when she had intended to perform a light treatment, this time she had Mesa lift her top halfway and carefully touch the wounded area, prompting Turan to politely turn his head away. This is bad, is it that serious? It's hard to say whether it's serious or just unfortunate, but because it was clumsily patched together with weak healing abilities, the internal damage is a mess. No wonder she couldn't move her legs when you carried her in earlier. According to Rita, the inside of Mesa's body was in a makeshift, hastily repaired state. Her internal organs and blood vessels were at least somewhat aligned, but her bones, nerves, and muscles had been crudely reattached without proper healing. This was not only because her injury had been handled too roughly during treatment, but also because the healing potion and magic artifact used were of far lower quality than what Mesa's body required. To properly correct a wound that had been poorly healed like this, a much stronger form of recovery magic was needed than would normally be required. So then, to fix this, our family head will likely have to personally intervene. Only someone of that caliber could wield a healing power strong enough to be effective on someone like Mesa, who had grown to match the level of nobles from great families. If it involves borrowing the family head's power, it won't be free, I suppose. Absolutely not. In fact, it may not even be possible at any price. Even for the family head, forcibly reconstructing such a wound would consume an immense amount of power. The heads of wizard families rarely left their main estates, as they needed to remain prepared to protect their families and retainers from potential attacks. Of course, in a house like the Lavitas, which had no real enemies, the family head could afford to take a brief hot spring trip as before. However, they still needed to avoid situations that required expending vast amounts of power. But there is a way, would you please tell us? It's much easier to heal a fresh wound than to forcibly correct one that was improperly healed. Upon understanding Rita's words, Turan and Mesa's expressions hardened. What she meant was that they should cut her waist open again and reattach it properly. That's. Mesa's voice trembled violently as she responded, an unmistakable sign of the pain and terror she had endured during the initial injury. However, after a brief moment, she clenched her teeth and nodded. I'll be fine if that's what it takes to heal properly. A brave young lady, good, then I'll speak with the family head myself. Even with that method, is it still difficult for you to handle, Lady Rita? Difficult. If it were another part of the body, I could heal it gradually, but you can't exactly stop and rest halfway when reattaching a severed waist, can you? She had a point, so Turan let out a low sigh and nodded in agreement. With the method decided, the discussion now turned to the cost of treatment. If Rita had been the one using her magic, they might have been able to rely on her goodwill to get it for free. But with the family head personally involved, that was out of the question. Have you prepared anything as payment? Yes, we have a fair amount of wealth. The vast amount of gold and silver he had mined from the island in the past was more than sufficient. And if that wasn't enough, Turan was willing to take on a few troublesome tasks as additional compensation. Hearing this, Rita nodded. Understood. I'll inform the family head today, and if that child have time, you can meet and discuss it together. Turan pretended not to notice that Rita had absent-mindedly referred to the family head as that child and carried Mesa out of the reception room. The presence he had sensed outside for some time now finally spoke to him. Turan, the owner of the voice, was none other than Salif's father, Godis Varaha. After leaving the reception room earlier, he had been waiting outside for Turan all this time. If you're here to ask about meeting my attendant, I'm going to refuse. You'd no doubt find some excuse to cause trouble. I see. In that case, could you at least accept this? Perhaps because he had just been severely reprimanded, Godis, appearing somewhat dispirited, handed over a letter instead of insisting on his request. Since Turan's arms were occupied carrying Mesa, she glanced at his face before accepting the letter on his behalf. If you ever happen to meet that Saul again, the heir of Varaha, please show him this letter. With those words, Godey's shoulders slumped, withdrew without further comment. It seemed he truly intended only to deliver the letter. This letter, there's nothing strange about it, is there? I don't sense anything unusual for now. Just as Mesa said, from the perception of the sacred relic, it was nothing more than an ordinary letter devoid of any magic power. A short while later, upon returning to their assigned lodging, Turan first called for Salif and Baij, who were staying in the servant quarters. How's your recovery going? Judging by the look on your face, not too well, I'd guess. It seems we'll have to rely on the house head's help. Salif groaned immediately, clearly thinking about the cost, but then swallowed his words. He had noticed the heavy expression on Mesa's face as she sat on the bed. After using wind magic to block the air around their lodging for privacy, Turan got straight to the point. More importantly, there's something concerning you as well. What is it? Your father is here. At Turan's words, Salif's face twisted into a bizarre expression. It was closer to bafflement than fear, anger, or rejection. Him. Why is he here? Looks like he was brought in as part of some kind of search party tracking your movements. The moment I mentioned having an attendant, he started suspecting it was you. If you ever run into him, be careful. Better yet, don't meet him at all. Damn, I'm not confident I won't be discovered if we meet. Since Salif rarely spoke about his parents, Turan didn't know exactly what kind of relationship he had with his father. However, judging from his tone, it didn't seem like he held deep resentment toward him. And your father left you a letter. A letter? He asked me to give it to you if I ever met you. Turan handed over the letter he had just received. Salif took it, and as he read, his face grew more solemn. Soon after, his expression began to distort slightly. Damn, I shouldn't have looked at it. Why, it's the same old nonsense. Just blaming me for everything. With a sigh, Salif held out the letter as if telling Turan to read it himself. Turan took it and read through it with Mesa. Just like when they first met, Godey's writing was filled with excessively formal and archaic expressions, making it difficult to read. After skimming for a while, Mesa summarized it succinctly. In short, you ran away and your mother is heartbroken. Did you really kill the elite warriors sent to bring you back? If so, return and repent. The family head has promised to forgive all your sins, something along those lines. Forgiveness, my ass, they even issued a wanted notice for me, Salif muttered under his breath as Turan continued reading. Just then something felt off and Turan narrowed his eyes. There were several places where the spacing and phrasing felt slightly unnatural. What? No, it's just, this part seems a bit strange. Where? As Mesa looked at the section Turan pointed out, she suddenly let out a small exclamation. If you read 2 letters diagonally from this point onward, it forms a hidden message. I used to do things like this with my mother when I was younger. What does it say? At Salif's question, Mesa traced the letters with her finger and read them aloud. Never come back. Chapter 98, Never Come Back. As Salif read the hidden sentence in the letter from his father, Godey's, the room fell into silence for a moment. Afterward, the three of them tried reading the letter in various ways to see if there were any more hidden messages, but they could not find anything else of significance. What does it mean? Maybe Mr. Godey's realized that something was off and wrote it for that reason. Or, it could also be a double trap meant to evoke sympathy in Salif and lure him into making contact with his father. Turan swallowed the thought that had surfaced in his mind. Sigh. Perhaps because he was unsettled by the unexpected revelation, Salif frowned deeply, closed his eyes, and muttered something under his breath. Mesa looked at him and asked, Are you going to meet him? I don't know. If my father really left that message out of concern for me, then it would only be right to talk to him. But honestly, I always thought that all the affection my parents showed me while raising me was a lie. If Varaha had truly raised Salif as a vessel for the god's possession, that was the inevitable conclusion. There was no way such questionable educational methods had been imposed on him without his parents' consent. If my parents really loved me, and my father is only chasing me because my mother is being held hostage, damn it, would they really go that far? No, they probably would. His rambling revealed the complexity of his emotions, so instead of replying, Turan and Mesa simply sat there, listening to his grievances. However, it was not long before they realized that all this deliberation had been meaningless. A servant arrived and informed them that Godey's had left Rita's mansion. He left, yes, that is correct. Did he leave on his own or did Lady Rita drive him out? A mere servant like me wouldn't know such details. Well, what would the servants really know? Turan immediately went to see Rita and received confirmation that Godey's had left of his own accord. He must have thought you were the lead he was looking for, but when he found nothing, he left. He couldn't exactly resort to force while he was here after all. Rita, who had been speaking with a light smile, suddenly hardened her expression. But be careful once you're outside. If they target you beyond La Vita's territory, there is nothing I can do for you. Just as I wield the power of my great house, I must also cherish my family in return. It was only natural that she, as a noble, would fulfill her duty of taking care of a guest like Turon. However, she was making it clear that she could not recklessly clash with another great house without just cause, even for a young friend. When Turon returned to their lodging and shared this news, Salif nodded with a mix of frustration and relief. So that's how it turned out. In the end, we still don't know what the letter was meant to convey. At Mace's words, Turon pulled out a few strands of long silver hair from his pocket. He had secretly collected them after Godis left the room. With these, we can track him down anytime if we want to ask him. With Turon's current magic power, using tracking magic with someone's hair as a medium would allow him to detect their location even from thousands of kilometers away. If he pushed himself a little, he could even trace Godis' movements after he returned to the Varaha main house. Hearing this, Salif nodded with a reluctant expression. Let's save that for later. We'll think about it once Mesa has recovered. I don't really know what I want to do right now. Over the next few days, Turon and his group spent a relatively comfortable time at the Lavida's estate, allowing their bodies and minds to heal. However, Mesa and Salif found this period rather uncomfortable. One of them could not move her legs and had to be assisted with everything, while the other had to remain disguised as a servant. Fortunately, exactly 1 week later, they received a message that the head of the House Lavidas was inviting them. Turon and his group headed to the central palace of the capital with Rita. Come to think of it, Turon, you always carry Misha yourself instead of letting a servant do it. As they traveled together, Rita chuckled slyly as he looked at Turon carrying Mesa. Well. This is just more convenient for me. Mesa and Salif were not exactly awkward around each other, but there was a certain feeling of being a friend with Turon at the center. Because of that, whenever movement was necessary, Turon personally carried Mesa, and it seemed that Rita found the sight amusing. Men who are too jealous aren't very attractive. I'll keep that in mind. Turon smoothly responded to Rita's joke as they entered a massive room deep within the palace. The first things that caught the eye were the stuffed specimens of various gigantic magical beasts and the finely crafted decorative ornaments. And then, there was something only Turon could see, the flow of magic covering the entire wall. There's definitely some kind of spell cast here. Perhaps due to the magic enveloping the entire residence of the family head, Turon had been unable to sense the magic power of Osul, the head of House Lavidas, until he stepped inside. In one corner, a massive tiger and a lion lay curled up. Judging by the fact that both had magic power equivalent to mid-ranking nobles, they appeared to be the family head's pets. The reason no other people were present in the residence was likely that Turon's request to keep this treatment matter confidential had been relayed through Rita. From beyond a drawn veil at the deepest part of the room, a young boy's voice was heard. I've heard the gist of it, you want my power. Even though Osul had met Turon's group before, he casually asked the question as if they were complete strangers. There was no need to reveal that he knew Osul unnecessarily and expose his own abilities, so Turon politely bowed his head and played along. Yes, family head, I wish for my companion Misha to be healed. You understand what it means for the head of a great house to use their power personally. He spoke in a rather weighty tone, but because his voice still carried the youthful timbre of someone who had only recently passed puberty, it was almost enough to make one laugh. Of course, offending Osul here would be a disaster, so Turon clenched his teeth and held back. I am prepared to repay the family head's grace. I will offer gold and silver as well as grant you the right to use my power once. The right to use your power, huh? It was actually not uncommon for nobles to enter contracts where they sold their labor to others. Such transactions were typically proposed by landless wandering nobles to wealthy landowning nobles. However, there are a few conditions. The task must not involve harming innocent people, it must have a clear objective and deadline, and it must not be so difficult that it is outright impossible for me to accomplish. At Turon's words, Osul let out a thoughtful hum and stroked his chin, which had yet to grow a beard before speaking. There just so happens to be a task that fits those conditions perfectly. What is it? Wetland reclamation. Reclamation likely referred to filling up waterlogged land to turn it into usable ground. Given that most of the Lavida's territory was wetlands, it was understandable that such a task would be necessary. Where and how much needs to be done? The Kaloa region in the southern part of the Suraf wetland. The area to be developed is approximately 100 kilometers in both width and length. Since he had an exact figure ready, it seemed he had already been informed by Rita about Turon's conditions and had prepared the compensation accordingly. It must be a project difficult to carry out even with the family's resources. The range is vast, the terrain is tricky, but more than anything, there are quite a few troublesome magical beasts living there. If done alone, it might take several decades. If the beasts possess strong magic power, even nobles from great families would covet them. Osel's mention of them being troublesome likely meant that they were not particularly strong in magic power but had special abilities that made them difficult to hunt. The magical beasts of the xperrif wetland were notoriously known for being hard to catch while also not providing much in terms of resources. Do I have to do it entirely on my own without any support from Lavitas? You're free to hire people, but the employment costs will be your responsibility. After a brief moment of consideration, Turon nodded. For ordinary nobles, as Osel had said, the task would require at least 10 years of effort. However, with the combined strength of 3 nobles at the level of a quasi-family head, Turon calculated that it would not take nearly as long. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would likely only take a few months. Very well. I'm glad we concluded our discussion so easily. Just when it seemed the conversation was over, for some reason, Osel silently stared at Turon for a while without saying anything. What is it? If we're done talking, you should leave. When will the treatment take place? Obviously, after you've completed your task. At Osel's words, Turon shook his head. I will need Misha's help for the wetland reclamation. Please heal her first. And what reason do I have to trust a landless, wandering noble? If you receive the treatment and run away, I'll have wasted my power without any compensation. Osel's cold response instantly froze the previously amicable atmosphere. At that moment, Rita, who had been observing from the side, clicked her tongue and spoke. Don't be so rigid, family head. A person's physical condition is crucial when using magic. There's no need to make things more complicated than necessary. Sister, if you're going to entrust him with the task, wouldn't it be better to do so in good spirits rather than with resentment? After saying that, Rita glanced briefly at Turon and Mesa before adding, besides, I haven't seen much, but I don't think these young ones would go so far as to deceive us. We also discussed things separately, and unless they expect to go through life without ever getting injured, would they really dare to pull such a trick? By discuss things separately, she was likely referring to the previous conversation about necromancers. Osel, who had been bristling at Rita's patronizing attitude, listened quietly to her subsequent words and then sighed, removing the veil with a single gesture. Revealed before them was a beautiful boy, around 16 or 17 years old, the same figure they had seen before. Osel, the family head of House Lavitas, gazed quietly at Turon and Mesa before asking, You're not surprised to see me? I had a rough idea. HMPH. Osel scoffed before turning to Rita. You're making things difficult for me, sister. My apologies, I must have spoken out of turn. From now on, I won't say a single word in front of the family head. That's not what I meant. Though Osel had maintained a high-handed attitude toward Turon's group with Rita, he behaved exactly like a boy his age, flustered and desperate. Their bickering continued until they seemed to become aware of Turon and Mesa's gazes, at which point they both cleared their throats and fell silent. After a brief pause, Osel, perhaps to change the mood, spoke again in a dignified tone like before. First, I need to test your abilities. Let's see if you are truly qualified to make such demands. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of magic power surged toward Turon and Mesa. The overwhelming force of a great house's family head, one of the strongest individuals in this world, was being directly projected at them. Normally, this kind of magic projection did not contain any specific intent, meaning it would not physically manifest in any way. However, the sheer density of the power distorted the very air around them. Without any tricks, Turon and Mesa responded by unleashing their magic power in full force, meeting Osel's pressure head-on. Since Mesa's true abilities would inevitably be revealed during the treatment, there was no point in trying to downplay Turon's strength either. Doing so would only raise suspicions. More importantly, by demonstrating his full power here, he could ensure that his labor would be valued more highly. Osel remained silent for a long time after witnessing their strength, seemingly caught off guard. Nearly a full minute passed before he finally spoke. Not bad, very well, I accept your terms. Rita's earlier words had likely played a significant role in Osel's decision to agree. For nobles as powerful as them, ordinary magic artifacts were useless for healing severe injuries. In the end, they had no choice but to appease someone like Osel, the greatest healer in the world. Moreover, considering the level of power both possessed, even Osel had to show them a certain degree of respect. Seeing this, Rita clapped her hands and laughed. This turned out well, then how about we take care of it right away? As far as I know, the family head hasn't used any magic today. Let's do that, sister, everyone follow me. As if everything had been prepared in advance, Osel stood up and led them to a room adjacent to the family head's quarters. Like the adjacent residence, the walls and floors of this room were filled with the flow of magic power, and in the center were several beds. This is the treatment room. It is imbued with power that repels bad energy that brings disease. First, the servant must leave, and do not bring any beasts as their wounds could worsen. Ah yes, Salif, who had naturally followed them inside, gave an awkward smile and stepped back, taking Bige with him. Once they were out, Osul immediately cast purification magic over the entire room, likely to cleanse any harmful microorganisms. Turan wondered whether they were aware of microorganisms' existence or if they had merely learned through experience that this was necessary. While he was lost in thought, Osul pointed to a bed. "Lie down." Mesa, looking somewhat nervous, lay down on the bed and Osul retrieved a massive saw from the corner of the room. It was another powerful magic artifact. "I'll cut with this. If you don't want to feel pain, I can knock you out. Would you prefer a hit to the head or having your breathing stopped? I can help with that, that's fine, right, Misha? Yes, you want to do it yourself. Well, I won't complain since it saves me the trouble, but it's not as easy as you think." Contrary to Osul's skepticism, Turan skillfully rendered Mesa unconscious and gently laid her on the bed within moments. Both nobles of House Lavitas looked at Turan as if he were a strange person. "My, you both seem quite familiar with this sort of thing," Rita remarked. Instead of responding, Turan simply lowered his head slightly and Osul clicked his tongue. "Whatever, let's get started already, my time is valuable." Moments later, the surgery began. Osul led the procedure while Rita assisted, and Turan stepped back slightly, observing closely in case anything went wrong. "Let's start here," it cuts easily, as expected. As Osul severed Mesa's lower body, Turan watched with tense focus. If Osul were to betray them, Turan would have to call in Salif immediately, stop Osul, and find a way to heal Mesa himself. Fortunately, Osul did not betray them. The moment he completely removed Mesa's lower half, he immediately used healing magic to begin restoring it. His hands delicately adjusted her internal organs and bones, displaying an in-depth knowledge of human anatomy. So for the family head of House Lavitas, this kind of injury is nothing, huh? Although Rita was also assisting in the healing, her involvement was clearly not at the same level as Osul's direct intervention. The way the severed area reattached smoothly, as if it were clay being molded, was nothing short of astonishing. Watching this, Turan could not help but imagine what it would be like to fight the Lavitas family head. It'd be nearly impossible to weaken his combat abilities with mere injuries. Healing himself would be far easier than healing others. Turan had thought that House Lavita's family head, possessing both the healer bloodline and the purifier bloodline, would not be particularly threatening in battle. However, if he could endlessly heal himself regardless of how much damage he sustained, unless he was decapitated, he could be a much more troublesome opponent than expected. In fact, if his opponent were a lower-level wizard, he could probably recover from injuries even faster. In a group battle, someone like Osul could turn out to be an even more difficult adversary than wizards with typical combat-oriented bloodlines. After some time, Osul completed the treatment, let out a small sigh, and said, "Ever since I inherited the position of family head, I never thought I'd have to heal a wizard close to my own level again. Just what are you people? Turan and Misha, for now." Leaving a hint that he would share more details if their relationship improved in the future, Turan saw Osul scoff with a HMPH but refrained from pressing further. Dismissing them as if telling them to leave on their own, Osul departed first. About 10 minutes later, Mesa let out a groan and opened her eyes. "Is it over?" "Yeah, it was simpler than I expected." "Want to try standing up?" At Turan's words, Mesa cautiously moved her legs, got up from the bed, and stood on both feet. After bouncing lightly in place a few times, a bright smile bloomed across her face. Chapter 99. Are you feeling any pain anywhere? This isn't a treatment you can receive often, so you should make sure everything is fine now. Not at all. In fact, I don't think I've ever felt this light in my life. Perhaps because the discomfort from her back injury had been so severe, Mesa shouted excitedly like a child. As she ran her hands over her now smooth back, free of scars, she suddenly realized she was not alone and blushed in embarrassment. Pretend you didn't see that. The youthful energy of the young is always a pleasant sight. But first, you should change your clothes. The ones you're wearing now are soaked in blood and look unsightly. Rita smiled warmly and led Mesa into a small room nearby to change her into fresh clothes. As they stepped out of the treatment room, Salif and Baij, who had been waiting outside, quickly turned their heads. "How is it? Were you treated well?" Because he was playing the role of an attendant, Salif spoke respectfully as he addressed Turan and Mesa. When they nodded in response, he clenched his fists tightly, showing his joy. Baij, standing next to him, also expressed relief by repeatedly spreading and folding her two wings. "Now then, let's go. If we stay too long, the family head will grow tired. He even sent away all his house members for your sake." Indeed, for the residents of a family head, the place felt strangely empty. As they left the family head's residence with Rita, Turan quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Lady Rita. Did I help with anything? You encouraged the family head to trust us, didn't you? I simply thought you all seemed like trustworthy people. So don't disappoint me. I've been betrayed many times in my life, but just because I've been stabbed often doesn't mean it stops hurting. That will never happen." At Turan's firm assurance, Rita chuckled generously and nodded. As they conversed while walking through the main estate, every noble of House Lavitas they passed showed Rita the utmost respect. It was the same sight they had witnessed upon entering, but after their recent conversation with the family head, it felt different. It was true that high-ranking nobles held positions of reverence even within great noble families, but the way they treated Rita seemed beyond that, as if she were someone truly difficult to approach. The family head said that Lady Rita is his cousin, right? That's correct, though in terms of age he's not much older than my grandchildren. He couldn't be raised by his parents due to family issues during his childhood, so I personally nursed him. I happened to have a son of the same age at the time. Because they were milk siblings, they are also quite close. That explained why the family head was so deferential to Rita and why others found her so intimidating. In essence, she was practically his mother. She was likely revealing this now to make it clear she held a position of this magnitude, so it would be wise not to break their promise and create unnecessary conflicts. At that moment, Mesa, who had been walking beside them, spoke up. I heard that the Kaloa region entrusted by the family head is particularly difficult to develop. I've never been there myself, to be honest. It's the southernmost frontier of the xperrif wetland. However, I have heard that due to the harsh environment, the effort required for development is not worth the output, so it was abandoned. It meant that while it was too difficult for the family to develop with their own manpower, it was the perfect place to deploy newly acquired free labor. He said it was about 100 kilometers across and lengthwise, right? If it were simply a matter of travel distance, it would take just an hour or two whether running or flying. However, if they had to develop the entire swamp, it was a different story. Most importantly, Turon and his group had no prior knowledge of land reclamation whatsoever, making the situation even more challenging. But is there a particular reason to develop such a remote border region? There are plenty of wetlands near the capital that could be cultivated instead. Just as Mesa pointed out, if they were merely looking for farmland, there was no need to go all the way to the southern frontier. Rita chuckled as if finding her question amusing and answered, there are several prosperous mines near that area. Indeed, having more money was always a good thing. After discussing various aspects of the land development, they returned to Rita's estate, where Salif let out a deep sigh. With an area that large, we'll be stuck there for a few years at least, maybe even over a decade. Would it really take that long? At Mesa's question, Salif conjured a few diagrams in the air with light and explained, 100 kilometers across both ways, right? It might seem small when you think about flying over it on Bige. It would take less than 30 minutes round trip, but in terms of total area, it's enormous. Well, we can't exactly complain when we're borrowing the strength of a great noble house's family head, can we? And they weren't just borrowing any strength. They were receiving the healing abilities that only Osul possessed, something no other great noble family head had. That made it an even greater favor. But do any of us even know how to reclaim land? This is my first time seeing a swamp, so I have no idea where to even begin. At Mesa's question, Salif also shook his head. Then both of them turned to look at Turon. It's not like I know either. That's why I was planning to seek some advice. Saying this, Turon pulled out the jewel box from his belongings. From the librarian, he's incredibly knowledgeable. I'm sure he can help us figure out a way to reclaim the land. That's true. As long as we figure out the right method, it shouldn't take as long as you're worried about. After all, I can use the abilities of the Rapids bloodline and the Earthmover bloodline. Oh, that's right, I totally forgot about that. They hadn't yet decided exactly how they would go about the reclamation, but it was clear that having bloodline abilities related to water and earth would be a huge advantage. On top of that, Mesa and Salif were quite skilled in magic compared to other nobles, which meant they were already adept at handling that kind of magic. As Turon opened the jewel box, the librarian, as always, slowly opened his drowsy eyes and spoke. I haven't finished analyzing the fragment you gave me yet. The traces were too faint, so the information is badly damaged. I'm always grateful for your efforts, Elder. But today I actually came to ask about something else. Something else? Elder, do you happen to know any secret techniques for swamp reclamation? At Salif's question, the librarian snorted. I don't, there were no books detailing such methods, so there's nothing I can do about it. However, based on my knowledge, I can at least come up with a reasonable approach. The librarian's understanding of natural laws was still far beyond what Turon and his group could fully grasp. That evening, the three of them had to return to the role of students, skipping their meal to immerse themselves in a lesson for the first time in a while. Bige, who had been sitting quietly listening, soon became bored and fell asleep with her eyes closed. 3 days later, Turon's group departed from Rita's estate and headed south of Maram City. Rita saw them off at the city gate. If it becomes too exhausting, you can come back and rest from time to time. The family head didn't set a strict deadline after all. Just hearing that is reassuring, thank you. If the opportunity arises, we'll visit again. Staying at Rita's estate had been quite a pleasant experience. If it weren't for the fact that Salif had to keep up his act as an attendant, it might have been almost as comfortable as staying at the Burke estate. After bidding their final farewell to Rita, they walked toward a waiting individual and a magical beast nearby. A middle-aged knight appearing to be around 40 years old respectfully bowed his head. "Greetings to the esteemed ones, my name is Yaz. Are you our guide?" "Yes." Yaz was both the guide responsible for leading Turan's group to their destination and the overseer sent by the family head to ensure they worked diligently without attempting to escape. He was also personally Rita's great-grandson. "I've heard a lot about you from Lady Rita. I look forward to working with you." "It's an honor, then please follow me this way." Beside Yaz was a massive lizard magical beast over 6 meters long coiled up on the ground. A large saddle was secured to its back, spacious enough for a person to sit or lie down. Since walking all the way to Kaloa would take too long, the family head had lent them this beast for transportation. "Now Master Kiki, please assist us." Perhaps because it belonged to the family head, Yaz even spoke formally to the lizard magical beast under his command. The lizard, however, was trembling with fear as Bige, who had been displaced from her usual riding spot, perched on its head and pecked at it angrily with her beak. After confirming that everyone had boarded, Yaz tapped something at the front a few times and the giant lizard rose and began moving. Thud, thud. It seemed to walk leisurely, yet its pace was as fast as that of nobles jogging lightly. "Come over here, Phil. If I were to die, you'd have to handle Master Kiki, so I'll teach you the basics." "Yes, sir, I'll learn whatever you teach me." Amusingly, while playing the role of Phil, a wandering knight-turned-attendant, Salif had ended up as Yaz's subordinate. Since they were both knights, and Yaz appeared to be more than twice his age while also being a direct retainer of the family head, it made sense. Of course Salif, who had laughed even when pirates had ambushed him in the past, took it in stride. He obediently treated Yaz as a superior, diligently learning the ways of serving nobles, even if it meant being scolded for knowing so little as a supposed attendant. Watching this unfold, Mesa whispered quietly to Turan. "He's starting to look a little pitiful. How long does he have to keep up this act?" "Until we reach our destination. That place is so remote that there won't be any rumors spreading, so it should be fine. Besides, he seems to be enjoying himself, so I doubt it's a problem." Saying that, Turan used a strand of hair from Salif's father Godis to activate tracking magic. He sensed his presence far to the northwest. "It looks like the Varaha nobles have moved westward. Seems they followed the lead I gave them exactly as intended." They would be wandering the western lands aimlessly, searching for traces of Turan's group. It would take them an incredibly long time to track them down again. For now, there was nothing to worry about. And so, the group, composed of 2 nobles, one noble pretending to be a knight and one actual knight, continued heading south atop the giant lizard. The lizard magical beast, Kiki, was well adapted to this environment, effortlessly maneuvering through dense forests and swampy terrain where there were no proper roads, despite its massive size. In every village and city they passed through, people would bow deeply upon seeing the Lavita's banner attached to the beast's saddle and offer them the best accommodations. This slightly extended their travel time, but overall, the journey was quite comfortable. "When do you think we'll arrive, sir?" "At this pace, probably in a week. Great ones, if we descend the cliff ahead directly, we can save a significant amount of time." "I'll handle it." Despite being a mere retainer, Yaz confidently made such requests of Turan. Technically speaking, he was not a subordinate of Turan's group, but directly under the Lavita's family head. Turan activated the Sacred Relic's Earthmover bloodline ability and adjusted the cliff's slope, creating a path downward. He could have done this normally, but using a bloodline ability significantly reduced the magic power consumption. "Wow, amazing, Lord Turan, truly a descendant of the gods." At Salif's exaggerated flattery, both Turan and Mesa chuckled. After about 10 days of traveling south, Turan's group finally arrived at Kaloa, the southernmost region of Lavita's territory. "This is the place. Wow, I heard about it, but this truly is a harsh environment." The Suraf wetland had always been less fertile and more sparsely populated compared to the territories of other great noble families, but the Kaloa region was particularly extreme in this regard. The area Turan's group needed to develop started about 50 kilometers further south of Kaloa City. At first glance, the boundary between the reclaimed land and the swampy terrain, where water had pooled beneath dense jungles, was clearly visible. If you continue straight south from here, you'll reach a large river. To the east there are mountains and to the west hills. The area within that boundary is the land the family head has assigned for development. Let's take a look around first. As you command. At Turan's request, Yaz steered the lizard, beginning a wide circuit around the designated development zone. Normally, when traveling through a wetland, encountering magical beasts was not unusual. However, the beasts here were particularly hostile toward humans and frequently attacked them. "Here comes another one." Still seated on the lizard's back, Turon casually snapped his fingers, incinerating a giant insect magical beast that had flown toward them. Since he had to pause repeatedly to absorb and disperse the creature's magic power after each kill, it took nearly 10 hours to complete their survey of the entire reclamation zone. Once the circuit was complete, he used tracking magic on wooden stakes that had been placed for surveying, roughly measuring the distance. What do you think? I can't say it's perfectly precise, but it doesn't seem significantly different from what we were told. Well, it wasn't as if the Lavita's family head would try to deceive them over something like this. After confirming the entire area they needed to develop, Yaz bowed deeply to Turon's group. Then I will return Master Kiki to the family head and come back afterward. In the meantime, we're supposed to manage the reclamation work on our own. I wouldn't dare presume to give you instructions on that matter. Though phrased politely, he was essentially telling them to handle it themselves. Then go ahead and take care of it. Will it take about a month or two for you to return? That sounds about right. Until I return, please take care. After exchanging farewells, Yaz departed with the lizard, leaving Turon's group standing alone in front of the reclamation site. Salif removed his mask, revealing his true face. Hugh, can you believe this handsome face has been hidden from the world for so long? A truly tragic injustice. When neither of the other two reacted to his nonsense, he awkwardly handed over the mask and rolled up his sleeves. All right, let's get started, but how exactly do we do this? Elder Librarian said it before, remember, we need to drain the water and compact the ground first. Right, first let's establish a boundary to store the drained water. Starting near the river would probably be easiest. Following Turon's suggestion, they mounted Bige and flew south toward the riverbank. One of the main causes of this wetland was the overflowing water from the river flowing northward. We need to block this off first. Turon activated the sacred relic and channeled the power of the Earthmover bloodline, casting earth manipulation magic. Unlike when he had created a path down the cliff earlier, this time, the magic consumption was immense, enough to momentarily make him feel drained. That was proof of the sheer scale of the phenomenon he had just manifested. A technique he was already familiar with through multiple practices, bloodline ability, and the magic power of a quasi-family head. With all three elements combined, a massive wall of earth rose, stretching hundreds of meters from where they stood. Chapter 100 in the dense jungle and half-rotting swamp filled with water. A single flame rose in this primordial land that had not permitted human footsteps for countless ages. Of course, this was not the first time fire had appeared in this land. Occasionally, lightning would strike from the sky, setting trees ablaze and bringing heat to this place. However, the fire that had ignited this time was not something that could be extinguished by the moisture-laden air, the damp trees, or the puddles pooling on the ground. Fueled by an immense amount of magic power, the flames grew endlessly in scale, spreading in all directions. Oh wow, that burns nicely. The fire magic unleashed with full power by the High Noble of the Sun bloodline was enough to subdue the raw forces of nature. With a sizzling sound, the puddles on the ground instantly evaporated, and the soaked trees and aquatic plants turned to ashes. Naturally, the countless creatures that had made this swamp their home were also affected by this inferno. From tiny insects to lizards, frogs, otters, fish, and even some species of birds. An immeasurable number of lives were snuffed out in vain, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning, as massive clouds of steam, ash, and smoke billowed into the sky. If people from an advanced civilization had witnessed this, they would have screamed in horror at such a devastating act of environmental destruction. Sheeek. At that moment, with a sharp hissing sound, a massive swamp viper about 5 meters long burst through the flames and lunged at Salif. Thanks to the mechanical reflexes characteristic of reptiles, it managed to sink its fangs into his arm in an instant. Unfortunately for the snake, its venomous fangs could not even pierce his skin. Filthy thing! With a flick of his hand, Salif sent the massive serpent crashing to the ground with a loud thud, its body crushed upon impact. Even before awakening his guardian bloodline, he would never have fallen prey to such a lowly magical beast. And now, with his newfound power, only a high-ranking noble-level force could hope to inflict any meaningful damage on him. Without such strength, one would not even be able to leave a scratch on his completely defenseless body. After burning several more magical beasts that charged through the flames, Salif shouted toward the sky, "It's ready, send it off." At his call, the massive clouds of steam that had been rising into the sky suddenly began to shift southward, as if grasped by an invisible giant's hand. The one responsible for this was Mesa, who was soaring through the air, clutching onto Bige's leg. She worked in perfect harmony with the golden eagle that commanded the winds, generating a wind barrier that redirected the remnants of Salif's fire beyond the earthen wall erected to the south. And to complete the task, Turon, who had been waiting beyond the wall, infused the incoming steam with frost using the power of the Carmine bloodline. In an instant, the liquefied water poured down into the river. Then using flight magic, Turan crossed over the barrier and extended his hand over the scorched earth, drawing out the water that had seeped deep underground. Salif the container. Here, Salif, standing beside him, formed a massive bowl of light dozens of meters in diameter. Turan then guided the summoned water into it. Finally, the three of them combined their efforts, using telekinesis magic to pour the collected water over the barrier and into the river, effectively completing the task. Alright, this area is done. Should we call it a day? We've used a lot of magic power and the sun will start setting soon. Working hard makes me hungry. You feel the same, right? As Salif rubbed his stomach and spoke, Bige snorted and pulled a piece of jerky from the pouch on her chest, chewing on it. Mesa briefly soared into the sky, then descended and reported, I checked. There are no leaks. Good, then let's head back and rest, Bige, we're counting on you. As they climbed onto the swing Bige pulled, lifting them into the sky, Turan looked down at the vast land stretched out below them. In the middle of the dense jungle, there was a vast, empty area that stood out as if a hole had been punched into the landscape. This was the result of Turan and his group's diligent efforts to reclaim the swamp over the past 3 weeks. First, they built a levee next to the southern river that supplied water, blocking its flow. Next, they isolated the area to be developed by raising the surrounding earth into a square barrier. Then they incinerated the entire ecosystem within using overwhelming firepower, extracted the remaining water to dry the land, and compacted the soil. For ordinary wizards, bringing about such a massive environmental transformation would be nearly impossible, and even if they somehow managed it once, they would be left utterly exhausted. However, with their transcendent magic power, they could repeat this process multiple times. Any attacks from magical beasts that emerged during the process were too insignificant to pose a threat. As a result, the land they reclaimed had already expanded to cover an area spanning several dozen kilometers in every direction. At this rate, how much have we developed so far? I haven't measured it exactly, but I'd say we've covered at least a tenth of the total area. If that's the case, we might actually finish within a few months. Sir Yaz might faint when he returns and sees this. Are you still calling him Sir Yaz even when it's just us? Ah, damn. It's become a habit. Chatting leisurely, the three of them flew northward, crossing the still untouched swamp. As the swamp gave way to the reclaimed plains, Turan narrowed his eyes and casually gestured, sending several bolts of lightning crashing into the ground. Magical beasts? Yeah, there are more of them than before, they're fleeing north. As Turan's group gradually expanded their development from the southern part of the swamp, some of the magical beasts, sensing the threat, had begun escaping to the open lands in the north. Even though this was an incredibly remote area, there were still a few villages and towns. To prevent any unexpected incidents, they needed to clear out the creatures in advance. Flying northward, they hunted and cleared out magical beasts several times along the way. Eventually, Turan's group arrived at Kaloa City, the only city in the Kaloa region. This city had a population of about 1,500, and the only wizards here were a mere 3 knights. It was comparable in size to Murray City, where Turan had stayed when he first ventured into the world. This was because, in terms of both the Lavita's domain and human civilization as a whole, this place was a remote backwater among backwaters. The gods have arrived, the lords of the world. Ooh! At the sight of Turan's group, the commoners all, without exception, prostrated themselves, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Even after seeing this scene multiple times, it was still something he couldn't get used to. Clicking his tongue inwardly, Turan passed them by and continued walking. Here, nobles of their status were not merely revered as gods, they were worshipped as literal deities. The majority of the commoners were illiterate and had only learned religion through hearsay. To them, nobles they had never seen before were no different from divine beings. As Turan's group approached the mansion at the city's center, they were met by a gathering of particularly wretched-looking commoners. Some were missing an arm or a leg, others had lost fingers or toes, and many suffered from terrible skin diseases, their entire bodies wrapped in bandages. All of them threw themselves to the ground and cried out to Turan's group, "Oh, great and mighty gods, please have mercy on these poor souls. We came after hearing the rumors. Please save my daughter. I will offer my entire fortune." Salif, upon seeing this, wore an expression of sheer annoyance, but Turan and Mesa remained utterly composed as they approached the people. Form an orderly line, healing will be given to all. Despite having never received any training in queuing, the commoners immediately lined up at the command of the gods. Some scowled, feeling they had been cut in line, but no one dared to lash out or raise their voice. How could one dare to commit such blasphemy before the gods? At the front of the line, Turan handed the magic artifact containing healing potion to Mesa. As she infused it with magic power, the liquid inside swirled. "Where does it hurt?" Here my hand. It was bitten by a venomous snake and rotted away. "This will hurt, but bear with it." The end of the man's wrist was blunt, as if it had been cut off, likely to prevent the rot from spreading further. With a swift motion, Mesa used the magical dagger Turan had lent her to slice off the damaged portion, then applied the healing medicine to the severed area. The man, who had been suppressing his screams with choked sobs, widened his eyes in shock as a fresh, fair hand, completely unlike his sunburned skin, grew back. My hand is back, thank you goddess, thank you so much. Of course, as seen when treating the victims of Vicen in the past, simply making them drink a sip of the medicine would have sufficed. However, this time there were far more people in need of healing. They did not have enough magic power left to feed the medicine to everyone. With Turan and Salif assisting, Mesa continued to treat one case after another, amputations, skin diseases, fevers, and all manner of illnesses, using the healing potion. Watching silently from behind, Turan suddenly stopped one of the patients and asked, "What are you suffering from?" "I was bitten by a venomous insect and now my whole body is trembling. You must have heard the rumors that those who fake illness to receive false healing will suffer a terrible punishment." At Turan's words, the middle-aged man turned pale and immediately prostrated himself. I'm sorry, I just wanted to receive the god's blessing. Get lost." With the sense of the sacred relic, Turan could detect even the minute amount of magic power possessed by commoners, essentially the power needed to maintain life, and through this he could easily determine their health, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of their ailments. As the frauds were weeded out, a few of the remaining patients quietly slinked away. Even so, the number of real patients was still overwhelming. By the time they finally finished treating everyone, the sun had already set. "O goddess more beautiful than even the mother of the earth, I will serve only you for eternity. Since you have saved my daughter, I will offer my entire fortune. I understand, now go home. We do not accept compensation." At Salif's firm words, the young man, who had been clutching his daughter and crying, bowed several times before finally disappearing. Letting out a small sigh, Salif glanced around and muttered, "This place barely has any people, so why are there always so many sick ones? No matter how many we heal, they just keep coming." If you count everyone living within a few days' walking distance, the population still reaches tens of thousands. The rumor that they can receive treatment here must have spread far and wide. In La Vidas proper, nobles regularly traveled between cities and villages, holding events to heal the commoners. However, because the Kaloa region was so remote, nobles with the ability to do so never visited. This was likely another reason why the commoners here worshipped Turan's group as gods. After all, healing was one of the defining abilities of La Vida's nobles. As Turan's group walked back, casually chatting, the people they had healed continued to embrace each other in joy. Yet they still turned toward the mansion and bowed deeply, reaffirming their gratitude. The mansion located in the center of the city. As Turan's group entered through the grand entrance, they were greeted by one of the knights who originally governed this city. "You have worked hard again today, O great ones. Where are the others?" "They are patrolling the surroundings as per your orders. If a powerful magical beast appears, they will report immediately." Good. In truth, the presence of Turan's group was nothing short of a natural disaster for the knights who once ruled this city. Being stationed in such a remote place meant enduring harsh living conditions, but it also granted them the freedom to rule without oversight. However, with the sudden arrival of these overwhelming superiors, they now found themselves forced to bow and scrape before their new lords. Moreover, since they had also brought direct orders from the main family to cooperate, trading necessary resources and manpower for the reclamation at fair market prices, they could not simply be treated as mere guests. No one knew why such high-ranking nobles had come to work in this remote countryside, but one thing was clear: they had some connection to the main family. If they refused Turan's orders, such as the recent directive to keep watch for magical beasts coming from the south, and later word got back to the main family that the knights were neglecting their duties, there would be nothing they could do to defend themselves. "Well then, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Do your best." Afterward, Turan's group washed up and changed into fresh clothes in the best rooms of the mansion, which originally belonged to the knights. Then they gathered at the dining table. A woman who looked as simple and unassuming as any countryside housewife served grilled ribs made from swamp boar and apples, along with a steamed dish that combined fish and crab meat. "Oh, this is delicious. Even though this town doesn't have much else, the variety of food here is impressive. Well, the swamp has a greater diversity of life compared to other regions. Remember how you freaked out when we had frog dishes a while back? That's because I've never eaten that before, and I wasn't the only one. You're the only one who casually put something like that in your mouth despite not being from this region." While Turan and Salif chatted, Mesa was carefully chewing and swallowing each bite of her meal. With her eyes closed, savoring each mouthful, she almost appeared reverent. A short while later, after finishing an amount that would suffice for an ordinary person, she wiped her mouth and spoke. "That's enough for me. It was a good meal, Ryut. The fact that the goddess says so brings this humble woman nothing but joy." At Mesa's compliment, the middle-aged woman called Ryut smiled warmly as she began clearing the dishes. This was precisely why Turan's group had been spreading word of their presence and gathering the sick for treatment while carrying out the reclamation project. One of the treatments for Mesa's chronic eating disorder was building her self-esteem by helping others. Thanks to healing hundreds of people since the first day, Mesa was now able to eat her meals with relative ease. Of course, by the standards of high-ranking nobles, her meal portions were still far from sufficient, but at least she no longer needed to have food forcibly administered to her while unconscious. But we still don't know if this effect is permanent. Remember how the people we healed after that fire incident ended up relapsing not long after? Well, the goal is to help her develop a habit of eating like this. But she can't spend her entire life just helping others. Why not? At Mesa's question, both Turan and Salif gave her a puzzled look, prompting her to elaborate. I just think. Maybe staying in the countryside, reclaiming land, and helping people wouldn't be such a bad way to live. Rather than eating merely for the sake of survival, she found deep fulfillment in giving others a new lease on life. With a slightly shy expression, Mesa added her thoughts. Was it because of her nature that she was able to find self-worth through healing others? As Turan secretly reveled in the commoner's praise, feeling a surge of superiority and pride, he quickly averted his gaze to his food, not wanting his childish thoughts to be exposed. Meanwhile, Salif let out a deep sigh and shook his head. Sigh, there's no way I could live like this forever. How can anyone spend their entire life in a place without a proper tavern, a gambling house, a theater, or even a library? I'm only putting up with this because it's just for a few months. Indeed, Kaloa City had little to offer in terms of cultural life. It was barely more than a large village, so it was only natural. This was also one of the key reasons why nobles had never flocked here to develop the land, despite the presence of mines. Even the head of a grand noble house would face backlash if they ordered nobles to settle in such a place and reclaim swampland. If Ashes, a theater enthusiast, were here, he would probably be writhing in agony. Because of this, the Knights of Kaloa often whispered among themselves, speculating that Turan's group must have committed some grave crime and been exiled here. Don't you feel anything when you see how happy these people are? It's not that I don't feel anything, but that doesn't mean I want to spend my whole life here. I left my family in the first place because I wanted to travel the world, you know. If I had to see the same scenery and do the same things for months on end, I'd die of boredom. Half listening to their argument, Turan turned his gaze to the large moon hanging in the sky. Indeed, compared to fighting against lurking gods and struggling over the hidden secrets of the world, spending peaceful days like this was far more comforting. He was unsure whether he would enjoy living this way for a lifetime, but at least for now, he wanted to savor the moment.